Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm.
You think darkness is your ally? Or you merely adopted the dark? I was born in it.
Because when he has been in the bright lights and enjoying his time, having fun and lapping it up, no problem, you're the big celebrity. You're in the bright lights, I've been in the dark, in the trenches, in the gym.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
People ask me, when does camp start? Camp started as soon as I bet Teofimo Lopez. As soon as I batted him and took all his belts, camp started the next day.
What a right hand from George Kambosos, and the takeover was down!
He's a good villain, though. He's a good villain.
Do you feel in charge?
Could have fought anybody. Lomachenko, Devin Haney. Unfortunately, Lomachenko's not available. Beautiful. Devin Haney, step up. Now we'll take your belt.
SDS Promotions.
But he says he'll finish his fight as a king. What's a king to an emperor?
You are now locked into the Boxing Voice live from Las Vegas with Nesta Gibbs and Ringwalk Danny.
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
Brandon in Houston. SDS Promotions.
You're now locked into the king of all boxing podcasts, The Boxing Voice. Jab that like button.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
What is it? Is it that they don't like the Charlos? You like the Charlos?
The unified WBA, WBC, and IBF 154-pound champion of the world.
I'm happy, not angry, I'm passionate.
The WBC middleweight champion of the world.
No, I think you're a great fighter. And
I know that already.
They say, oh, the Charlos ain't fought nobody. Duh, because they don't want to fight us. Fighters, come on. Step up, we with that shit. Come on, let's get it. Like I said, I went to the top already. I seen the bottom before. At the top, I seen the bottom. I went back down to the bottom and shot back the fuck back up. Now what they mad at me for? It's not like old school boxing. We're the best, fight the best no more. It's about politics. It's about who you know, who you are, if you got a crowd behind you. Sit your ass in your weight division and see if you can beat one of them. Cause fucking with me, you gonna get knocked the fuck out. I'm a knockout artist, baby. And we stand by lines only, just like we made this up. We gonna ride with it. We gonna ride with it till the day we die.
Jamal Charlo.
SDS Promotions.
Shut the fuck up, you little prick.
Yeah?
Yeah, prick. Come on, get him out of here.
Okay, you're getting out of here.
Yeah, move him out of here.
SDS Promotions.
Seriously, and fucking fighting's the game. His heart's rattling now. His balls have sunk up inside of him. There's a man here that's going to annihilate you, Dosser.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
The heavyweight champion of the world, the greatest fighter that's ever lived, ever laced a pair of boxing gloves on, ever stood in a boxing arena.
Me, the Gypsy King.
Fury under the hands of Sugar Hill is just a different beast. He's a different monster.
Joshua's a coward. Usyk's a pussy, and Dylan White don't want to fight. So if you can prove me wrong, get to fucking fighting. Because Yous are all coward bumdossers. I'll annihilate the lot of yous and destroy yous. Submit yous. Tap you bitches out.
Fury's just too intelligent. When he has to box, he boxes. When he's got a triple jab, he triple jabs.
If he holds a handful of stones and throws them at me, he may have a chance of landing something.
Chicken! Chicken! Joshua! Where are you? Where are you, AJ? AJ!
Dylan White's a bitch. I want to see you. You've got to fight me anyway.
Taking supernatural strength. Fury throwing it over. And that's it. It's over. Russell Moore waves it off.
SDS Promotions.
I'm going to smash your face in too. There's not one thing you can do about it.
Years. I never expected it to turn out like this. TheBoxingVoice.com. Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people? Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit, stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuts, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without Chai, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas, Palm Beach, Florida.
Intrigue, the Incredible, straight out the ATL. James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK.
Checking in from Tennessee, it's Lethal James, P-A-Y-N-E. It's lethal.
Line 6 Reed, just spreading that boots gospel.
Bo from Bama, only in America.
Well, I'm a true attestation to the American dream.
King Born, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. You heard? 4 chicken wings and french fries, breakfast of champions. Let's get to it.
JT, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Stuff like that.
Yo, TVB, this Coach J-Mac. New Orleans, Louisiana, 504, baby.
What have you?
C. Y. E.
California.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for some.
This is the #1 pound for pound and 2-division champion, Marvin the Tank Furman from Dallas, Texas.
LB Southern, from DC to Stunt City, Bomb Squad.
Brandon Maurice, aka the AJ Trucking, straight out of Cincinnati, baby.
Madbat 100, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Chick Chickarelli, Hollywood, California.
Luis Reyes, Boston, Mass. Yo, drop that SDS shit,
This
son.
message was brought to you by SDS Promotions.
The voice of the people. There is no equal. You can add Nestor Gibbs on Skype to be part of the conversation. TheBoxingVoice.com.
As I always say, please make sure you push the thumbs up. Share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBD for life. If you ain't on Patreon, that's because you're stupid.
What up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Monday morning, we're right back at you to continue to discuss the Ryan Garcia comeback. If you guys haven't caught our recap show yesterday, it was quite entertaining as we talked about the newfound skills, shoulder roll, and patience of Ryan. Today, We're going to be talking about his nemesis, one of them, Romero, who came out and said that Ryan Garcia is 10 times worse under the hands of Derrick James, and that Derrick James has fucked up Errol Spence's career. So this is what we're going to be talking about right here on TBV. What did you guys think of Derrick James, his training advice, what you seen from Ryan Garcia, and do you believe Rolly Romero? Is this the worst you've seen Ryan? Is Ryan 10 times worse under the hands of Derrick James? Remember that Saturday night was the first fight under the tutelage of Derrick James for Ryan Garcia. So yesterday was the first time many of us got to see all the new things that he had on display. What did you think of those newfound skills? Not everybody was in love with the shoulder roll, but some of us thought it worked as long as it worked. Obviously, there could be some improvements built upon that shoulder roll, but Rolly certainly feels some type of way. He believes that Ryan is just not on that level and that Derrick James is overrated. Derrick James is overrated according to Rolly Romero, who believes Ryan has gotten worse. So let's go ahead and get right into those quotes here from Rolly and get this party started. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't hesitate to hit that thumbs up. Credit to Fight Hype for the interview with Rolly.
I think Derrick James is you know how like all these fighters or trainers are like, oh, they get trainer of the year and then they're the worst trainer for like the next 3 years. I mean, he has a pretty bad track record. I mean, he made Ryan 10 times worse. He fucked up Spence's career. Anthony Joshua, I mean, go after Joshua, and Frank Martin ain't looking too good. So yeah, maybe it's time for him to go back to like Joe Goosen or something.
Well, what he did call you out basically after the fight. Like that's the fight he would like to have next. What'd you think about that?
I don't think he deserves it.
Why does he not deserve it? A fight with you, Rolly?
Rolly has to be the ultimate troll. I mean, if I play that one more time and you can't tell that he's fighting with everything he has in him to stop laughing, he's a troll, bro. But listen, the troll knows how to make head waves, and it's food for thought. You know, it's not like Rolly is saying something that is coming out of left field. There's been plenty of callers into this show, plenty of experts that suggested that maybe Derrick wasn't doing the bestest job. Obviously, everyone believes Derrick is a Hall of Fame trainer and deserves all the credit he is getting for Trainer of the Year and things like that, but not everyone gives him credit, right? What did you think of Ryan and his performance last night? And what did you think of Derrick James and his performance? You know, he is the trainer, and he is what's in question here. Rolly is, you know, I get it. Rolly is entertaining, but it doesn't mean that what he's saying people aren't thinking, you know. Remember how he started. Let's play that one more time.
I think Derrick James is you know how like all these fighters or trainers are like, oh, they get trainer of the year and then they're the worst trainer for like the next 3 years.
See that right there. Is he lying? You know, when you win Trainer of the Year, do you go on a automatic, you know, decline? Or do you remain in the good graces? Do you remain one of the best? It certainly adds more eyeballs when you become trainer of the year. But what are your thoughts? Did he F up Errol Spence's career? And has he made Ryan look 10 times worse? Now, it's not far-fetched, right? Like, I was here Saturday taking calls. I was here Sunday taking calls, and people certainly thought the shoulder roll was horrible. They called it the sushi roll, the Tootsie roll, the shoulder tilt. So many things other than he looked good. Shout out to Ryan for improving. There was not much of that. Not a lot of people felt he improved in his performance on Saturday. So, does Rolly have a point with what he's saying, But speaking of Rolly, we know that Ryan called out Rolly post-fight, and just want to also give you that information. Ryan Garcia calls out Rolly Romero for the WBA super lightweight world title after knocking out Oscar Duarte. And I quote, "You got beat up by that old dude. We know what happened. Let's keep building. Then we can go after Devin and Teofimo Lopez." So, I love what I'm hearing from Ryan in terms of not trying to rush, taking it one step at a time. There was a lot of rumors that he was going to be facing Teofimo in February. And obviously, after watching this performance, that wouldn't be the best idea. And I think he knows that, and that's why he said they're going to build towards Haney and Teo. And that's a great thing for Ryan. Take his time. Take his time with it, right? But Ryan did come out not only in the post-fight but also on social media, which is smart of them. He knows everybody wasn't watching the fight, right? But he came out and he said, "Bring on Roly Poly." And this is his verified social media here. So shout out to Ryan for making it official, not only in the post-fight interview but also via social media, where we know he lives, right? Where he's dominant, where he's the most popular, where his voice, can travel a lot further. We also want to discuss Ryan getting mad at Sean Porter for the criticism. Shout out to Sean Porter for being able to, be free from getting blocked, right? He got to say what he want, and he ain't getting blocked for it. But I guess that's because he's a fighter, so how can another fighter get mad at another fighter, right, for, I don't know, saying what he saw? He's got a fighter's perspective, right? So Ryan did get upset and deleted his tweet. So whatever he said after Sean Porter responded, Ryan felt the need to delete it. I guess, he understood that Sean Porter was not being overly critical and instead just, calling it like he sees it, according to Sean. So let's get to some of these tweets. This is Ryan here. He says, "A lot of people that supposedly was close to me was hoping I'd lose. Tried their best to use every tactic to throw me off, but my mental was protected, and I had that full armor of God on." Heart emoji, oncoming fist, hashtag Godspeed. Next one, we got Oscar De La Hoya, who says, so proud of Ryan Garcia, the way he handled adversity and the power of Oscar Duarte. I always said it was a tough fight and surprised he chose a power puncher. I'm looking forward to putting on the next major event, whoever it is for Ryan. And this is Breadman, Stephen Edwards, who we had on the show not too long ago. And this is in reference to Duarte's knee, or taking of the knee. It wasn't really a knee. It was a knockdown. He just stood on his knee. But this is in reference to the knockdown and getting up from it, just for context. Coach Stephen Edwards says, and I quote, fighters need to stop being fully conscious on their knee, then raising at the 9, then complaining the ref stops it. Get up at 8 if you can. It's common sense. And that is so true. It's something that happened to Malik Scott in the UK. He actually was fully up at 9, didn't look as woozy as Duarte, because even when Duarte got up, he seemed to fall into the ref. He seemed to be completely off balance, Bambi legs, if you will. That being said, Malik Scott got up in the UK before the 9 or at the 9, and the ref still waved it off. Now, this is Sean Porter responding to something Ryan deleted. So if you got the screenshot, send it. He took it down. I guess he felt he was wrong. So I'll just show you that it's gone. That means it's gone. We'll go back to Porter's response. Showtime Sean Porter, 2-time former world champion, says, and I quote, first off, love, big dog, 100 emoji. I call it as I see it. I'm fair to both fighters in the ring. You fought well, sir, and I'm happy for you. I never had a flawless performance. I wouldn't expect one from another boxer. The shoulder roll was thumbs down emoji, movement. Oh, okay, the shoulder roll was thumbs down. Movement was thumbs up. My advice, listen to your coach. Ryan comes back and says, as long as you keep it 100 with everyone else, I have no problem with it. Just don't like how you seem biased towards me in the fight. I don't know, because I didn't watch it with audio like that, but Sean come back and says, man, what you doing watching a fight already? Bottom line, I'm happy to see that special left hook show up the way it did. Boxing wins when you win. My job is to enhance what's happening in the ring. Mike emoji. I thought I contributed to that. Don't like it? Come see me on the Porter Way podcast. Ooh-wee. See, he could do that. They ain't going to do that with me. Let me see if there's more replies. He says, I'm down to go talk about everything. No hard feelings. Shout out to Ryan. He ain't going to come check me out. Look at Marcos. He said, feel free to come talk to me on Fight Hub. Shout out to Marcos. Everybody trying to get it. Look at my man hating, talking about thirsty as hell. Bro, listen, he's Ryan Garcia. He's a big name in the sport. Who wouldn't want to get that interview and ask him what the motherfucking fuck was he thinking about the shoulder roll, bro? I mean, look, he got Rolly out here saying it's his fault, or rather the coach's fault, right? He's saying it's Derek James' fault, and Derek is the one that has Ryan looking 10 times worse. So that's what we're asking you right here on The Boxing Voice this fine morning. What do you think of Ryan's performance? What do you think, obviously, is next? What do you think of Rolly's thoughts, comments, not only on Ryan's performance, but obviously on Derek James being overrated and, not as good as we believe? I'm going to go ahead and open it up. If you're interested in calling in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 one time. Voice your opinion right here. Voice of the People Hotline.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
Suleiman, buenos días.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Ness?
All right. How about yourself?
Yeah, fine, man. Hey, listen, man, I don't know, man, but to me, the kid hits very hard, bro. He showed to me a lot. He's hitting harder now than before. So I don't know. I think this guy's just hitting on him. The guy was hitting much more hard. The referee was very conscious of the guy. The guy was getting rocked every single time Ryan would hit him or something. Um, Ryan was trying to also implement stuff that he learned, like the fighting on the back foot, even that defensive thing that looked like a shoulder roll. But besides that, the punching power was immense, bro. It was immense from the beginning. Every single time he tapped that kid, he was rocking him, and that's why the ref was so concerned, and he was doing those little breaks to see if to gauge the damage of the punching power that was taking effect. And basically, that's what was it, man. All right, I'm gonna have to let you go, boss. All
No
right?
worry. I'll
Thanks.
come back to you, champ. I see you busy, man.
All
My
right.
blue collars out there. Appreciate everybody rocking out with us, tuning in, using us to get you through your workday. We're rocking out right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice live around the world. If you haven't already hit that thumbs up, go ahead and do me a favor. I got a counterpunch from Kerry G. Do not see you on the line, though, player. Where are you? Is he on Discord? No, sir. But we going out to Matador in the meantime. What is up?
What's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So, real quick about one thing yesterday, with JoJo and Floyd Schofield. JoJo hasn't fought at 135 for like a few fights, right? Just wanted to know that. I don't know if he can even make that weight.
I'm pretty sure his last fight was at 35 with Jerry Perez, but I'll double check while you keep going.
Okay. And for Ryan, I don't think he's ready yet. I think he needs to, like, for a title fight. I think he needs to fight like former champions, like right now. Like,
you are actually very correct. His last three fights,
right.
His last three fights have been 37, 39, 41. 39 and a half and 41 and a half.
Yeah, he's been over quite a bit, so I'm like, he must not be trying to make that 135 really, but like 140, that's just.
But remember,
that's just ridiculous.
But remember, if you ain't fighting for a world title, what you making that 35-pound limit for?
Right, yeah. But anyways, I think he needs to fight former champions, Ryan, that is, like Lipinets, like Pedraza, like Broner, like guys that are former champions that are over the hill that he could possibly look good against, and then maybe get a Rolly fight. And then after that.
So you don't like Arnold Barbosa because he's not a former champ?
No, I think after like beating Rolly, just because Rolly isn't the best champion, I think after Rolly, Arnold Barbosa, one fight like that against a Barbosa or a Catterall, and then if he looks good after all that, then I want to see then I can expect like a T.O., Devin Haney. Like, I think he needs 2024 to be like building towards that. I don't think it's time for that yet.
So next, to be clear, you want Catterall or Barbosa?
No. Next is a former champion, like Lipinets, Pedraza, like Broner, like one of those guys, like one or two of those guys.
Now you're saying, I just want you to be clear because, someone's going to call in like, this fucking guy wants, bro. You want, because you're saying like those guys, but are you okay with Broner? Because I was okay with Broner. I thought he should have fought Broner yesterday.
Yeah, only because I only put him in the category with Pedraza and Lipinets. Broner is because he's a former champion. He's very inactive. I know he's better than them, but you don't know what he's going to show. So, yeah, he needs like one or two of those guys. Then he could fight Rolly.
Would you take Tevin Farmer? But he's going to be moving him up. Obviously, Farmer's has had some comeback fights. He's had some comeback fights at 40, but his goal is to get back down to 30 and win a world title.
No, because then they're going to say he's fighting a blown-up, which Pedraza, I guess, could be. So then maybe not Pedraza, but he's already fought at 140. But, like, no, he needs to fight 140 guys so he can adapt to that. But Yeah, I mean, it's next year, like 2025, when he's fighting these big names. And then one more thing. Do you honestly like 100%? Like, do you honestly think like because I've thought about it. Do you think Rolly's all there?
I think he's certainly all there. I just think he's a troll. You know, we've all been in
Like,
high school and had that guy that's, you know, really good at making people laugh. That's Rolly. I
yeah,
mean, if you watch the audio clip that I played, like you could tell he was biting the insides of his cheek to hold himself from laughing. Like he kept using his shoulder to hide some of his face. The dude's a troll. He says
yeah,
things specifically to get a rise out of people. In my opinion, I could be wrong, and you can be right. I don't want to believe that.
yeah, I
You
guess
know,
you're right. I mean,
he's
I'll be honest. My sister went to school with him, and she said he was kind of weird.
mm,
He in high school. I think he was a year older than him, and she said he was kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't like thinking that, but I just like sometimes stuff he says is kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's basically it. What one quick thing before I end the call. Did you see Canelo's story? It said
yes,
all I want for Christmas
yes.
is, and then he said another belt. So I'm like, what? You going to light heavy or what? That makes me think stuff now.
Yeah, he gotta stop that, man. He better be talking about
Yeah,
fucking. He better be talking about Benavidez belt.
that's not a belt though. Like I don't know, but anyways, that's my call though. I appreciate it.
All right, yeah, I certainly seen that, bro. Let me put his story. That was I'm like, yo, I had to. It's so funny you bring it up. I played that shit twice. Like, wait, cinturón? Like, what the fuck does he mean? Like, what belt? Um, I mean, I guess it ain't gonna matter to us if he fights. It will matter to me if you fight Bivol in May and lose, which is it's certainly possible because Bivol's fighting in December. So if you fight Bivol in May and lose at 175, trying to do your rematch again, trying to get your quote unquote belt, then all of a sudden in September you got to fight Benavidez, and then you're gonna lose again. So it's gonna take away from Benavidez's win. So yeah, I hope that's not the case. I hope he ain't fighting Bivol at 175. Because if he don't win, it's going to fuck up the Benavidez fight. But this is the post in question.
¿Qué quiero de Navidad? Yo, otro cinturón. Cuando me preguntan qué quiero de Navidad, yo, otro cinturón.
So he says, when they ask me what I want for Christmas, me, another belt. So, you know, he's about to send headways through the fucking internet with this because now we're all going to assume he's looking for another belt. Obviously, that interim title isn't that. You can't, that's not what you could get. It would be so crazy if he goes down and fight Johnny Bet for them two belts. But I don't know. He put that out there. And he's going to fuck up everybody's head now because people are going to be upset. You know, they want that Benavidez fight. Now you're talking about Bivol. I'm upset because that means if you lose to Bivol, you ruining my Benavidez fight. JB Cinema, $2 super chat. First one of the day. Appreciate you, my champ. He says, I still want to knowing at a catch weight? With a question, bro, what did you mean to say? Okay, maybe he's trying to say I still want nothing at a catch weight? But then why would he put a question mark? I don't know what you meant, champ. I can't make out these hieroglyphics. Maybe he went to say, I still want to know why it was at a catch weight. That makes the most sense. Next super chat, $2 more from One Way Renzo. Ryan equals less shoulder roll and more Cobra Koi. Huh. Okay. Did he mean Cobra Kai? Like from, what's the name of that series and shit that's popping nowadays? Karate Kid? If you haven't hit that thumbs up, go ahead and do so. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. Must I repeat that every day? If you haven't already subscribed, I also need you to do that right now this fine morning. We are at 184,709. It would be fantastic to get to 185,000 before we end this show. You know you can make it happen. You know you can make it happen. Like, you can make that happen real time as I'm talking, as you're hearing these words. We can actually see this move in real time if you subscribe. We're going out to C-Dub. What up?
Yo, how the audio?
Straight.
That's what's up, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. Rolly is a grade A troll, man. I mean, I think the young guys really know how to get the clicks. I try to tell everybody all the time, man. They are really masters at the game. So at social media, you know, getting people to look just on saying some crazy stuff, man. And they just mastered it. So thank you. That's what you need to. That's what Rolly's saying to you for doing what I wanted you to do and clicking and making this a story on TVV. You know, so shout out to Rolly. You know, he was able to increase his profile, you know, with just a sentence and a statement, you know, and being a troll. But yeah, man, tried to tell you this, Ness. Don't be upset. You know, well, let me first, before I say that, Ryan needs to continue, and I think he need to go ahead and fight.
Well, I think
O'Hara
it's only
Davis.
fair that you address Rolly's comments. Do you believe Ryan looks 10 times worse under the hands of Derek?
The shoulder roll was bad, but Ryan said that Derek told not to do that. So he got the stoppage. You know, the things that I think Derek was teaching him and showing him, you know, like I saw the left sneak in a lot of times because his hands was in position and ready to fire. And I know that's what Derek James kind of preaches, you know, have your hand.
Maybe he got a call.
Yo, you there?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think you know, and that was good. So, but he said Derek didn't tell him to do that shoulder roll and the bending over and all of that. So that wasn't on Derek. So I mean, he looked good in the fight. He didn't look the best doing that. So he got to fix that bending over and the awkward, because he was doing a shoulder roll and he was doing it too much and turning his head and getting hit in the back of the head and stuff. But I think you need to go over after O'Hara Davis. I don't know why you're sending them to the WBO or Top Rank, but I think O'Hara Davis, and just stay in the WBA column. You know, O'Hara Davis, Rolly. These are fights that I think he could win right now. You know, Ness, don't be too upset about the Canelo thing, okay? I've told you this before. You know, you was in disbelief when I told you at first that Vegas odds on Canelo to vacate was negative 800. You need to get that. Put money on that right now. That's a lot.
Man, I ain't see that, though. I thought you was trolling. You really seen something that says negative 800?
It's always logical with me, Ness. It seemed like it's a troll, but I'm really just telling you that he about to vacate. It's a lot. It probably ain't out yet, but if it was out, what would you think it'll be? Negative 1,100 now after this. And now it's about to go up to negative 15.
I don't know.
Like the man just came out with a statement, said he want a belt. Don't try to add. We know what he's saying. If he say it in Spanish or English, he's saying that he's not going to take David and he's going up to get a 175 belt. He's not going. It don't mean going to 160. I like that spin that you did. You're very good at your job. People don't know that.
What you mean? What spin?
You said go to 160, Canelo.
I mean, he could, right? We don't know.
He could. You're right. You're absolutely correct. But I think he's.
If he wanna piss some motherfuckers off, he could fight Johnny Beck, right? People gonna be extra mad.
Correct. Oh no, that is correct. And he got the frame. I think he could make the weight if he really, really tried. You know, got a nutritionist and was staying on a diet I think he should. I mean, he could be fighting at 160, just doing that 168 because he can. He got the power and he got the skill to pay the bills, and it translates well. But we know he's talking about 175 in this. We know he's talking about Bivol, maybe a bit of beef. That would be for legacy. He lost it already. He want to give it another go. So yeah, man, don't be too upset about it. He's gonna vacate that WBC 168 belt, man. I mean, he about to vacate. Okay. It's okay. And it's okay. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. We still want to see Canelo versus Bivol or Beat a Beef. We won't be mad with that. We won't. So, it's still a great year. We're still looking forward to great boxing, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free.
C-Dub on the check-in. Appreciate it. We got Goo. What it do?
What's going on, champ? What's going on?
What up?
Man, I like the fact that you put that up. He may just drop down to 60, but I don't think it's going to be Jennebek. I think, I said it before, they call him the brother killer for a reason. You might go after the other Charlo for that WBC at 60, bro.
Oh, good call. Good call.
They call him the brother killer for a reason, bro. And Jamar Charlo is that guy at WBC at 160, bro. So don't be surprised that happened. I'm glad you brought up that because that's exactly what I saw, bro. And as far as Ryan, bro, I didn't see anything, bro. I didn't see any improvements. I didn't see anything. I think that shoulder roll came because he was getting caught to the body and getting caught with that overhand right. So he had to do something to evade it, and that was tilting that way. And he was looking. I mean, we all saw it. The ref was helping him out. He kept on turning his back. He was trying to get the points taken away. The ref was calling everything. He kept on saying he was getting hit in the back of the head. He was hitting low. And it was all due to Ryan tilting his body the way he was tilting it. It wasn't like he was doing anything spectacular. It wasn't like we saw a new Ryan. Ryan was Ryan underneath this guy or underneath Canelo's trainer. Ryan has not changed at all. There is nothing. He needs to stay away from the big names.
But is he 10 times worse? Did he look 10 times worse Saturday night?
I don't think we saw a worse Ryan. I just thought we saw Ryan. We were looking for improvements, and we didn't see that. We saw the old Ryan standing up tall, hands up low, hands low, backing up, the only thing we saw more of this time was that he shot the right hand. He looped the right hand instead of just doing that check hook all the damn time. And even with that, the check hook came, the knockout came with the check hook, Besides that was Ryan. Ryan, and we saw him get on the bike, something that we don't see, but I don't think we saw a worse version of him. I just thought we saw Ryan. We were looking for improvements, and we didn't see it underneath James. If anything, he looked mediocre. He looked average, And like I said, at 140, he needs to stay away from the big dogs. He needs to go to Rolly because that's like we spoke about two episodes ago. Rolly is the big fight, is the big name. That is the money fight to make. So yeah, call out Rolly because we know that you ain't gonna mess around with a Pro Grace. You're not gonna deal with a Matias. You're not gonna do a Teofimo. These guys will slaughter you. Do a like my man said earlier. Do a O'Hara. Guys like that. Maybe a Martin. You can't put him in there with a Barbosa. I think Barbosa sweeps the floor with him. These are names that at 40, I don't think he can compete with any of these guys. I see him competing with the younger guys. Maybe with like a Nestor Bravo or what's the other kid name? Rodriguez is up there too, right? At 140. I think he moved up to 140. The Dominican.
Hell yeah. He's calling out Matias.
So Elvis Rodriguez, put him in fights like that are guys that are B-level class fighters going into A. Maybe I could see him beating those type of guys, but you put him in guys like a Jermaine Ortiz, or like a Catterall, like a Barbosa. They sweep the floor with him. At this point in time, I even look at Barroso. You put him Barroso with him, and I think Barroso wipes the floor with him. I don't know. I didn't see any improvement from him at all. I didn't see no changes. I just think he's him. and it's gonna be hard for him to change his style of fighting. He's just he reminds me of this guy that used to walk around with his head up high all the damn time, but he relied on his power and his speed. What's the Moreno? Paul Williams. He always used to stay on that back foot, head up high, and get caught with the overhand rights all the damn time.
Champ, that's your time. Counterpunch, Kerry G.
Hello.
What up?
Hey. Morning. I think the last caller had a fair point, but I think right. It's a damn shame almost because like Ryan Garcia truly has some of the craziest speed and strength attributes I've ever seen in a boxer. It's like it's kind of wild to me. Like he really has like crazy speed, and thank God for him, he has one punch knockout power. Because in all those matchups that the previous caller mentioned, like skill wise, they could probably mop the floor with him, but his one punch knockout power that still keeps him in play. And also, like I disagreed with you. I'm like, a couple of weeks ago you had like put up the like game plan of him being kind of like the black executioner, which I don't think it's a bad game plan. I just think it's a bit outdated for like Ryan's age group, where like things are much more PC and politically correct and stuff. And I think his greatest trait is his crossover appeal. That's why I personally believe when he moved to Derek James, I was like, I see what this kid is doing and hanging out with Floyd. I think he's really trying to get like black boxing fans, because he's gonna have a certain level of built-in Mexican fans, whether they like.
He did that for sure. Like I seen that the minute he went to Errol Spence camp, the Houston fans, not all, because we have no way of gauging, but I feel like a lot of Earl and Frank fans became Ryan fans.
And like I live in Charleston, South Carolina, so it's not a big boxing place. This is college football here, but when I get my coworkers into boxing or people around here, I find that the sentiment for Ryan Garcia is very high with black people right now. Even because obviously, boxing is racial, but all in good fun. So they had to rock with Gervonta, obviously, during that Garcia fight. But after, you would not be surprised how many people were like, I kind of want to see Ryan again, man. I feel like that right hand is really good. I wish he would have used it more. This is from like complete boxing novice and like scrubs who are just like, yeah, I really want to see this guy some more. And also the crossover appeal for that fight, I wasn't like calling in at that point when I was watching your show, but like when that Ryan Garcia Tank fight happened, I went to a gas station and people literally stopped. Like people usually are so quick and like impatient. The cashier came around. I pulled it up on my phone on DAZN. Thank God I bought on DAZN. And I started streaming the fight. When I had 25 people, including all the gas station attendants, gathered around to rewatch that fight. People were talking about it, being like, I came from the bar. I was just watching. I want to watch it again, all that stuff. So I think his crossover appeal to like the black fans, like I think he's really pushing that with the Houston move. And then, I mean, come on. People have been doubting his like celebrity status. People been doubting his boxing skill, and to come out to the perfect song, Superstar, If You Are Who You Say You Are, and then have one of the best black rappers like ever, like Lupe, come out with him, I just like guaranteed he sealed the deal last night with that. If he didn't knock that dude out, it would have been over not. But like I feel like that knockout, Lupe, and like I said, the subliminal messages with the If You Are, like that was one of the most appropriate ring songs I've seen someone walk out to, and I don't know since Terrence walked out with fucking Eminem, and when Ryan walked out with that weird ass song against Tank, and then Tank came out like Chief Keef about to go ragged ass on you, like that, like these ring walks were like super appropriate for that. But I think he's really trying to secure that like that black fan base, because he's got like his crossover potential is just insane. But as far as on his skill points, I think Ryan has a very weird body type. Like, if he was shorter, I think that like the shoulder roll and all that stuff would be more effective. I think also his knockout power definitely comes from like he has crazy back genetics. I think that's where he generates that knockout power. But he might have a negative wingspan, and that's what's making him awkward on trying to defend his body. I don't think his arms are long enough for him to comfortably defend the body with what happened to him now. Because now we definitely saw him like trying to like secure that rib a bit more than normal. But I think he should really look at some boxers, like not their style necessarily, but just some of their footwork and their defensive positioning. Like his body type reminds me of like a Francis. Is it Francis or Francis of Bartholomew, that Cuban dude with the crazy range?
Francis
Francis. Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan of that dude. Like I have no idea why. Actually, I think his style is really cool, and I love how he uses his range and he stays awkward but fundamental with his range, but his like the way he holds his hands and like Ryan kept trying to do that twist and only give the side of the body. Francis and obviously of course Floyd, the goat of it all, is amazing at giving that side of the body without giving up too many like back shots, or because like I've seen very few people, maybe like Maidana or like Corley and a little bit of Sharma Mitchell actually get some shots on Floyd's back when he was turning like that, but he never gave the full turn. It's like he left the lane open, or at least made people think the lane was open, and then that pull counter comes like crazy. So I think he needs to study that, because like that's where a lot of his awkwardness came from, him trying to figure out how to like turn a little bit more but not give up that back. Caleb Plant tried it with Canelo, obviously failed miserably.
You may feel
he probably would. Thank you.
Not your time.
Appreciate you, Kerry. Appreciate you. I'm gonna say it again. I am not a complete detractor of the shoulder roll with Ryan. He had success. Like I said yesterday, I just text Mickey Bay to see if he's up, actually, because I'm gonna ask him my fucking self before someone steals my idea. But he needs to bring in Mickey Bay along with Derek. Let Derek continue to work on the fundamentals, continue to work on the jab that wasn't there. It only showed up for a few rounds. Everybody in Derek's camp got a good jab. Frank, Mel, Earl. We need to develop that same Houston jab or Dallas jab with Ryan. Then let Mickey work with the shoulder roll, because he had huge success. We just seen the negative, but it didn't give Duarte an opportunity to do what he wanted to do. On top of that, him being the A side, like Floyd, who used the shoulder roll, he had the ref on his side. So, when Duarte tried to do the Maidana overhand rights, he would get warned. When Duarte would go low, he would get warned. He had success. That's why Duarte would hit him in the back and get warned. It gives the person a smaller target. He just needs to perfect it. Mickey Bay, if not Floyd Sr. or Jr., which I doubt is going to give Ryan the time, because obviously, Ryan is still with Oscar. But if somehow, he could get Floyd Jr. to train him, that's even better, which I just don't see Floyd doing. We've wanted Floyd to train Wilder and others, and it's just never happened. Floyd is too busy to be in the gym with any fighter. So you need a senior who's probably too old at this point, or you need Mickey Bay. You could also try and get Otis Pemberton, the trainer of Carmel Moten, Tabiti, Kevin Thunderstorm Johnson, guys like that. Maybe that can help him. But I wouldn't completely throw the shoulder roll away. I feel like there was some success there. And defensively, he should build on it. if he found the right, tutelage, right? The right people to do it. Lou Hop, you sent $2. I don't know if you were driving and you sent that quickly for a counterpunch because you usually send a counterpunch, Lou. So you might want to check that because you sent $2, no word. But speaking of counterpunches, I got quite a few of those. Brandon in Cincinnati, I believe. Counter.
Yo, Ness, how's my audio? Crystal
Straight.
clear?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get with you, pause. I wanted to get my call off before I walked into the gym. But I didn't watch the Ryan fight. It was a big weekend of football for me. I just want to say shout out to Alabama, Roll Damn Tide. Got that win over Georgia. We in the playoffs, baby. And shout out to the Packers of Green Bay. Damn, that Jordan Love is really, really good. Pulled off the upset. He outdueled Patrick Mahomes. So because of those things, I didn't watch any boxing. Football is king. But from what I'm hearing, he got the win, but I don't think too many people are impressed by his win. I'm hearing that he didn't look great. He made some mistakes. Heard he tried to do a fake shoulder roll. I got to go back and watch it. So for a guy that got a stoppage win, I'm not hearing people praising him a whole lot. And it goes back to what I said. I heard you read a super chat yesterday where somebody came for me saying that I need to eat. First of all, let me get my crow because I did pick Duarte to win. So I'll take my crow.
Man, you were serious about that?
Yeah.
You really thought he was going to lose?
Yes, give him a crow.
Okay.
But yeah, props to him. Props to him for that. Now let me get to Rolly and what's Rolly saying. I disagree with Rolly wholeheartedly. I don't think Derek James is overrated. I think Derek James is one of the best coaches in the world. I just think only thing he's right about is like every year there's a new best trainer. I remember it was Reynoso one year, then it was Bomac, then I know Robert Garcia. Everybody was at the fucking Robert Garcia Academy. Then Derek James was popping. So it's just who's ever got the stable that's winning at the moment, they're going to be praised as the best trainer in boxing. Now you see a lot of Bob Santos and guys like that. So is Derek James an overrated boxing coach? Absolutely not. Rolly is the last person that should be saying somebody's overrated because he's a fucking bum. Another talker, definitely not a walker, definitely not a stepper. But lucky for him and Ryan are tailor-made for each other. They're two decent guys who are entertaining, who are popular, who we all know aren't on the Shakur, the Tank, the Devin, the Sabril Matias level, and we understand that and we are okay with that. So those are the two guys that need to be fighting each other because we know you're going to lose against all the other upper echelon 135 and 140, 147 pounders. So I don't have a problem with this fight, them building it up, them making this happen because it would be an entertaining build up and an entertaining fight in my opinion. I think Ryan will beat Rolly. I don't think nothing of Ryan, but I think Rolly is absolute garbage. So yeah, I'm cool with that fight. But as far as Ryan goes, like I said, I have to go back and watch the fight and analyze it for myself to see if I've seen any things that he did better or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to call in and
feel like it's your time.
get that off my
But
chest
it's
because,
not
like
your
I said, I heard somebody leave a super chat saying, he needs to come eat his crow. He said Ryan wasn't a walker, a stepper, and he's not. He's not. I've heard people complaining about your performance against a
Yeah, but champ,
135 pounder that you fought at the catch weight.
But champ, that's hypocritical of you. You picked him to lose. He proved you wrong. So now you can't say he's not a walker. You gotta at least be like,
Not a
yo,
walker.
bruh, he proved you wrong. You picked against him. So now
He
you gonna
proved
say,
me
"Oh, he
wrong.
proved me
No,
wrong" versus a bum. Now you gonna discredit the dude you picked to
no,
win?
no, I'm not discrediting nothing. One win against a guy you pulled up to a catchweight don't make you a water walker or a
All right.
stepper.
So I'm not telling you to call him a walker, but you can't call him anything other than I'm gonna continue to assess him from now on. Like he proved me wrong.
Continue. Nah,
My eyes is open. I'm paying attention. He proved me wrong.
I'm
Like
not paying attention.
you can't say he proved me wrong. He's still a bum.
I never said he was a. Yeah, he is a bum. He didn't prove me wrong. He didn't prove me wrong. He did what he was supposed to do against a he was supposed to do it against, bro.
You picked
That
him
don't.
though. You picked the other dude, so he did prove you wrong.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. He proved me wrong this time. But when it's time to fight a real 140 top 10 guy,
Are you picking Arnold Barbosa?
yes, I'll pick Arnold Barboza
Okay.
over Ryan.
Okay, and that's
Goddamn
all
right.
that's all I'm saying. He proved you wrong here. Now, you know, I'm gonna keep my eyes open for the next one. Oh, he fighting Barboza. I'm picking against him again. If he prove you wrong, you have to start changing your opinion, because then you're just being a hater. We'll give you one. He proved you wrong once. You still don't believe. You entitled to that. You picking Barboza. We remember that. Tyrone, write that shit down. They ain't signed Barboza for no reason.
Yeah, he can't beat Barboza, man. He can't beat Barboza.
Just
But
know
y'all will see.
Barboza is 31 years old with 37% knockout ratio, and there's no disrespect to him, but Ryan is in his prime. You seen Ryan?
Barboza's good though, man. I like Barboza.
So is Ryan. I don't know.
Natural
You
140 pounder too.
You ain't
He ain't
watched the
fought a
fight.
natural 140 pounder yet,
No,
Ness.
you right. That's
He
why.
ain't fought a natural 140 pounder yet. Why is that?
That's why a 31-year-old, 37% KO ratio one is perfect for a nat to get acclimated, baby.
Nah, I'll take Barboza. I'll take Barboza for sure.
You're
But he'll
gonna be taking a
beat
whole
Rolly
plate of
bum
crow
ass.
too. You're gonna be taking a whole plate of crow too.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, man, I'm still not a believer
Damn,
in
I
Ryan.
ain't
Good
never
win.
see this many people say you don't know shit about boxing ever. That's fucked up. You on the wrong
Oh, that's
side of this one.
because you in the it's probably a bunch of Mexicans in the chat and Latinos and shit
But it's not your time.
calling me a hater. Like, get out of here. I can never be a hater, man.
Those both your calls, player, Himalaya. We got Trees, Toledo, counter.
Yo.
What up?
What up, though? Shit, I was watching the fight, man. I know we done talked about this shoulder roll and whatnot. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Didn't like it. But I do want to say I literally just got done watching this interview with Tiger Johnson, you feel me? And he was just saying how I guess he fought Ryan in the amateurs, and he was saying that he was still doing that nasty ass shit in the amateurs when they was like 17 years old. You feel me? And he said that the referee was warning him back then about the shit, like he was hitting him in the back of the head or hitting him in the back and shit. So to me, that shows that he hasn't changed. I won't put that on Derrick James though, because you feel me, that's a lifetime of working that you got to, you feel me, a recorrecting that you got to do. So that ain't, I'm not putting that on Derrick James. It ain't this, and like Ryan said, that Derrick James ain't telling you to do that shit. So that's just old habit. What they say, old habits die hard. You feel me? He just gotta tune that shit up. Because if not, that's gonna get him cracked for sure. But if we talking about fights and whatnot, I heard Buddy, it was a caller called in earlier talking about former champions and shit like this here, that he should think about former champ. I don't know why, but Buddy popped in my for his buddy Jose Ramirez popped in my head for some reason. I peeped that him and Richard Comey had fought earlier this year and shit. And I see that I'm like, well, Ryan probably not gonna fight Richard Comey. He coming off the loss. I'm like, shit, right now I fight Jose Ramirez. That's a former champ. He another Mexican fighter, you feel me? They both, you feel me, handsome motherfuckers type shit. That shit could sell. You see me? It's just, something to think about. And I, already been throwing out the Montana love, but I don't see that shit happening no time soon and whatnot. But and with Floyd Schofield, he looked good out there, man. He looked good. since I'm throwing names and shit out, what you think about Floyd Schofield versus like the dude Keyshawn had just the Albright motherfucker?
Nah. We don't want dudes that you can't even remember. The only reason you remember them is because someone else fought them. We going for JoJo. You know, that's a name people remember and recognize. And
Okay.
if JoJo got some sort of illegal, excuse me, if he has some sort of legal issues he needs to deal with, we want a name that's a name, you know? Ain't nobody just trying to fight to be fighting.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the Albright fella put up a good fight. I mean, I feel like I need to see more from Schofield. That was, you feel me? He put the man down 4 times in a round. It wasn't like it wasn't, that was, I feel like that's what the guy was there for. Like it wasn't, I just need to see more. I need to see more.
Not your time.
And then with Ryan Garcia, you feel me? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sold with Ryan. Like we need to. I think Rolly would beat him right now. I think he needs 2 more fights, man. What you think about the Jose Ramirez fight? You think that's too dangerous for Ryan?
Jose Ramirez from Top Rank?
Yeah.
That's a good fight.
Okay. I was just thinking, like I say, man, just thinking shit like that. It's like, yeah, he need that. He needs something like that. Former champ, shit like that. Richard Comey, stay away from me. He already lost. You don't want that. Robert Easter, my boy, Toledo, Ohio shit. If you decide you want to come out of retirement, you feel me? Make you some cheese for the city. You understand?
Versus Ryan?
Ryan Garcia versus Ryan. Ryan looking for why?
I mean, he ain't
Why
fought
not?
because he ain't fought in so long, bro. And he ain't even like Tevin. Like before somebody else be like, "Oh, Nez, but you be out here gang banging for Tevin." At least Tevin backfighting and he active on social media. Like, bro, Tevin posted a picture of him and Joe Cordina. That shit got over 2,000 likes. Like, that's engagement, bro. Easter, bro. What? Nobody know Easter besides the holiday.
Nah, but don't do that.
Nah, I mean, yo, out of sight, out of mind. Like that's how it
But
go.
but he working in Florida right now. I seen he been training with Roy a little bit. He on this Jamal Charlo run. You feel me? He trying to get back right, type shit.
Oh, he
So
went to
it's
the
like,
Floyd. He went to the Roy compound to get that mental right.
yeah, we're down there to get right. You feel me? Yeah, got him. He working on some stuff. I seen him down there in Florida. It's good shit. It's just it's just something to think about. If Robert Easter did come back, yeah, I would like that. Even if Robert Easter came back and fought like a Michelle Rivera, fuck it, I'd take that. I think that'd be a good fight for Rivera. I think Robert Easter could definitely beat Rivera too, for sure, as a comeback fight for him. You feel me? I like that. But shout out TBV, shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. I know what the fuck going on. Be cool.
Bet. Yo, Lou Hop, I hate to be that guy, bro. I hate to be that guy, but like, my dude Lou Hop sent $2. Then he sent another 2 and said, "Yo, I'm in the queue." Champ, it's 5. But there's people that sent counters in front of you anyway, so you still got time to get that shit right. We're gonna get to the next counter is Kerry G.
You may feel like it's your time.
Kerry G. You're. Try you again. You might need to jump out the space, champ. Jump all the way back out and all the way in and get that thing reconnected. Let's see what we got. Damn, another one? Okay, we got Baltimore. Actually, hold on. We got Cliff. Counterpunch. Where are you? Kerry trying you again? You?
Do you got me?
We got you.
Do you got me? Word. Oh yeah, I forgot to address the actual like topic deal. It's like Rolly's mad funny for saying that because like Errol Spence, Derek James did not ruin Errol Spence's career, but like Rolly's about to ruin Bullett's career. It's about to be reversed for him if you don't step his shit up because like you knocked that dude out literally with a 3-punch combo that did not land it. Like the slow motion of that was just disgraceful, and I was really rooting for Rolly. Like he had got me to get back behind him. And it's just like the fact that like Tony Weeks stopped that shit with literally 3-punch combination that did not land. Man, I felt so bad for that older. That's why I'm rooting for him in his next fight. That's coming up. Like I want him to win to just like prove like old man strength right. Like if old man strength gets proven right, I would fucking love that. But no, I think Derek James is a good trainer. It's just like Bomac said it right, and like ever since he said that, like it changed my entire opinion on the sport. Bomac said that y'all all crazy. The fighter makes the trainer. And like sometimes that's not in the trainer's hand. If the fighter's just mental's not there to like really receive the tutelage and instructions, and like it to me like Bomac's words are like really echoing true with that. I think Ryan Garcia can like improve and stuff, but it's weird but both of them are kind of crazy for talking about like, oh, Tank don't got no power. Like there's an interview you did I think earlier in the year with like some dude who had sparred both of them like from Mayweather Gym, and he was saying that the guy said it weird too, which I liked how he brought it up. He was like, no, Rolly hits harder than Tank, but he was just like, it's weird though with Tank's punches, you just feel them on the inside much more than anyone else. So I think it is possible that these guys could be hitting harder than Tank, but I think Tank's technique with the obvious power he has, he has obvious like power, he cracks. But it's some way, like even with that body shot, when people slow motion the body shot, they're like, it didn't look that hard on Ryan. But then you see how he lands it and then twists and launches him, and then you see the impact go in, and everyone was like, oh yeah, no, that body shot was serious. Like when it first hits, it doesn't make a full dent, and then you just see him on impact twist and like shove that in there. Like so I think like him and like Matias, like when he's doing his heavy bag drills, he's like light tap, just like when he's light tapping on people's arms, and then all of a sudden one arm punch actually becomes a loaded up punch, and you feel it on the inside of that arm into the gut and shit like that. So I think their technique is underrated on their punching technique. We get lost in footwork, head movement, shoulder rolls, check hooks, and all that stuff, but actually punching, I think Tank and Matias are showing, and Wilder, how they're actually punching through people. They're cracking as hard as other people crack hard and harder, but the destruction is actually happening on punch technique.
Champ, that's your time. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Wait. All right. I have Cliff. Where are you, bro? Oh, that's what it is. You never pressed 1. What up, champ? Fell asleep?
I didn't hit 1.
Nah, you didn't.
Nah. Yeah, I had to put go get some parts for the truck. Drop it off the mechanic. I just got home, and I missed the intro, but I got caught up. I see what we talking about. Off of what the last dude was just saying though about he compared Tank's power to everyone. I believe that Tank he's accurate. He's a great counter puncher, so he's gonna hit you clean. So if all these dudes just hooked off out a bag that could count your power like that punching bag, maybe they could get a higher score than Tank. But Tank is getting clean punches. Like he's gonna counter and come back with a very sharp, clean shot, which that's what counts. Like if your shit ain't landing clean, you're not gonna absorb all that power. But as far as Ryan goes, an opponent we could fight for him. Wait a minute. First, I want to say with Ryan, I think that people sleep on Ryan because Ryan got all the talent in the world. Like if someone could build you a prospect, or if Ryan was your son and you seen all the talent that he had, that quickness, his size, his durability, his everything, you would be like, yo. if I could just get him to learn the fundamentals, I could have a all-time fighter just with the natural God-given ability that he comes with. Like Ryan, he's not missing anything besides the shit you could teach. Like all the stuff that you can't teach, he has it. Power, speed, everything you can't teach, Ryan already has. So I feel like a coach is what's most important for Ryan. Like dude said, Bomac was like, the fighter makes the coach. I feel like there's some give and take there. I mean, it comes a point where there's diminishing returns. But for Ryan, a coach is very important. And it's important for Ryan himself to want to be in the gym every day. Like if he needs to have like a Kobe Bryant type work ethic. So things start to become like all his mistakes and how he falls into doing dumb shit like the Tootsie Roll and he keeps his head up and all. He needs to only how to get that type of stuff out of your system is to go to practice every day and practice perfect. Because what did they say? Perfect practice makes perfect or some shit. There's a saying like that. But I feel like Ryan really just needs to stay in the gym and really, really be dedicated. And Ryan could be as dangerous as Haney, all of them, Shakur, T.O., he has that talent. He's on their level talent-wise. He just isn't fucking putting it together with the fundamentals. So if he could do that, stay. Like right now, his fight is over. He don't got a fight schedule. Don't leave Texas. Stay there. Keep working out. Keep boxing. Keep fucking working. Because if you really want it, Ryan, you could have everything that this game has to offer. Because you got everything that you need to succeed here. But anyways, why can't Ryan fight someone like Sandor Martin, the one that T.O. beat? I wouldn't mind seeing him go pick off some of the fighters that other guys beat. Because
I just don't know,
T.O.
man.
only had the
Sandor Martin and Ryan, I don't know that's gonna sell, bro. Like he sold like 9,000 tickets.
I'm not trying to sell for Ryan. I'm just trying to basically. I didn't say the fight for selling reasons. I'm just saying like getting him ready. Getting him ready for a championship fight. I think he'll beat Rolly now.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying Arnold Barbosa. They just signed him as in-house. He's television friendly. He's been on ESPN. He's undefeated. He's Mexican. Everything Sandor is not.
Oh, that's a good one. He could fight Sandor Martin. That's a similar level, if you ask me, too. I would like to see him fight him. He could fight anybody on that level that's not a champion. That should fucking help him. So I'm all for the Arnold Barbosa because when you look at it, Devin came up to 140 and he's going right for the title. If I go over, I'll just take a little bit of my free call. If Devin's coming up, he already got a title shot. T.O. only fought 2 fights and then he got his title shot.
But it's not.
Rolly didn't he just come straight up and get a title shot on his first fight too? So why does Ryan have to be any different than them? How come after 1 or 2 fights he don't get a title?
He's not as developed. Like we could just see that.
As Rolly? What about as Rolly?
Rolly,
he's more developed than Rolly. They call Rolly a dumbass fighter at the press conference.
But that was a strategic move for Mayweather Promotions. They put Rolly in there with a very old man. Rolly was put in a situation the same way they trying to put Ryan into a specific situation with Rolly because he's low-hanging fruit. He's the weakest link compared to the other champions.
Do you agree? Do you agree with me that Ryan has all the talent to be as good as any of those guys, or do you think he's missing stuff that can't be taught?
Is he missing stuff that can't be taught?
Yeah.
Nah, man. I think he can be taught. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, me too. So he just gotta have his head in the right place and just keep practicing and he'll be straight. But what else I say? Oh, my boy Schofield. I don't want him to fight that dude neither that Keyshawn just fought. Because like I feel you, he needs to fight names. But Jojo Diaz, don't you feel like he's like Devin's like leftovers? Like if he beats up Jojo Diaz, I don't think that's gonna give him no credit.
But that's what like he's a prospect who's never fought a former world champ. Like that's what you're supposed to do, beat a former world champ. It ain't about Devin's leftovers. You're supposed to want to fight people Devin fought.
I feel you, but it's like years later. It's just a fucking. I feel like it's just a wash. Like he gonna beat that dude with no problem. That dude's older. Devin destroyed them. Like,
but that's
why they y'all say?
But that's how it goes. Think about Devin fighting Loma. Loma was 34. Devin was 24. Like Schofield's 21, bro. Like that's what you do at this age. If you ain't a Loma, that you ain't jumping the rankings and you doing traditional, growth, that's what you do. You fight former world champs. Look how many former world champs Canelo fought, bro. You think Mosley was in his prime when Canelo fought him?
Nah, not at all. Not at all.
Exactly.
But I'm trying to think of somebody good for Schofield to fight. But I hear my time is running out. I'm gonna think about that for the next time I call in, yo. I'll be listening from here on.
You feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Lou Hop, I think you did the same thing as my boy Cliff and never press 1 because you say you in the queue, but you ain't press 1, Lou Hop.
Yo, can you hear me?
I do, but you ain't press 1. I had to find you. What up?
What's up? Yeah, man. So I just wanted to call and talk about the Ryan Garcia. People saying they didn't see improvements. The first thing that I saw that's an improvement to me was his awareness. His arm was dropping. He was being left open, but he would correct it. And his shot selection was more, he thought about it. Because when we go back to like 2-3 fights, that left hook is coming 3-4 times in a row. Now this time when he did it, it got him a knockout. But he tried it against Javante. It didn't play out right. So I feel like it is improvements being made, but I feel like it's starting with his mental. And then you got to look at it like this. He's not no typical Mexican boxer. He's not a blow for blow type of fighter. I feel like he should be trained more like what a Floyd is, because that left hand is so sharp. If he becomes a more defensive fighter and a counterpuncher, nobody will be able to stop him. He would take over. But that's just my take on that. And then with the Derek James thing, everybody talking down on him when his 2 losses came from arguably two of the best fighters that's gonna go down in history. And if you look at the fight with Charlo, you look at the fight with Earl, you look at the fight with Frank Martin. Frank Martin, he won that fight, but you could hear James telling him, "Why you not throwing?" He telling him, "Why you not throwing?" He telling him, "You need to throw more punches. You losing the fucking fight." With Earl wasn't himself that night. I don't care what nobody say. I'm a Dallas fan. I'm a rock with Earl. Earl wasn't right that night. And even Derek asked him, "You all right? Are you good? Did you get hit in the back of the head?" Then with Charlo, he told him, "You got to throw." He told him, "You got to throw more punches." He told him, "You got to let your hands fly." He asked him, "What did you get? Are you hurt? You scared? You tired?" So you can't blame Derek for the things that the fighters was doing. Whether the moment was too big for him, yeah, you could say that. But you just can't put that on Derek. And
so
when
in
we
your
talk about
opinion,
Floyd,
just to be clear, in your opinion, Ryan does not look 10 times worse with Derek.
no, I say he looks better because he's more aware. And when people lose their game plan, they stop fighting with awareness, and that's what makes the greats is that they're able to handle the pressure. That's why Floyd is so good. Floyd, you've never seen Floyd lose it and just start swinging. He's always kept his composure, which helps. But besides, I won't even talk about heavyweights. Most of the great fighters, they able to stay calm. Canelo, he can stay calm. And then with the Floyd Schofield, it ain't right now. It's not right now, but I say about 7 years, the biggest fight
You may
in
feel like
boxing
it's your time.
is gonna be Floyd Schofield and Camille Moten, and I'm betting 10,000 on Camille Moten. I'm telling you, can't nobody fuck with him. He only got two wins, but I'm telling you, nobody gonna be able to fuck with him. Oh, and then with the Rolly thing, they talking about he shouldn't fight Rolly. This is a new age of boxing. Boxing now is about popularity and money. That's why Derrick James' camp is so talked about, because they're all flashy and popular. Now, Rolly is 15-2. That old man was whooping Rolly ass. When you look at Garcia, like the dude said before, they tailor-made for each other. We don't have these last two fights. Rolly didn't look amazing.
Nope.
Rolly was horrible, and he got his ass whooped. Now, when you look at Garcia may not look 10 times better, but he's only been with Derrick James, 7 months? 6 months?
This was the first fight.
And to me, I've seen improvement. You know what I'm saying? So I see improvement in awareness. Now, when it comes to habits, you can't break a habit that you've been doing for 15, 17 years. Like the dude said, he was even doing it in the amateurs. You can't break habits that fast. So just off me seeing awareness, that's showing me that he's humble. He wants to be trained. You know? So all I say is, if they, with him with Derrick, it's going to be more of a black fighter style, more jabbing, more being aware, not trying to go toe for toe. It's gonna fit him, because he can become the best counter puncher. And then when people talking about Javante punch power versus Rolly, it's two types of pain in this world. When somebody hits you in your mouth and it bleed, it hurt. But when something lethal like a bullet hits you, you don't feel it at first, and then the pain comes. So so Tank is one of them people that when they hit you, it's so in one area. Like you said, when you go back and look at the when he hit him, how it rippled in the skin, that's more dangerous than just hitting somebody blow for blow, because it only takes one time. So it's not just precision, it's power behind that too. Versus Rolly or Canelo, like I can't remember who it was he fought, but he hit him on his arm and he gave him a big ass frog. I don't remember who that was.
Callum
But
Smith,
Canelo is not. I think it may have been, but that's the thing. Like even with Ryder, he wasn't able to knock Ryder out. Yeah, he has power. I know it's a different weight class, but it's a difference in that power. And like you said, when he said he wanted another belt, I can see him fighting the Charlo, because even before this, both the Charlos were talking about my brother still scheduled to fight him, or my brother still got a deal to fight him. And Canelo's 5'8", so going to 160, he can drop that. He can drop 8 pounds, go to 160. I'm kind of ruling out the Benavidez fight. I see that I don't really think that's happening. So the best thing is
feel like it's your time,
he go up.
but it's not your time.
That's both of them, champ. Appreciate you. We got Bougie and Broward. I don't know that he's ready with his counterpunch. So Jay and Dykeman, before we get to you, let me get to this super chat real quick. We got Ellie, $5. Ryan versus Kenneth Sims Jr. since Barbosa didn't want that smoke from Sims. Sims is on the wrong side of the street. Not to say that he ain't on the same side as Rolly, but Sims doesn't bring the belt that Rolly brings or the popularity that Rolly brings. He just brings a difficult style. Sims is going to have to become the mandatory. I know he's highly ranked in that WBA, and he was in some sort of eliminator in his last fight. So maybe that helps his positioning, but ain't nobody fighting Sims till they got to fight Sims. He knows that, and Yasha know that. He's in the same position as like an Albert Bell. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't hit that thumbs up, you're doing a disservice to the show. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. We're trying to get to 185,000 live on the show. We got Jay in Dykeman. What up?
1, 2, 1, 2.
What's up?
Hey, everything good. Yo, I don't know why everybody trying to blame shit on Derrick James. This is crazy. Because He's nobody's mother. He's only the trainer. He don't live with you. He trains you at the gym. You go home and he go home. He don't take you home and sit you down and eat food. He's not Customato, what Customato did with Mike Tyson. That's not what's going on with Derrick James. So y'all got to stop doing that, man. Errol Spence is a grown-ass man. He was a champion. He was a true champion. But he chose to pick up the bottle and drink excessively. And that started to... Yes, that's right. He chose to do that. He's still a great fighter to me, but he chose to do that. And he had 3 accidents, not 2. 3 accidents. Shut up, Ness. So, and then one of them, he got thrown from the car. And I'm like, you going that fast, you get thrown from the car. Normally you wind up dead. Thank God he didn't wind up dead. But you can't blame, if you don't knock it off, fool. But you can't blame that on Derrick James. You can't. And I think Ryan has more confidence in himself in the last fight than before he fought Tank. Before he fought Tank, he had a lot of confidence. Tank is Tank. You know what you gonna do? You gonna lose. You still got to come back from that one loss. But at the end of the day, he looks better as a fighter. Ryan Garcia.
Excuses.
I know
I knew it was coming.
excuses. What's the excuse? What's the excuse? Okay, so you just want to fuck with me. All right. But Ryan looks better. When he fought Tank, he tried, but he died. He didn't, that happens in a fight. Marvin Hagler lost 4 or 5 fights before he was a champion. But, that's just the way boxing is. But I think if he sticks with Derrick James,
but it's not your time.
Not your time, champion. We got a brand new caller in Baltimore. Who's this?
Might not have done it yet. That could be something in the future that's coming. You know what I mean?
Hello? Baltimore. Actually, not Baltimore. Fucking hell. This is 440.
Okay, so
Where the
they
fuck is 440 at? Damn. Wrote that wrong. Let's see. Where is that area code? Okay, that's G in Cleveland. Damn, my bad, G. What up? G, Cleveland.
Notice though, after or before they do anything, you know what I mean? Before
G
they
on a
change
conference
anything.
call. You lost your turn, G. Going
Well, no.
once. G in Cleveland. G in Cleveland. Are you available?
You notification first. They haven't
Yeah,
added
he on a
anything.
call, man. Chris in Baltimore. What up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't know, man. For me, it's just I feel like I've been surprised at how negative I feel like I don't know boxing fans or media can be. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think it was 10 times worse. I know some callers already mentioned that he's been doing that, turning away. Even when he was sparring Rolly, at the Mayweather gym, he was doing all that funny stuff. That's what he do. He's uncomfortable in the inside. That's not his strong suit. He wants the distance. He wants to catch you coming in. So I don't know. I don't know why people are harping on that, or that's like the big news or the big talk of the town. He's been doing that. It's old news. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's
maybe
the
he'll never
issue.
improve that. I don't.
But that's the issue, right? Like
Sure.
you've
No,
changed.
for sure.
You've changed trainers now 3 or 4 times. You had your dad
Yes.
Goosen and now Derrick James, and we still see you getting hit with the left hook. You dropping your hands, and then we seen this version of a shoulder roll. So Rolly is the one that's saying that he looks 10 times worse with Derrick. What's your opinion of that?
So just to go back to the trainers, when trainer, you know, you say he just switched 3 trainers. I was concerned that he was a fighter that had lost confidence, that was just going to bounce around from trainer to trainer. He's going to be with Derek like 2 fights and then go somewhere else and not take responsibility. You know, so for me, I was impressed, you know, because it was the same old Ryan. He's not going to magically change Ryan into a different guy. He's going to be the same guy. You know, so I think about like Manny and Freddie Roach. He didn't completely change Manny. He gave him another punch, a right hand, and some angles. You add to the fighter. You don't magically turn him into Floyd Mayweather. So, you know, of course he's going to still be Ryan. He's never going to change. You know, he's going to be that quick, snappy counter punch or whatever. But I thought Derrick James added more. The jab was there. He had more punch selection. You know, I feel like people won't see the left hand coming as much. The right hand was there. And the biggest thing for me was that he adjusted in the fight. You know, a lot of fighters, I don't know. I don't see them really adjust. They stick with it. And then you go to a new trainer and typically when the water starts rising, you go back to what you know, what you're comfortable with. But what did Ryan do? He went against his MO, against his better judgment, just to smother him. And he trusted Derrick James, and he started moving and opened up space and landed his shot. So that to me is the story, not the shoulder roll, whatever that he keeps doing. Of course, he's going to still be Ryan. But the fact that he trusted Derrick James and used the jab more and moved when he told him mid-fight and caught the dudes, you know, that says a lot to me, that he trusted Derrick James, you know, because I feel like he just leans on he just does his own thing, you know, but he has a trainer that he can trust and that he'll listen to. You know, Ryan listened to Derrick James more than Charlo listened to Derrick James in that last fight. So I was impressed. I think Derrick James has added. I think he's with the right trainer, Mr. Fundamental.
Chris, that's the bell. Player, big Super Max, Plainview, Texas.
What up?
What's good?
Morning, champ.
Rocking a hard place for you, right?
Rocking
a hard place for you. Shout out to the truck drivers, my bad, but it's like, damn, Mexican American, but you a Dallas fan, so you gotta rock with Derrick. What you thought, man? Is Rolly right?
I mean, I feel like we didn't see enough to say. I don't think I saw any worse, Brian. I think the last caller hit it right. Saw a little bit of better footwork. I don't feel like we can take too much from this fight because this is Ryan's. This is what I said on my call Saturday. This was Ryan's get-back fight. This was a confidence builder, and you saw that. He was a little bit gun-shy. People are harping on that Philly shell-type defense. But that just looked like he felt some power and was trying to protect that body again. So, you know, when you take a good body shot, that those effects linger. You know, remember, people always said Kovalev and Triple G were guys that were susceptible to the body. Those body shots hurt, man. Look, I've been knocked out in Border Wars, and I think the worst shot I ever took was a body shot in the gym. You know what I mean? So when you take a good shot, that effect lingers for a while. But look, so I hate the Ryan and Oscar comparisons, but what I will say is he does remind me of Oscar in the constantly switching trainers. You know, Oscar always switched trainers up until he found Floyd Sr., and that was the longest duo he had of a trainer for, you know, outside of Alcazar, his original trainer. So we might be seeing Ryan picking up tools in there and just finding the right thing. But no, I don't agree with Rolly Romero. Actually, I think that's still a good fight. I think the Broner fight is the fight that's best for Ryan next. Ryan's got the speed and the reflexes that Broner, I feel like, probably doesn't have anymore. Broner did have power. You know, we've heard what Maidana and Porter have said about it, but you know, he didn't knock out the waiter a couple of weeks ago when he fought in Florida. So is that power still there? So there could be some danger there, but it's a known name. That I think you do a Raleigh fight in the summer, and I think you finish off the year with Pitbull, and that builds you right back to either the Tank fight or the Devin and Teo fight. So commercially there's a big path for Ryan to take because I think he can beat those three guys and get himself right back in position for a big fight. But that's all I got, champ.
All right, you the man.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
We got Leo. Talk to us.
What up, man? H-Town. Man, I think Ryan showed a little improvement, man. He actually fought on the inside. He looked nervous. I mean, Duarte, he hits hard, man. He hits hard. It is what it is. People are going to say he's down talking Tank because he said he hit harder than Tank. But, I mean, precision plus power equals knockout, and that's what Tank is. Duarte could just be all power, you know? So he might hit harder. But, hey, man, I don't know why nobody come up with it yet, man. But, you know, they call Ryan the model. We'll call that the photo roll. That's what he's doing, the photo roll. That's the model photo roll right there. I mean, that thing worked. I mean, I don't care if it's ugly. Emmanuel Augustus did some ugly shit. Prince Nassim people used to laugh at, say shit looked ugly, unorthodox. But if it works, it works. They got Duarte to open up. He swung on him for 2.5 rounds, and he opened up, and then he got his knockout. I mean, it did the job. I mean, do I recommend it? No. Can he improve it? Yes. Is he worse under Derek? No. I mean, he showed a little bit of footwork. He showed he fought in the inside better. He was keeping that hand up for a while. You know, he was holding that phone for a while until, you know, he started getting tired. Then he reverted back to old Ryan. But, I mean, it's one camp with Derek, man, and he already got him at least to listen. Who else has got Ryan to listen? Nobody else has got Ryan to listen. So they want to shit on Derek, bro, but Derek got Ryan to listen. He listened. You know, he listened for half the fight, but, hey, he listened. You know, as far as who Ryan fights next, I mean, the obvious choice is Rolly. People talking about him bringing up 135-pounders. I mean, didn't Benavidez just bring up 160-pounder? You know, but nobody gonna talk about that. Tank brought up 130-pounders, 126-pounders half his career. I mean, well, I think maybe Cepeda. I mean, he's with Golden Boy, even though people think Cepeda beat the shit out of Ryan, but that might be next. And if not, Rolly. Rolly's obvious. You know, they got history. They both can sell. I mean, it is what it is, man. But I think they're shitting on Derek, man, for no reason. There ain't no reason to shit on Derek, man. He's doing his job. He ain't nobody's daddy. He can't force you to listen, you know. But hey, he got Ryan to listen a little bit. So I mean, I think we need to give Derek credit for that. My call.
All right. Suleiman the Scholar back at you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So yeah, man. Thanks a lot for to talk professional boxing with you and your show. Yeah, man. This guy Ryan Garcia did an excellent fight, man. The guy was a real fighter, man. That he was fighting. The guy was cutting off the ring excellently. You people have to see what he was doing good. Duarte was cutting off the ring. He was bringing the fight to him. But the situation, the difference between him and Ryan was that Ryan had the stronger punching power. He was rocking the guy. That's why the ref was being so cautious. Those punches could have easily caught a brain bleed. The way he was getting hit. He was getting concussed every single time Ryan was hitting him, and Ryan also had to show what he's learning in the ring. He's actually implementing in the ring. When we saw that with Joshua, we saw that with other fighters that David James trained. These guys they're learning in the gym, they're implementing in the ring, and at the end of the day, he won the fight. He's showing excessive punching power there. The punching power is very good. He showed a little head movement. He showed that he also could fight on the back foot. He also showed that he's starting to learn how to slip the punches better. I mean, that shoulder roll was an example of that. And he hurt the guy, man. He knocked the guy out, man. I mean, what more can you want? I mean, the fight was exciting. He's getting a lot of PR from it. He also won a regional belt where people WBA gold belt in this fight. He's trying to move to make moves to fight for a legitimate world championship that Rolly Romero possesses. I think Rolly Romero should think about learning how to defeat Ryan instead of hating on him and try to find a way that he could survive because once Ryan starts tapping him on that chin with those heavy punches, it's going to be a wrap for him and he's going to be washed. Uh, this is what we got to look at. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Ryan is focused now. He got the trainer, he got the corner, and he's focusing on a world championship. And that world championship will improve Ryan Garcia. He will mature as a world champion. He will start to show championship level abilities in the ring. And the way he conducts himself will be much more better improved as soon as he got that legitimate world championship in his waist. And then that's the other 140 pounds. Once he get a world champion, the other 140-pound fight champions will have to be on the beware. You know, have to be on the lookout because he's gonna be calling them out, and they're not gonna look too good if they turn down a mega fight like that because he's gonna have a legitimate championship and he's gonna produce legitimate money. No, I mean, so I don't know why these people are hating on this guy. The guy that should be hating is Michael Conlan that lost his punching ability. So thanks a lot for having me on, man. That was fantastic, man. I'm enjoying your show, and that's very nice. Thank you very much.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Suleiman the Scholar, appreciate you. Thank you for obviously tuning in. We got Baby Joker. What up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's up, bro? I don't get the criticism that they're giving their games. I mean, I think everybody that's complaining about Ryan have high expectations for him. I never thought he was all that great. So me seeing new shit in his game is an improvement. He's still not up there with all those other guys like the Tanks, the Haneys, the Tios. But, it's a step ahead, a step forward in his boxing career, which is cool, bro, Keep developing him because I thought when he fought Tank, he was still just the overly hyped fucking prospect. I don't even think he's a contender. What else were we talking about? Oh, you said Canelo, right? He wants another belt for Christmas.
Yep.
You know he's gonna get it, right?
Versus who?
Callum Smith is gonna beat Better B. He's gonna go up there and take those belts and then fight Bivol. I'm telling you,
you wishing
Callum
on
Smith,
a star. You wishing on a star that Callum not only gets the upset, but secondly
No,
doesn't
I ain't
have
wishing
to.
on a star. I'm saying he's gonna beat him.
But
The
then
upset. It's the first fight of the year, right?
Yeah, but then he also. What about the rematch?
What rematch?
Oh, so Callum don't get a rematch? I mean, Bivol, is it a mandatory?
No, I don't.
Because
Well, I saw the interview.
if it's a mandatory, then he don't get a rematch. But if it's not a mandatory, and even still, because it's a unification, right? Like let's say you're the mandatory to the WBO, but they negotiated with you because you fighting for more than one title. So they probably put a rematch clause in it. Like, look, we are fighting for not just the WBO, but these other belts. So this is how much money we offering you, and we want a rematch clause. Like, we see AJ with a rematch clause without a fucking belt in the Otto Valeen fight.
Yeah, Canelo don't need that rematch though, bro. He's taking it, and then if there's a rematch, it's Canelo. He trumps everything.
I don't know about trump everything, but I could see step aside money, but not just trumping anything because he's Canelo. Yeah, right.
Man, it's Canelo, bro. He's a walking economy.
I hear you. Your option seems a little difficult though. It's a lot of moving parts in your option. You're talking about Callum Smith getting upset, then you're talking about a rematch disappearing. I don't know. It's a lot.
I'm telling you, we're gonna start the year with an upset. It's the upset of the year. No one's giving this motherfucker any chance, bro. He's gonna come in first fight of the year, and he's gonna fucking blow it up.
Only right that a Canelo fan gives him a shot, being as though everybody said Canelo was on a Euro tour. If this guy could actually beat Better Beef, how great.
I mean, that's people say that Euro tour shit, but their favorite fighter
You may feel like it's your time,
Andre Ward.
but it's not
Andre
your time.
Ward made his career out of fucking Euros.
And his
You know.
biggest win is a Euro. But listen, that's your time.
All right, Ness. Have a good one, bro.
But yeah, you're right. He fought Mikhail Kessler. He fought Karl Froch. He fought uh, Sergey Kovalev, all Europeans. Biggie, I mean, Biggie. Big Gucci Nick, what up?
What up, man? Shout out TBV,
Oh,
everybody.
shit, Big Gucci, my bad. I'll be right back to you. Jay Indictment with the counterpunch. I apologize. And Bougie and Broward, you've never come back to, to get yours. What's up?
212.
345.
Yo, I haven't done a counterpunch in a minute. I thought I'd just throw $5 on there.
You the man.
Also, when you look at him, he was with Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya is he's really a top promoter. I mean, like a lot of promoters are starting to dissipate. But, Oscar De La Hoya was the youngest, so he's really a top promoter. And he had Ryan Garcia all the way as a pro, all the way up. And when he saw him with, the next fight for him or the last fight for him was supposed to be Tank. But when you look at Tank, how much did Tank gross before he fought Ryan Garcia? Was it like 350,000? It wasn't that much. But as soon as Tank and Ryan Garcia got together, they hit what, 1.2 million? Is that correct? Or 1.5?
If you're talking pay-per-views, yeah, 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2. Tank ain't never did those numbers. And he hasn't done those numbers since.
He ain't fought since, so slow down.
He fought Hector Garcia. What are you talking about?
He fought him before Ryan. What are you talking about?
Oh, he fought him after Ryan.
Okay, so what comes first, January or April?
Okay. January comes first. But I was at the fight party when he fought Ryan.
Which was in April.
Was it? Okay, so he didn't fight Hector. I thought he fought Hector Garcia first.
Which was in
I
January.
Oh, okay, so I got it backwards. My bad. But the point I'm making is,
you forgot your point?
he hasn't done those. He has not. I'm sorry.
No, my bad.
He hasn't done those numbers at any time. I don't care
Triple
who he
G,
fought.
just for argument's sake, Triple G never did $1 million and only did under 200. Actually, under 180,000. He never went above 180. He did 2 pay-per-views. One with Daniel Jacobs, who had the cancer story. I lived in the tri-state area. There was buses with Daniel Jacobs' face on it. The Presbyterian Hospital endorsed
Yeah,
him.
I got one of the T-shirts for 2 T-shirts when Daniel Jacobs fought Canelo and he fought somebody else. But the point that I was making was, Ryan is actually a cash cow.
You may feel like it's your time.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. Peace.
Yeah, people gotta consider spontaneous combustion, man. You gotta consider 2 names getting together and doing the unthinkable. That usually happens in boxing. It was strange till this day that Ward and Kovalev did so low. People really were asking for that fight. The fact that in an era where the streaming wasn't as rampant as right now, for that to have only done like 190 is crazy. But Lemieux versus Gennady did 170, and Gennady versus Jacobs did 170. But then Gennady got with Canelo, and they did like 1.1 million pay-per-view buys, man. So it's about dance partners. It's always gonna be about dance partners, man. So yeah, I want to screen share this real quick. This is Ryan in his locker room with Lupe.
How we feeling, baby? Amazing. Yes, sir. I'll see you.
We'll turn that off. Obviously, Lupe's asking him how he's feeling. Ryan saying he's amazing. He said, you about to see a masterpiece. Like that? He says, yeah. He said, that's hard. Yeah, that's right. So this was in the locker room. I wanted to share this because one of our callers said something crazy like Lupe is one of the greatest rappers ever. I think that might have been Kerry G. That was crazy. But I do agree with half of that call where he was saying that this was a dope moment and probably one of the best moments in terms of walkout, ring entrance with a live performance since Crawford and Eminem. And only because of the fittingness of the song, and I get what he means by that. Like, you know, the Superstar song really worked. And when they told me Lupe was bringing him out, I immediately said, he better be coming out to Superstar, and immediately started to sing it. That being said, that caller, Kerry G, was saying that Ryan planned this to get closer to the African-American demographic, and it's not necessarily true because during the telecast, Lupe did say that they've been trying to do this for a couple of fights now, haven't been able to get it done, and finally got it done. So for all we know, Lupe could have been the walkout for the Tank fight, which, think about it, that's when you really needed that song. That's when you really needed to prove that if you're a superstar and you say what you say you are, then prove it, right? And maybe the ring walk just didn't happen, which ironically ends up being better because he's able to continue to use Lupe now in the comeback. I wanted to share this as well. Shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing. This
what
is
the fuck was
T.O.
this,
Senior.
bro? What the fuck was this? What the fuck is going on in boxing, bro? What the fuck was that?
Hey, he was trying to do the shoulder roll. He was trying to do the shoulder roll.
Look at his mouth wide open. Is he just like frozen, or is that like?
This shit ain't, yo, this, you cannot make this shit up, bro. This shit is getting worse every fucking week. That shit was like, you ever seen those fucking robots from back in the days that one was blue and the other one was red? And they used to play? That's how that fucking fight looked like, bro. I ain't fucking kidding, bro.
Dime, ¿te gusta el shoulder roll? ¿Te gusta el shoulder roll de Ryan Garcia? Huh?
What the?
Shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing. Go check out Punch's page. Let me show you. He actually did something with Floyd Schofield he sent to me. I don't even want to play it because then you won't go check it out. But, you know, obviously he talks to Floyd about being Dominican. So go check that out. I actually spoke to Floyd this morning. I was trying to get him on the show about an hour ago. And yeah, he was still in the bed and shit. He said any other day. So yeah, we'll get him on. We're gonna keep these phone lines moving though. You know the number to call in: 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time. Voice your opinion. Big Gucci Nick going back at you. What it do? What up? Big Gucci Discord. What's up?
Shout out TBV. Everybody smash that like and subscribe, man. Best podcast on the planet. I'm climbing up a ladder right now. Fucking out of breath, bro. 3 flights of stairs. Yeah, man, what a topic. Ryan Garcia. Great performance, in my opinion. It was cool to see him try something different, man. And to some extent, it did work. But the next move, if Rolly playing games, and I think I know why Rolly's playing games too, man. But if Rolly's playing games, I say take the Broner fight. It's a big pay-per-view fight. And if they do good numbers, Ryan can be a normal pay-per-view star, man. So I say take that Broner fight. And I feel like I wasn't expecting Rolly in that interview to be repelling Ryan like that because that's a big money fight there too. But since he's saying he don't want that, he don't deserve that fight, I think he might be negotiating with Broner right now, man. But one of the two, man, I think Ryan should fight either Broner or Rolly. That's gonna put him on the map as a pay-per-view star, and then he can sell shit on his own. So he got to put on a good performance. But I think that's where he stands, man. I don't want to see him, you know, find these older guys and shit like that. He's actually calling out the younger champions. Why would we want him to fight the old washed up champions, man? He's got that confidence, new trainer. That left hook is still nasty. Let's see him fight Rolly next for a belt, man. He's the only one that hasn't gotten a belt yet that's a rising star. So let's see him actually fight these big names, man. But yeah, that's my call. That's all I got. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you. Um, but that's my call, man. I keep listening.
All right. We got Brandon, Twitter. All right. No Brandon. While we wait for him to connect, we're going to go to Mike in Texas. What up?
Hey, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Ness, always a fire show, man. I love listening to the show. It's, but I just wanted to say I wasn't impressed with Ryan at all, man. The way he was doing that shoulder roll was more like when you see an amateur street fight, somebody just fighting and somebody's just scared and they're blocking. They're just trying to hide their face. And that's the way he was fighting. He was scared, and he admitted that he was afraid of the power. I think Ryan is food for any of the top 140-pounders. Regis, Josh Taylor, Ramirez, Cepeda. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't see Ryan really improving. And the way he was running around the ring, it wasn't. I mean, he won. I mean, you can't deny that he's got some speed, power. He's got a nice left hook, but defensive-wise, he doesn't know what to do. He's been doing that. You look at all his fights, and when they give him pressure, he doesn't really know what to do. And he was just like running around. He looked running around scared to me, nervous, So that's pretty much it, man. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Well, we are about to be joined by Arnold Barbosa Jr. So if you're a member, head on over to the community page right now. You could drop him a question. That's been out for a while, so you're late if you haven't done it already. Same thing if you are a Patreon. Go to Patreon. Champ, how are you, man? Thank you for coming on early in the morning.
Hey, man,
Arnold
doing
Barbosa,
good.
how are you?
Good, how you doing, man?
I'm good. So you just getting back from a run?
Yeah, no, I run earlier. I usually run in the mornings. I run early. I'm an early bird, man, so I run in the mornings, and then I have my breakfast. I shower up. I take another nap, but I'm just at the house right now.
So you were live at the fight, scouting Ryan, I'm assuming, or did Golden Boy just have you out for a night of festivities?
No, yeah, a little bit of both. You know what I mean? We had to do some meet and greet, and and promote my fight January 6th. But also scouting Ryan. I told Oscar and B Hop after, I said, man, give me that guy. So like I said, if I can't get no title shot, man, Ryan will be the name that I want.
So you're back on the. That's gonna be the oh my God, what's his name? Virgil Ortiz card, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes, I'll be on that.
Do you have an opponent already?
Not yet. I think we're working on one. I think the most important thing is the Golden Boy wants me just to get back in the ring. It's gonna be almost a year, since I fought. So I gotta get back in there as soon as possible and look for a busy 2024.
Now you are 31. How long do you think you'll be able to make 140, and when do you see yourself going up to 47, or do you think you can stay at 47 and kind of finish your career here?
No, I think I can finish my career at 40. I'm saying, to be honest, I take care of myself and I feel good. You know what I mean? I don't struggle to make weight. I don't. I'm not. Like I don't work out the last day of weigh-ins or I mean I don't. I still eat a good decent little breakfast. You know what I mean? So I can still make the weight. I don't suffer crazy. So we're comfortable, man. We're not going anywhere.
Now, obviously, fight fans that know you and know your career feel that maybe you've gotten a little bit stalled? You had a lot of opportunities that weren't able to fully manifest. Which one of those are you, I guess, most upset about, right? Because there was, rumors with your name and some pretty big fights. You had some orders from the WBO, just a lot of things that either you wanted, your manager didn't want, or didn't happen. But I feel like you and Devin was even something that was talked about, and then T.O. came back and claimed the belt. So how was that emotionally for you? Because your name had just been linked to so many big fights, potential big fights, but they haven't manifested just yet.
Yeah, man. You know what? I think my career, especially this past year, this year, it's just been a roller coaster. You know what I mean? It's just been up and down, and like you said, my name was mentioned in a lot of fights, and they just didn't happen, man. That was just so frustrating for me, man. It's just, you know, it just it really, man, it really started, having me question, like, man, what's going on? Like, why can't I get a big fight? Why can't I even get a title shot, man? Like, I'm supposed to be up there ranked in the top 5, with the top 140 pounders, and all of them already had their chances at title shots. I'm still the only one waiting for a chance, and yeah, the T.O. situation when he supposedly was going to retire, I kind of didn't think he was, and in a way I kind of was like, maybe he will just sit out a year, and then come back, you know. And the WBO ordered me and Ramirez, and that shit was exciting for me because my name has been linked to him since I beat Mark Alvarado a few years ago, and that has never happened. It's like the WBO finally ordered it, and then there was talks, with us and Haney. I think my manager was talking to Haney's dad already, and he was gonna just come in the WBO, so that fight was gonna happen, and then Tio just, I think it was last minute, said he wasn't gonna retire, and that just kind of blew everything up, and that was kind of like, and that's when I kind of knew that, that I was gonna leave Top Rank, because they just couldn't offer me anything else. If it wasn't Tio, it wasn't gonna be they really couldn't offer me anything else.
Yeah, I mean, how realistic was the Haney thing? Because we see that Tio came out and he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna let you take my belt and fight Barbosa." Like, how realistic was that? Did you get mentioned? Did your team get notified that the WBO was approving that? How close was that fight?
Nah, it was like it was in her hands, man. It was this close. Like, it was really close. It was like, yeah, it was like, that's why, man. Like, I really dislike Tio, man. And I don't use that word to dislike someone a lot. You know what I mean? At all, really. Because he just kind of played games. You know what I mean? And man, I'm telling my manager was in direct contact with Bill Haney, and they were already talking about the fight, and and that fight was what was gonna happen, because he was gonna step in front of Ramirez, and take that fight, because the WBO gave him a chance. They said, okay, Ramirez is a purse bid for Ramirez, but if Devin Haney steps in, then Ramirez falls out, and then Devin into Barbosa and Haney.
Just to explain to the casual fans, right? Because why would there be a purse bid for Barbosa and Ramirez when y'all got the same manager and y'all had the same promoter? Like, what went wrong there? Is it just simply a matter that Jose doesn't want to fight you specifically? And is it something personal? Have you said or done something to him in the past that he's just like, I'm not giving this kid a payday? Because I'm not understanding. You guys share the same manager. At the time, you shared the same promoter. Why would you go to purse bid?
Well, that's the thing. I think it came down to the money. On his side. You know what I'm saying? My side. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna accept anything either. But I mean, the money that I was gonna get paid was gonna be more than I got in my career, so I was gonna take it. And title shot, then I was gonna take it, no matter what. I told my pops, you know what? I don't, like, excuse my language. I don't give a fuck what was gonna just take the fucking fight. I want my chance. I want a big fight. I want a title fight. So just take it. You know what I'm saying? And I guess maybe on his side it's just they wasn't gonna. I don't know if they was gonna agree on the money that Top Rank wanted to give him. I can't speak on his side. I just know on my side. And so I think it was gonna go to a purse bid if it needed to. Because then again, Top Rank could have gave us the amount of money. We could have agreed on something and it wouldn't have had to go to a purse bid. But But that's what happened. But Bill, had to talk to my manager. Because I had messaged Devin Haney directly through Instagram. And I had told him, I said, hey man, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Teal's gonna retire. Let's fuck it, let's go for the WBO. And he said, what's your manager's number? And we sent him my manager's number, my pop's number, and to let them take it from there. But then that Teal came in and blew everything up.
Yeah, man, that had to be frustrating, bro. I mean, again, so many big fights. Those are life-changing opportunities that didn't manifest. I won't hold you much longer. I got a bunch of questions from the people, so I'm going to get to those. And the first one is coming from Against the Ropes, Dose. He says, this is Dose from West Virginia. What made you sign with Golden Boy instead of Matchroom? Does Golden Boy really have a stable for you to fight like that? Also, we've gotten into on IG before. Laugh out loud. I'm glad you engage with your followers on Instagram. Good luck on your next fight.
Yeah. So answering this is a first question. With Golden Boy. The first things first. 'Cause I really took my time. I had offers from Matchroom as well, but when I don't know if people know, but when I was with Top Rank at one time had all the 140 pounders, all the biggest 140 pounders, I still couldn't get a fight. And so looking at the situation, Matchroom is the zone. Golden Boy is the zone, so those fights can still be made. You know what I mean? Oscar said he's not shy from doing business with other promoters, so those fights can still be made. But my thing is being on the promoting side of a promoter. You know what I mean? I'm from LA. Golden Boy runs LA. I think that just in these few weeks, I mean, they promoted me really good already. And they have done a good job of that. And there's Ryan Garcia. And on top of that, I just didn't want to be buried, with a bunch of other 140 pounders. You know what I'm saying? And I was with Top Rank. Because at one point, man, they had Josh Taylor, Ramirez, Tio. They had all these 140 pounders, and I still couldn't get a shot. So and that was still being fighting ranked opponents and being up there. But man, I think Golden Boy is a perfect fit. Also going to be behind me. I'm gonna be a focus point for them. Because I'm a big
Arnold, check what happened to the phone. It sounds like you got a bit muffled there.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, yeah. So I think Golden Boy, is a perfect fit for me. Because like I said, I won't be buried with a lot of 140 pounders. That he can still make the zone fights happen with the zone. And promoting wise, I think they're gonna promote me, really, really good.
I have the next one is from Alex from Palm Beach, South Florida. What did you think of Zorilla's fight with Regis in comparison to your fight with Danielito?
Man, look at I'm glad that fight turned out the way it did, because it showed people that Zorilla is not just a pushover. You know what I mean? People were saying, "Oh, who's that? Who's that man?" Like my pops is a boxing fanatic, bro. He knows that guy's tough, and he told me like, "Hey, that guy, he's gonna be tough. He's a hard hitter." But didn't matter. But I think I had Zorilla winning by like a round, and then but I just didn't think they didn't count that knockdown. I think that was really big, and I wasn't knocked down. But hey, man, you know what? Zorilla did his thing, and and he wasn't really, he said it on a podcast. I think he said that he wasn't really conditioned, so that's why he moved so much. With me, he had like a 2-month camp, so I mean, it was a different story. But I still beat him more convincingly, I think. So, but like I said, style make fights, man.
Do you think Devin Haney is basically the question that they're asking on the Matchroom face-off? Like, does Devin Haney know what he's getting into it? Because everyone is assuming he only took this fight, even Regis, because of Regis' last performance. Is that how boxing works for a fighter? Like, do you look at a guy's last performance, and is he only as good as that performance?
No, I don't. I think if Devin Haney is doing that, it's a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Because Regis had a off night. I mean, I don't think Regis was even expecting that from Zorrilla, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But I think Regis, if he is looking past Regis and he's looking at his last performance, I think that's a mistake, man. Because Regis is still a dangerous fighter. Regis, still a good fighter. He's a champ. I have Haney edging it, but I think Regis is gonna give him a fight, man. I think Regis is coming in to prove something because his last performance, and I think he's coming in kind of pissed. So Haney, can't think like that, man.
I have Flacco 38 from North Carolina. Are you staying at 140 or moving up? You kind of answered that, but if you want to add anything, it's cool.
Nah, man. I'm staying at 140, man. There's no. I'm not moving up. I'm not moving up. I'm not. I'm not gonna do no catch weight. You know what I'm saying? I'm staying at 140.
James Valdez from San Antonio, Texas. Will you be in attendance for the Haney Regis fight? And how do you see that fight playing out?
You know what? I don't know if I'll be in attendance. I was I was at the attendance for the Ryan fight. I'm in camp right now, so I kind of really don't like to leave out when I'm in camp. But maybe, I mean, who knows? And I got Haney edging it a little bit, man. I think Haney's gonna be a little stronger. I think he's gonna feel better at 140. So I got Haney edging it a little bit.
Where are you holding camp? Because you used to be out here once in the blue in Vegas, or
Yeah. Well, usually if I'm not at Big Bear, I'm in Vegas. But this is the first camp that actually in a while that we're actually staying home for this one, just for this one, and then we'll be back in Big Bear or actually back in Vegas. Either one. Maybe my next fight after this.
I got Manuel who says, Manny from San Jose, is Jose Ramirez fight still possible?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, if I can't get a title shot, and I don't know what's happening with Ramirez. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about Ramirez, but of course, man, that's a fight I still would love. I think, man, I think me and Ramirez make a great fight. We've always told our manager Rick that we love that fight. He knows that, and nothing but respect for Ramirez, man. But hey, saying we love to fight him, man, and any of these big name guys.
Rue in the 504 New Orleans says, can you talk about what, if anything, went wrong with Top Rank outside of them not giving you fights?
Man, you know what? Look, nothing bad to say. They got me 28-0, number one WBO, and all that. But it's just, the main thing was, and it was just they couldn't get me the big fights, and that was it. I think our time there was done. 8 years, with Top Rank, and it just wasn't happening no more, man. They couldn't get me TO, and it's just
How
that was it.
active were you, though?
That's the thing. I wasn't active. I only fought. February. Of this year. So my goal for next year is 4 fights. Starting January. So we're Golden Boy. We told them that we want to be as active as possible, and they said let's go. So we're gonna aim for that.
Yeah, that is tough. 2 fights in 2020, 1 fight in 21, and then 1 fight in 22 and 1 fight in 23. So, if anything, the only upside to that is that you don't have miles.
Yeah.
You're not shop worn because you haven't been fighting that often, but you definitely do need that activity. What's your thoughts on your new stablemate, O'Hara Davies? He's obviously fighting on the same card. They've now rescheduled his fight that was going to be on the Ryan card to that card. So you guys will be fighting in the same card, same division. He's actually facing Ishmael Basurro for a interim WBA.
Yeah, man. You know what? I haven't really seen O'Hara fight too much. That's no disrespect to him, of course. You know what I'm saying? But I haven't really seen him fight that much. I'll see him January 6th for sure. But hey, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. I mean, Barroso's a little older, right? So I mean, I don't know. I mean, this word WBA belt, you said?
Interim.
Interim. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Man, that's a lot of WBA belts out there.
Yeah, because he was supposed to get a shot at Rolly. Rolly got injured, so they made the interim so that O'Hara's satisfied while Rolly sits out until quote unquote March.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? We'll see. You know what I mean? If if that Rolly fight, if he's still hurt, right? Then I'll take that fight if it's for a WBA battle. So we'll see, man. That's I'll keep my eyes on that one.
Do you know your status in the WBA? Have you been able to keep that?
To be honest, I don't know nothing. WBA, I don't think they ever. I mean, I think I've only
Excuse
one
me,
time
I meant WBO. Excuse me.
Well, for as of right now, I think I'm still number one, right? I think
As of
I'm still,
November 19th, you were number 1. I'm just making sure nothing
yeah.
has changed.
I don't think anything has changed. I think Golden Boys talked to them already, but yeah, I think we're still number one with WBO.
So how soon do you want to pursue that fight with Tio? Because you just did say you want at least 4 fights this 2024. So would he be that fourth fight after you get some activity and get the rust off?
Nah, man, I think after, this next one in January, if I can get, as soon as possible, you know what I mean? Like, I want to fight as soon as possible. Like I said, yeah, I want 4 fights, but that's if I can't get a big fight or a title fight, and like I said, because, even, like Bob, we talked to Bob one time, a few times, and he was like, look, like, we can't, promoters and managers can't make the fighters fight. The fighters have to want to fight, and that's him basically saying Tio didn't want to fight because we kept asking him, hey, Tio, what's up? Like, what's going to happen? Oh, he's gonna come in and we're gonna check, and then we don't even know what he's gonna do, So I mean, at this point, who knows when he's gonna fight? I know he's probably waiting for a big fight, but I know he's super champion, so it kind of makes it harder because he's not gonna have a mandatory. So even if I become a mandatory, I'm probably still gonna have to wait till he fights one time and then becomes mandatory. So I think it's gonna be a process for him, man.
I'm glad that you know that. That was my next question. Did you know he, went the political route, became super champ? Now he has no mandatory, so I don't think they'll ever say you gotta fight him. So I don't even know how that works now, because we've only seen this twice. Him and Navarrete are the two new super champions, and ironically, they're with Top Rank.
Yeah, nah, yeah. So I think the way that works is like I mean I kind of did my homework on it a little bit, and I'm not sure if I'm right, you know what I mean, but I think he has one voluntary. I think he can fight one voluntary, and then he has to fight his mandatory. I think, but or I don't even know. I don't even know if he has to fight. I mean, I don't even know, bro, the way this super champion stuff works. But from what I kind of read, it was kind of like, okay, he has a voluntary, and then he can fight, and then he has to fight his mandatory after.
Now, this is just something kind of on topic, but it just came to me. As a person paying the sanctioning fees to the WBO, do you have a representative that you can call and be like, hey, can you explain this super champion status? Like, or do you have to, like, literally do your own research? There's no,
Well,
you don't have a WBO contact?
No, well, I let my manager take care of that, the promoter, but I do my own research as well. Me and my pops, man, like I said, he's on it, man. He does a lot of research, and he does all that. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like right there, too, and you can look it up and have like a little rule book or whatever. But yeah, man, and it's fine, man. Like, I think eventually they're gonna have to make an interim bout for the WBO because if he keeps keeping the belt hostage, I mean, I don't see how that works for the 40 division. You know what I mean? So we'll see.
What did you think of Ryan's shoulder roll? He's getting a lot of criticism for it, but I feel like outside of like him turning his back and maybe giving his, backside to Duarte, he was having success with the uppercut, left hook, straight right hand from that shoulder roll. Like he would wait and then boom, 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 real quick with a 3-punch. Did you like it at all? Do you think he should work on it? Maybe bring in a Jeff Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather, Mickey Bay, or drop that shit, stick to what you knew do best?
Hey, man, look, if it's working, then go with it, man. You know what I mean? Like if he has some success and he likes it, then go with it. But I think I think Duarte's team, I don't know if Duarte knew he was gonna do that shoulder roll like that. I don't think anybody knew, but now that people seen it, like if I was to fight Ryan my next fight, my team, would go to the ref and be like, hey, look, he's gonna do this shoulder roll, he's gonna expose his whole kidneys like that. If I hit him in the kidneys, nowhere else to hit him. You know what I mean? Where else are you gonna hit this guy? And I'm seeing the ref had warned Duarte like 2 times. He was already gonna take a point for hitting him in the back, but I mean that's why Duarte kind of got hesitant a little bit, like, damn, like where am I gonna hit this guy now? Because I'm getting warned, and I can't hit him anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But if it works for him, hey, then that's it. That's on him. But I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, I would never do that. But I mean, if it works for him, it works for him, man. I guess I don't know.
For sure. I have Huang in Houston. 140 is a loaded division. Do you see a title shot after 2 more fights?
I think so, man. I really do. I think Golden Boy has a plan for me. And they've expressed to me that they're gonna make me a champion real soon. So we're hoping that that's the plan, man, and hopefully that happens.
I'm actually hoping you're the next fight for Ryan. Obviously, you're fighting in January. He just fought. What month would be the right month for you if they offered you that fight? Like, obviously, you got to assume you get no damage in your January fight.
Yeah, assuming everything goes good in my January fight, man, I'll be ready for March or what. I mean, whenever he's ready, man, I'm gonna stay ready. So that's not the date's not gonna be a problem for me. Like you said, Barry not getting no cuts, no injuries for January.
Do you speak Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Cinco de Mayo, I mean, Golden Boy has a lot of experience on those dates. I know that, you say Cinco de Mayo and everyone thinks of Canelo, but he hasn't been as consistent on those dates. He hasn't been fighting on those dates in the last couple of years. So it is a possibility that Golden Boy could, attempt that date, even if Canelo fought on that date, maybe a Friday. I don't know that Ryan would do a Friday, but how would you feel about a Friday if Canelo fought Cinco de Mayo? You and Ryan lead into the big weekend.
Man, I think that would be big. You know what I mean? I think that would be huge. Even if it's a Friday. You know what I mean? Like that's going into the Canelo fight weekend, man. That's big. See now, like I said, the question is, it's like is Ryan gonna take a fight? Like, he's gonna take the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Why do you think he won't, though? Because honestly, I'm going to tell you to your face what I've been saying. Ryan needs to fight you. You're 31, 35% KO ratio. Him and Derek could keep working on whatever the fuck they working on because it wasn't all the way there. Obviously, that's statistically, you would have to prove that the knockout ratio, the fact that you're older and haven't, won a world title yet doesn't mean anything. This would be your opportunity to shine. You the underdog going into a Ryan fight. I mean, Duarte got more punching power. He was a minus 400 against Duarte, so he's going to be a bigger favorite versus you. But what's your thoughts on how your styles match up? What do you think you can do differently than Duarte?
Man, I think a lot of things differently, man. I think Duarte was a perfect opponent for him. He's flat footed. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't as his punches weren't as fast or as crisp. I think my punches, I have a lot more speed. I throw a lot more punches. You know what I mean? I have footwork. You know what I mean? I can give angles. I can move. I can give him a lot of problems, man. I'm not gonna let him just roll around the ring in a circle. I'm gonna cut him off. I'm gonna use my footwork. So, I mean, like I said, I hope he does look at it like that. Like, oh, I'm older, 31, and this and that, man. I really hope you're right, man. He could look at it like that, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, we'll go in there and we'll prove our point. You know what I mean? That's for sure.
I did feel that Duarte wasn't throwing enough punches. Do you think it's simply throw more? And obviously, you're on the outside looking in. I've watched Duarte's last 3-4 fights. He usually is way more active, like way more active. Could it just simply be Ryan's power is legit? We seen him really hurt Duarte twice in that fight. Do you think the power just made him hesitant to throw as many shots as he's accustomed to?
It could be that, it could be the power. It could be a lot of things, man. It could be, also, like I said, because he was going in there starting to, go in there being active, going to the body. But the ref, man, I don't know if you've seen the fight. He was kind of like calling him for everything, So I don't know if that could have made him hesitant as well. You know what I mean? It could have been a lot of things, man. Like you said, the power. It could have been the ref, calling, a lot of things when he was doing that roll. Like, where are you gonna hit him? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could only hit him one spot, and he's kind of seeing all those punches, So it could be a lot of things, man. But Ryan did his thing. You know what I mean? Like I said, we still haven't seen him at 140. To be honest, that was a catch weight at 143, and everyone feels stronger at 143. I mean, shit. You know what I mean? So if he wants to fight me at 143, I'll take that too. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That hey, you feel? I'm telling you, man, those 3 pounds are a real big difference. You know what I mean? Like, you feel like you're bigger, stronger, fat. Man, it's a big difference. So like I said, we still haven't seen him at 140. So what I mean? We'll see.
What's your thoughts specifically on the catch weight? Because it was a secret till the weight. Then we found out it was a contracted catch weight, meaning they told them they were going to fight at that weight. You just explained your reasons why it's beneficial, but why do you think Ryan did it specifically? Do you have a clue, or what's your opinion?
Man, I was just as shocked. I found out in the weigh-ins. I was like, what, 43? Like, what the heck? They're both coming from 35. How's it at 43? You know what I mean? Like, how can it not be at 40, where it should be easy money? You know what I mean?
And they won a title.
And it was, gold. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, these dudes were handing them out like candy the other day, man. Like, I was like, damn, what the heck's going on? But But nah, man. You know what? I mean, I don't know his reason for the catch weight. I mean, I don't know, but like I said, finding that catch weights, they're very beneficial for a lot of fighters. They really can't make they don't want to fight at 40 and unless it's a big fight and they can't make that weight. But I don't see why he wouldn't be able to make 140. I think he can make it easy, but I don't know. I don't see what happened at that time.
Now, you're the A side on the January fight. Obviously, are you fighting at 140? Are you going to make that weight? Is it because you have any regional titles, or are you going to ask for a 141, 142, or 3?
No, we're fighting at 40. I think we're defending our WBO bout, so we're fighting. Okay. I think we're fighting. We're fighting at 40. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we should be. Yeah, I'm not fighting at a catch weight.
No,
right
as long as there's a title on the line, it makes sense. I get it.
Yeah.
I got a few more from the people. New York Bullet says, "What up, champ? If given the choice between Ryan Haney, Prograis winner, Teal, or Matias, who would be your personal choice?" Blessings, champ.
Teal, man, of course. Everyone knows I've been wanting to get my hands on him. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that I want. But like I said, I'm not talking about him no more because I think I waste too much energy on him. You know what I mean? And that's that with him.
What's your thoughts on Subriel Matias? And obviously, as a fighter, Mexican descent, have you dreamt about having that, Puerto Rico versus Mexico war that you guys are known for? Because outside of the green print, which is a Mexican and an African American, Mexico has a deep rivalry with Puerto Rico. Top Rank hasn't really put it on display since Juan Manuel Lopez versus, who the hell was that? Oh, Orlando Salido, when he went to Puerto Rico twice and upset the Puerto Rican. Your thoughts on the Puerto Rican champ, and is that something you want to have on your resume as a Mexico-Puerto Rico fight?
Yeah, I think, and this is my opinion, and I think, Subriel is the best 140-pound out of all the champions right now, out of Regis, out of Rolly, out of Tio. I think he's the most dangerous. I think he's the best 140-pound champion right now. And you don't see usually nobody calling him out, bro. You don't see none of these champions calling him out. I don't know what's going on, but I talked to Sabriel's trainer just actually this past weekend. So I mean, look, that's a good possibility as well. I said that would be a good fight, man. I mean, he throws a lot of punches. I think I throw a lot of punches. Right? I think we're like the top two. And that'll be fireworks. And like you said, man, that Puerto Rico and I fought in already like 2 in a row. You know what I mean? So a third one, wouldn't hurt. But man, yeah, shouts to Sabriel, man. He did his thing against that one dude. So, like I said, if that opportunity presented itself, we'll take that as well.
Now, there's heavy rumors that Matchroom is trying to sign him to a 3-fight deal. There's been rumors of Richardson Hitchens facing him in Puerto Rico. Hitchens has already come out and said that he may not go that route because of that 10-pound rehydration the night of the fight. What's your thoughts on fighting for an IBF title and having to withhold from rehydrating fully night of the fight because of their 10-pound rule, which only gets excluded if you're unifying?
Yeah, no, I mean, I to me, it's not really a big problem because when I don't rehydrate past 10, 11 pounds anyways. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that would be a problem for us. And I've known like people that had that was a problem. Where they had to run the day of the fight, bro, to try to make that. You know what I mean? Like my dad had a fighter one time where they had to do that. So I'm like, damn, man, like nah. But that's only if you're gonna rehydrate to like if you rehydrate like 15, 20 pounds, bro. Like damn, you know what I mean? But nah, we rehydrate around 10, 11, you know what I'm saying? So I think we'll be all right. I mean, I don't see that, but I think it's more an excuse, you know what I mean?
Well, wow. I mean, given the way you answered that question, why do you think you can beat Matisse? I mean, he's stopped his last 5 fighters on the stool, and it's becoming a thing where the trainers, I feel like, are trying to save the fighter because if they see you can't hurt him, they know he's going to hurt you. So what would be, obviously, the game plan without giving away the game plan? How do you fight a guy like that?
Well, you know what I mean? You can give away the game plan with Matias because you know what's going to happen with him. He's going to come forward and throw a lot of punches, you know what I'm saying? And you're going to take punches, that's not a that's not a, you're gonna take punches. I think but I think you gotta, I think the mistake that a lot of fighters do, man, is they come out, the first few rounds and they're like, they're just because he's letting them just land everything they want. You know what I'm saying? And I think that you gotta match, volume with him. I think your offense would be a defense with him.
All right. I got Brandon in Houston. What did you think about the narrative that Oscar and B-Hop are trying to get Ryan Garcia beat, and that Golden Boy signed you as somewhat of a hired gun to get him beat and a second time? Did you sense that? No, did you sense as if that was the case during your contract negotiations? Wow.
Nah, man. You know what? That's Golden Boy's not trying to get him beat, man. You know what I mean? Like, but that's the moneymaker. You know what I mean? Like, Come on. You know what I mean? Like Oscar. I mean, Ryan's a fool for thinking that too at the weigh-ins, man. Like, oh, they're, that obviously he has some kind of doubt in his mind. That's how it seemed to me. You know what I'm saying? He was like, oh, they're trying to get me beat. Fighting this guy. Like, bro, what do you mean? You picked him. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know what I mean? So like, come on, man. Like, just I don't know why you throwing shade. Like, I don't know, it's weird, man. But look, he can say that if they make him fight me, then he can start saying that. You know what I mean?
Shout out.
But you know what? But other than that, man, he's crazy, man.
I love the way you answered that. Rocky from Florida, champ, would you entertain a fight with up-and-coming fighter like Richardson Hitchens?
Of course, man. Look, if like I said, if it has to make sense, if it's for an interim bout, WBO said, hey, let's do an interim bout, you and Hitchison, run it. You know what I mean? Like, there's not even a question about that, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but if you're gonna tell me, oh, you and Hitchison are gonna fight, on a freaking undercard or something, nah, you know what I mean? You gotta make it worth it. You put something behind it, of course. And then, of course, man, like, I want a big fight. You know what I mean? After this next fight in January, I want a big name, big fight. So, if that's Hitchison for a WBO interim or something, then yeah, of course.
So just to go back on the Matias thing, would you be willing to go to Puerto Rico? Because he wants to fight in the Puerto Rican Coliseum over there. He said it in his post-fight. The rumors of the Matchroom deal are to bring him back to Puerto Rico. Would you be willing, or is that too much against you, right? Because he's already a puncher. Now he's the champion in his hometown. Is that too much, or, a title shot is a title shot?
Hey, title shot's a title shot, man. It don't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, you're in the ring. You know what I'm saying? And the result's gonna be the same whether it's Puerto Rico or LA or wherever. But like I said, I mean, they, that'll be good. They're probably gonna have to throw a couple more chips in there for me to go to Puerto Rico, but we could run it
for sure. I got that dude they hate. Who would be your dream fight?
Man, my dream fight, of course, it'll be Tio, man, for the WBO. Of course, that's the fight I want. And then next goes down the list for the champions, man. The winner of Haney, Regis, and then Ryan, and then Sabril, and then Rolly, or wherever the WBA champion is. So we'll see.
I got Rod in LA. Do you feel as your manager Rick failed you? You didn't get the Teofimo fight, no title eliminator with Jose, no Regis fight, no Haney fight.
You know what, man? I'm not gonna say he failed me, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's not his fault. He can't. Managers and promoters can't make fighters fight. It has to be the fighters. You know what I'm saying? So my manager could push, but if the fighter or the promoter doesn't want us to fight, then there's nothing that we can do as a team. You know what I'm saying? And nothing that he can do, nothing he can say, nothing he can do. You know what I'm saying? So nah, man. I think he's been doing his job. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think I just think it's the fighters, man, at the end of the day.
All right, let me that is the last one, man. So I do appreciate your time, Arnold. Thank you so much. Hopefully, this interview shakes things up, because not a lot of people are willing to face Hitchens or Sabril Matias. You're certainly saying the right things. Please let us know when you find out who you're going to face on January, and we would love to get you back on a little closer to fight week, and obviously for the victory lap.
Oh, sounds good, man. Thank you for having me, and hopefully, if I do camp down there, I'll go down there in person again, man. It was a good time.
For sure, man. We appreciate you. Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Arnold Barbosa, and I'm about to get Sabril's manager on. We're going to set this Puerto Rico thing up. Ness ain't been to Puerto Rico in so long. I'm pushing hard. Pushing hard. Like, I need to go to PR for work. You feel me? In the meantime, while we wait for Coach Panda to jump on, who is the trainer of Sabril Matias, we're going to go to Capicu. Capicu, you got to learn. I've told y'all this. The questions only get asked from Patreon or members, not super chats. But he had a question for Arnold, and he said, did Alex Salcido's fight affect you after you retired him? Are you close to him or stay in contact after that war? I got asked probably as a DM champ. I got Average Boxer Fan, a.k.a. Baby Joker. He says, shout out Jay, Panda, Nahar, and Sabril El Sacario Matisse. We got calls on the check-in. What up?
Yo, can you hear me, Ness?
Yep.
Hello? Oh, first of all, I'll eat my crow because I did pick Duarte. I said it like 3 or 2 times, so I'll take the L and take my crow.
All right, give me a second. My bad, bro. Crow coming up.
Oh. Man. I mean, Duarte wasn't doing that bad. I mean, like, the only thing was just bothering me is like he was literally just following Ryan around the ring. And like, I mean, Duarte, every time he had an opportunity, bro, he was catching Ryan clean. I don't know about you, Ness, but I had the fight like 4-3 either way. It was a pretty competitive fight coming into the 8th round when Ryan got the stoppage. And I think, like, kudos to Ryan. He got the stoppage. I'm pretty sure that's going to help his confidence boost up for a bit. But it's like, how old is Ryan, man? 25? 25, 24? Because it's like, how does he keep crossing his legs and, like, and doing that shoulder roll, or like every time putting his, or like switching his back on Duarte? That's why Duarte kept hitting him in the back of the head, because Ryan always kept switching back. but I don't know, man. I don't think it's Derek James, bro. It's just Ryan. I don't think there is not Derek James that's his fault. I don't know where people are saying that's the trainer's fault. I think it's just a fighter. Ryan was just being Ryan over there. And also Ryan, man, he has no inside game, bro. He has no inside game. Like, like, if he fights like that against Rolly, bro, he's gonna get knocked out or hurt really bad. And that Ryan that we saw on Saturday, he's literally tailor made for Tank. Tank would end them probably quicker than the first fight they had, bro. Like, Ryan fighting like that, he's tailor made for Tank. But I made a list of fighters that I think Ryan could actually beat Ness. Because obviously I don't want to hate that bad, but like, I think he could definitely beat, a Barroso, a Broner, a Love, a Barbosa, like a Zepeda, Ramirez, and like a Jose Pedraza. But I think he loses to Matias. I think he loses to Haney. He loses to Hitchison. He loses to Gary Anton Russell. I think he even gets outboxed by like Leodolfo Delgado. He gets beat by Teofimo and Jack Catterall and Josh Taylor. I think those are the fighters that he will lose to. But if he were to fight Teo, man, I'll root for Ryan. But I don't know if he could beat Teofimo. But kudos to Ryan, I guess, for getting the stoppage. But it's like, it was so funny, bro. Like, after the fight, when Duarte was leaving the hotel, people were still like giving him love, bro. Like they don't really fuck with Ryan like that, bro. Like, you didn't hear when they were screaming out culero when Ryan was just...
Calls. I got Coach Panda on the line, so I need you to give me a minute. Coach, how are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfect. So, do we call you Panda? What's your real name?
Jacob. But you can call me Panda. That's fine.
Coach Panda, Jacob. So, Coach, where are you originally from?
I was born in Indio, California, but reside in Culiacan, Sinaloa, Mexico.
Wow, you look so young. How old are you?
37, brother.
Wow, shout out to you. You already got a world champ. Who have you trained before Sabril Matias?
Well, we have 2 world champions right now. We have Emmanuel Rodriguez, the 118, world champ, I have William El Camarón Cepeda, which is the number one contender at the 135 pounds. I have a number one contender at 122, which is Kevin El Chacal Gonzalez. I've worked with fighters like Juan Francisco Gallo Estrada, Alacran Berchel, and I used to coach the USA team where Devin Haney with Shakur, Errol Spence, all those guys.
Beautiful. So when did you first link with Subriel?
Subriel, probably when I started training him in 2001 when he fought Jukan Bayev.
Wow, so long ago. So long ago. And how'd that connection come about?
It was a pandemic time. It was during the pandemic. And a friend of mine, which is a friend of his in common, is the guy who does all his all the production work for them, Miguel. He would tell his promoter about him, but when pandemic hit, they sent me another Puerto Rican fighter named Jonathan Lopez, and from there on is when Juan Ivan Orengo sent me the rest of his fighters.
Now, to be clear, you said you meant 2021, or did you really mean 2001? You've been with Subriel Matias.
Yeah, 2021 is 2021.
Okay, because everybody in the live chat is like, God damn, he been with him since 2001. Because you said that by accident. Okay. So there's heavy rumors that he wants to go back. Not rumors. He made it obvious he wants to go to Puerto Rico and fight in the Coliseum. But there are rumors of a Matchroom 3-fight deal who is interested in taking him over there. I just had Arnold Barbosa, who you spoke to yesterday at the fights that you were at. What's your thoughts on Arnold Barbosa in Puerto Rico, Mexico versus Puerto Rico? He's saying he's willing to fight. You spoke to him personally. Did he sound as willing as he told us here on the show 2 minutes ago? Because he make it seem like he's willing to fight Matias in Puerto Rico, no problem.
Yeah, no, Arnold. I respect him. You know, I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting him in person. I met him in down in Houston. You know, I walked up to him. He was sitting down, and I know that he had called out Subriel. And you know, for you to call out Subriel, you got to have some balls on you. You know, and I mean, you can call him out, but you really got to mean it. You know, not media hype or not Facebook hype or YouTube hype. You know, so I went up to him and I told him, I said, hey, you know, have your manager get a hold of the people they need to get a hold of, and it's not a hard fight to make. You know, I know that, you know, for instance, Juan Orengo, which is the promoter for Subriel Matias, is a promoter who's willing to work with anybody, you know, and that's a great fight. What other fight can we get? You know, a great fighter like Barbosa who's going to come forward, who's going to fight, and is willing to go to Puerto Rico because the whole idea is Suriel wants to do his another title defense in Puerto Rico, you know, in his hometown of Fajardo. So you know, I didn't speak anything to Barbosa about where the fight would take place, but you know that I was very interested and we were willing to give him a chance because the way, you know, he composed himself and carried himself and things like that. So I mean, I think Barbosa would be a hell of a fight. I think both of these guys are two aggressive fighters who are going to come forward, are not afraid of anything or anybody. So I think it's a great fight.
You speak phenomenal English. Where did you go to school? Oh, because you said you lived in LA for a long time. That's why, right?
Oh, no, not LA. I'm from California, but from Indio, California.
Oh, Indio.
Yeah, but yeah, no, we you know, at home, we had to speak both languages, you know, so it's helped me out through my career. It's helped me out through a lot of things that, you know, in boxing, I think you need to learn to speak, you know, two of the languages that we need in boxing is Spanish and English. So
for sure. So to be clear, you believe Arnold Barbosa is serious and would take the fight?
Absolutely. I think he's just waiting for an opportunity. He's waiting for an opportunity, just like Subriel was waiting for it. When it came, Arnold, and not only do I believe that he will take the fight, I believe he deserves the opportunity. Because he's a fighter, like I said, who's going to give you a hell of a fight. Um, you know, it's not a hard fight to make. I work with Golden Boy as well. We have fighters with Golden Boy like El Camarón Cepeda, who is with them as one of their top prospects. And I think it's an easy fight to make. But now it's on Golden Boy to do their job. I don't think Golden Boy. He just signed with Golden Boy, so I don't think Golden Boy wants that fight right now. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of fighters sometimes they want these fights. They want these opportunities, but a lot of time it's the TV or who they're under, the banner that they're under that doesn't allow these fights to happen. I think every fighter wants the big fights. Every fighter wants the big paychecks, but I don't think personally, and I might be wrong, that Eric Gomez and these guys will take the fight anytime soon.
What's your thoughts on Richardson Hitchens as a fighter, and have you heard his latest quotes on Matias saying that he wouldn't be interested 100% in the fight with Matias because of the 10-pound rehydration clause with the IBF the night of the fight?
I know Richard Hitchinson since he was probably about 11 years old. When he was fighting for national tournaments and things like that. He's an outstanding fighter. I think a lot of these guys are great fighters. But hey, I wouldn't want to fight Subriel Matias either, unless I'm ordered mandatory or I'm getting really, really good money, to fight a fighter like Matias. But I mean, I haven't heard his quotes, but he might. Then it tells me that he's a fighter that goes up a little over 10 pounds or whatever. So he's gonna struggle in that area.
I have Bill Haney that says, "Is that old school Panda? Tell him I said hello." Former amateur coach, right? Is that him? Do you know Bill Haney as well?
I love Bill Haney. Bill Haney's a great human being. I love Devin, Shakur. It's a blessing to see where they are now. Man, I'm glad to see Bill Haney's on here, and me and Bill Haney were together in Dominican Republic. Great, great. As a matter of fact, man, I don't know if you can see it. Let's see if you can see it on there. Huh? There's
Move it up
me,
a
Bill,
slight. Yeah, right there. You and Devin.
and Bill in the back.
Wait, why is that picture there? That's your screenshotter? I mean, what is it? Wallpaper?
No,
you pulled it up.
I just pulled it up. That's me and Devin in Vegas the other day.
Okay.
And then this is this is probably the best picture that I got William Cepeda, there with Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah, I showed that yesterday. I seen that. How what day was that? That was Friday at the Red Owl, or was that Saturday?
Oh, that was Friday at the Red Owl. So.
And then Cepeda seen Frank Saturday at the Ryan fight.
Yes, sir.
Since we're talking Cepeda now, Golden Boy has been pushing Shakur and Cepeda as a undercard to Ryan Tio. Ryan doesn't look like it's happening. Tio alleges they only offered him 1.5 stake or million. Oscar denies that. What's your thoughts on the fight between your fighter and Shakur, regardless of co-main or main event? Would he really be willing? Because there are obviously reports that he turned it down once before.
Okay, that William turned it down?
Yeah, obviously, he was in line before Edwin.
First and foremost, we have a team. We're a team. So I don't gain anything off fighting. Shakur wasn't a champion at the time. We weren't champions. It's not I'm here for business, man. So it was not us that turned it down. Oscar De La Hoya was something that he was not interested in at the time. William was willing to fight anybody. with like I said, we're in the sport to fight. We're in this sport to fight the best. We're not here to we want to make a difference in our home and our family and our in the bread that we bring to our table. So we're not. He's not afraid to fight anybody. No one ever turned it down. There was never an offer. There's a you give me an offer, you send me an offer that's an offer. Not I'm gonna call you out on the internet and say that you didn't want to fight. Shakur knows, and like we spoke on Friday. He knows that we're not we're not afraid of anybody. He told me I want to spar your boy, man. He says I want to spar Matias.
90 seconds.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to spar William because I'm gonna fight his ass. That was his words. But hey, you know, what William never turned it down, and that's God honest truth. You know, there's ways to do things. And that's what we're gonna go about that route. William is right now. He's the number one in line for the WBA. We'll see what's gonna happen. Right now, as of right now, Gervonta Davis. I don't know why he doesn't want to take the bout or what's going on. What's up, Coach?
Hey, 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 Coach Panda. I had to come on here and give you your flowers, man. I said, is that Coach? I said, it's only one Coach Panda, bro. You know what I mean? Thank you for everything that you done. A lot of people don't know the sacrifice that coaches like you put in the beginning of a kid's career, because a lot of the big time coaches, and I should say, or even the more experienced coaches, haven't had the amount of time to start out with the kids, and you was right there in the beginning. That picture that you showed is a legendary picture in our life of when we went to the Dominican Republic as a underdog somewhat, because of that tournament and the guys that they had in that tournament, and we brought the gold home, did we, Coach?
Yes, sir. Against Cuba, we beat Cuba. We
Yep.
beat Puerto Rico.
Oh, yep,
And
yep.
I'll,
Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. Yes. Which,
I'll never forget those moments. And the other day,
yes.
Coach, I was in Vegas for the Benavides fight with the one before this one. He fought the white guy that fought Canelo. What's his name? Plant.
Okay, LaPlante. Yeah.
So it was awesome that Devin stopped. When he was walking,
Yeah.
he stopped and came and gave me a hug, shook my hand, and I feel blessed and privileged, man, to be able to see these guys, where they are now. We
What?
always knew they were superstar material, but where they are now.
Absolutely. But it's funny because Ness speaks about the English and the way that you can relate to fighters, both Hispanic, Latin, and well as American and English. So and what you did and how instrumental during that tournament, because it it segues to us in Australia and us having those crowds going against us. And you remember that at Monte Plata, boy, I mean, it was filled up, wasn't it? And they were all going for uh, their respected regions. And it was always going against Dev. But when Devin bit down and showed that focus to win that gold medal out there, it it prepared us to then go to Tijuana against a tough crowd. Prepared us to go to Australia. Prepared us for that late 12-round surge against Lomachenko when the whole crowd, the announcers, and everybody was going. It was that fight in Monte Plata that I decided to come into every aspect of Devin's career, along with great coaches, because let's rewind back. He ended up getting a bronze medal when he was 14 when he went to Ukraine. He went to
Great.
Ukraine
Yeah.
with Coach Wally, Shakur Stevenson's coach. So I let my son go with the team, right? And I didn't really want to let it happen, but he came back with the bronze medal at the 14. So I knew when the Olympics, when the worlds and all that came up, and the 16. By the time he was 16 for the 17, 18, I knew my son was going to be ready, and I didn't want it to be in anyone else's hand but our team. And you were that key component part of our team to help us get into the position we're in. So, Coach Panda, I wanted to come on here and give you your flowers, brother. You know what I mean? And I didn't even know that you had the fighters that you got right now. I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Yes, sir. We got William Cepeda, and we have Subriel Matias. You know that they're we got Manuel Rodriguez.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, listen, they talking about that bad tough fighter in Subriel Motis, and guess what? Now I know why he's so good. He got Coach Panda in his ear, a key component in the Devin Haney machine as well. So if listen, if there's ever a time that we're gonna get together and get some money, now that the lines are opening between Coach Bill and Coach Panda, so if it's gonna happen, it's even more reason why it can happen now in the future.
Yeah, but
Thank you, Coach.
since I got y'all, obviously you fighting Regis with your son. He got Subriel Matias. How long, Coach Panda, do you want to wait before Haney and Matias are in the ring? Same question for you, Bill.
Look, it's like Coach Bill said. I love these kids because I seen where they grew up from. I seen what they did. I've seen how much Devin grind. No one's gonna tell me any different. When people tell me, oh, Devin is a defensive fighter. No one's gonna tell me what I seen in Monte Plata that day when I sent him to go out there and attack, and
Yes.
where he had to come from the inside. I tell people all the time, I know, I know Ryan, I know these kids, I know them before. I know that Devin, the day that Devin needs, why is he going to expose himself if he's beating these guys easy? But when it's time to go out there and he needs to fight and he needs to grind, he's going to do it. I made him do it against a number one seed in Dominican Republic, against Cuba, against the Dominican. He did it against these top fighters, but I have no doubt in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind that Devin is going to beat Regis Prograis. There's no doubt. There's just too much IQ. There's just too much skill. Devin has fought everyone in the world. He's fought guys from Russia. He's fought guys from Ukraine, from Azerbaijan, from Dominican Republic. He's fought guys from Cuba. There's nothing that's going to scare him. So I believe the next fight, that fight. I don't believe Regis is going to, because Subriel doesn't want to fight a guy that's going to lose. He wants to fight a guy that's going to win, because he's 31 years old. He wants to make that bread. He wants to fight, and I know with people like Bill, I know that is we can negotiate, and I know that it's going to be
Absolutely.
a life changer for us. It's going to be a life changer for Subriel. We're not
Yes.
going to complain about 25%. We're not going to complain about that shit. You know, we're 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 getting an opportunity, man. We come from the
Yeah,
gutter.
absolutely.
We had nothing. We look at it as an opportunity, and we
Yes,
know
sir.
that it's going to be a great fight. And I know that Devin promotes himself. Subriel's a promoter promotes themselves as well. So it's an easy fight to make, and I'm glad that Bill's on here and that people can see that you can compose yourself as human beings, as professionals, and not, this ain't WWE, this ain't
Absolutely.
WWF. We don't call people out on internet on this stuff. There's fights, you call them, you send contracts, and you settle it down with a cup of coffee. So
Panda,
that's
Absolutely.
Panda, you making me double back, because now that's the second subliminal. Are you saying that Shakur never sent the William Cepeda an offer? Is that what you saying? Because this is the second subliminal.
first and foremost. Shakur don't send out contracts. He has a manager. He has a team.
Tell him again, Coach Panda.
So
Tell him
So
again, Coach
are you
Panda.
saying that nobody in his team sent the contract?
Oh, sir, we had a call from Top Rank and said, "Are you willing? Or are you interested?" Willing and interested doesn't show me a check. It doesn't show me numbers. I'm here to fight for money. I'm here to fight to change my fighter's life. Not just because what do you call it? Mankind or whatever these wrestlers called are saying on the internet, they want to fight each other. That's not how you do business, man. Business, any type of business, you do it the way I would do it with Bill. I would do it with Wally. I would do it with anybody. I sit down with them. We have dinner. We have a cup of coffee or whatever it is, and we make a fight.
Do you want that fight with Devin unification this year if he wins the Pro Grace fight, or are you guys looking for next year? What we need a timeline as boxing fans here.
brother, next year is about a month away. I can't fight this.
That's what I meant. I mean in 2024, not 2025.
Absolutely. I don't want to wait till 2025. Subriel's 31 years old. What am I going to wait till he's 35? We want to make money. We want to fight. Subriel wants to fight. He wants to fight Progress because there's a personal issue there because of Progress's mouth. But what's going to make me money? What's going to make my fighter money? Let's be real. Progress can't sell out New Orleans. He needs a Devin. He needs these fighters to sell. So that's what I already tried to make the fight with Progress. I spoke to at the time with his people, with Juan Ivan Orengo from Fresh and those people, and it didn't happen. But yeah, of course, I would love to fight with Devin, and it's nothing personal; it's professional. I would like to fight because we want to fight the best, and Devin is one of the is the best was the best in 135. Now he's going up to 140. I'm thankful for Devin that he was not a Josh Taylor and held the belts hostage for 6 years before he released them. Now it gives William Cepeda an opportunity to fight for the WBA title.
Bill Haney, are you comfortable with a okay. I thought you were going, Bill, right when the going got tough. Are you comfortable with a unification if Devin wins versus Regis versus Matias next year, 2024?
Oh, listen. Coach Panda has done an amazing job. I am, thrilled and happy to hear that Subriel Matias, the guy that I've seen him one time, and I liked what I saw. You know what I mean? Obviously, at 31, I know that he's on the fast track now. That it's kind of like now or never. So I know that Coach Panda being behind him now, I look at him and I say, okay, yeah, it's some substance there. I never looked and seen, look to really look. I was looking at all of the knockout power, but now I can look and say that there's some substance, there's some, something there, and which makes a great fight for Devin because good fighters like Coach Panda knows that it brings out the intensity in Devin. It brings out the ability to show the world how special he is. Devin only wants the big and the best fights for the people. And now that he's at 140, having a Subriel Matias, Teofimo Lopez, an opportunity for Devin to go up and be a 3-division world champion as well, or be a unified champion. It's great options. And there's great fights in and around the division for him. So the first things first is we're 5 days away to the best fight in boxing.
You ain't
right
say
now.
yes, Bill.
Yeah,
They said answer the question in the chat. They
Hold on.
said yes or no, man.
Okay, listen. What I'm saying, I cannot be disrespectful to Regis Prograde because Coach Panda has just handled his business, and all due respect to them. You know what I mean? But to be disrespectful would be to look past Mr. Regis Prograde 5 days away. You see what I'm saying? To look at another, uh, wonderful champion, hard-hitting champion in Subriel Matias. You see what I mean? One thing that I want to do was give them their flowers, but actually let you know that I am 100% focused and contained with Regis Prograde right now. But what I do say is this fight is for a whole lot of opportunity, a whole lot of legacy, and a whole lot of paper, just like Coach Panda has said. So December the 9th, 5 days away at the Chase Center to a sold-out arena because they said, remember, they said that we couldn't sell. They said that we couldn't go home. They said the 2 black fighters couldn't sell. So what did we do? We went home and 2 black fighters are selling. So we encourage everyone to go out and support the pay-per-view. Let's kill the narrative that of what I just said, that 2 guys, 2 brothers, 2 African Americans, 2-time world champion against an undisputed champion can't get together and mix it up. Listen,
Coach Panda, that means that Subriel being black, Devin looks pretty black. That'll sell out in the Coliseum in Puerto Rico?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean,
That fight will sell out
Evans,
anywhere. It will
Evans
sell
sells
in
for
Puerto
himself.
Rico. It can sell. Devin
Iowa.
sells in Australia. He
He'll
sells
sell in
at the
Iowa.
Bay.
But
He
Puerto
sells
Rico,
in.
how many does the Coliseum hold in Puerto Rico though?
Look, well, it's gonna it'll hold. I think it holds 28,000 people,
We
and
need the place that holds 50,000 in Puerto Rico, Coach. We
it's
get
gonna sell
listen.
out.
I
Me and
just
you.
want it in
Hey,
Puerto
what?
Rico. I
Hey,
need
no,
a
no.
reason to go
Hey,
to
what
San
was?
Juan.
Hey, me and Coach Panda and Devin, we
And
went out
Nesta,
there.
we gonna get
Listen,
together and work
no,
this
no,
one out.
I'm talking about when we went to Monte Plata. Hey,
Okay.
it was filled up, Ness. Listen, it was filled up, and they was chanting. And I said to Dev, because we didn't know what the hell they were saying. Coach Panda was relaying everything. You got to go over here. You got to stand here. You got to do this. You got to do that. Am I lying, Coach?
No, you say 100%, Billy.
We had to go through, listen, we had to go through these roads. You had to go down these long roads. And then when you get over, and then the thing, and then it's the soldiers. The soldiers had the rifles, they had the guns, and then the people. And they were like in huts and little stuff like that. Man, it was an incredible experience, both eye-opening, humbling, but also it gave us a confidence that was, that was much needed when you talk about being going through that amateur process. And I think, Coach Panda versus anyone can.
All right. Well, we lost him. Coach, I don't want to hold you too long, but I do got some questions from the people. So I do want to get to those. And I know Bill, he's going to come right back because that's his style. My boy's always on here with me. Told you. So we're going to try and get him off to get this done with you.
Yeah. No, so I think Coach Panda of anyone can relate more than anybody to our story. And what he just said is each time this is proven and gave us the confidence that, yeah, we want to go into it. We want to go into that. This is the first time we're going home as road warriors. Every place we didn't fought has been hostile. So to go home now and to a sold out arena of, Californians and alike around, and especially Northern California, the Bay, Oakland, Richmond, Vallejo, San Jose, Stockton, to all provide to see how they came out and supported this event. Let me tell you, Ness, my auntie, I love her to death. She says to me, she says, babe, she says, I need one more ticket. I need you. I said, why? She says, my hairdresser. I said, auntie, there's no more tickets down there. There's no more low tickets. I think they opened up something at the top, and I think it's a few folding chairs in the hallway, auntie.
Folding chairs. You terrible, man.
No, but she's like, baby, she says she's been doing my hair for 40 years and you can't get her a seat. I mean, what kind of nephew are you? I said, golly. And there are seats out there, but they're double. I told everybody, I said, come buy the tickets. Now, I was telling you to come buy them. Now they're like fucking double. And I'm being forced to buy a ticket for my auntie. So if anybody that has a ticket right now and you want to sell it to my auntie, DM me and I'll buy it.
Bill, man, give out your social media. Let me wrap up this interview with Coach Panda.
All right, absolutely. Coach Panda, you're doing an amazing job, and my lines are open, on Sunday to you. You know what I mean? About this particular situation with that fighter. We will never not give you an opportunity if the opportunity presents. You see what I'm saying? He gives us even more reason to want to do business. So my line will be open. Ness, please, send a number over to Coach Panda like you
Got
do,
it.
like the one of the best behind the scenes matchmakers in boxing. Give Nestor Gibbs a round of applause this morning. All right. All right. Now, you can always find me, like you always can, on your ass when you say the wrong thing about Devin the Dream Haney, the undisputed champion of the world, right? I don't say former because I'm saying this. If you did it once, if you did it for history, then it's not going to ever be a mystery. Stepping up to a second division at 140 pounds against arguably the hard-hitting, most feared man at 140, right ahead of Subriel Matisse.
Oh, ahead,
So
Panda? Ahead?
Yeah, right ahead. And I'm saying, and I don't say that with any disrespect, because they're doing a wonderful job. You got to count Coach Panda in for the not only the cerebral that's behind the scenes, because I didn't know that it was going to be that part. So I knew it was this when I seen it. Now I know Coach Panda is bringing this part. So man, shout out to you guys, man, because you know I love promoting this boxing. Because everybody is doing an amazing job, and it gives Devin an opportunity to show how special he is, man. So y'all have a good one. 5 days away, Ness.
You got it, Coach.
The
Congrats on
Chase
the
Center.
sellout.
The Chase Center. The Zone pay-per-view.
Thank you. I'm gonna see if I can fly out there. I have a fight the day before, but I'm gonna see if I can make a flight out there, Bill.
All right, King. Bless you. Okay. See you soon.
Got
All
it.
right. Peace.
Coach, I'm going to go ahead and get to these. I'm sorry. We'll get to that as quick as possible. I don't know how much time you have left, but the first one is coming from Alex in Palm Beach, Florida. He says, you have guided 2 Puerto Ricans to 2 world titles this year. How did you get connected to Matias and Manny Rodriguez? Also, could you see Mexico adapting Matias as their own, help leading him to become a household name and into big fights?
He's already adopted into Mexico. Both of them are. Suriel a little more easier now that he had my father, which was my father, who was his. Suriel had big offers for big reggaeton artists and stuff to come out and accompanied him to his walkout song. But he had my 75-year-old father come out and sing a Spanish song in his world title and his world title defense. So Suriel is very adopted by the Mexican people. So is Manny, but Suriel a little more. The people like him because of his aggressive style, the style that he has. I got connected to them through I was found by their promoter Juan Ivan Orengo, and we've been working together for a while. We took Gary Russell's undefeated record away with Manny. We won a world title with Manny. We got five undefeated fighters with Subriel Matias. They've all quit on the stool, So I mean, I think we're doing something a little good here.
Definitely. We got Dre Bogus, Dre in San Diego. Congrats on the win. If it were up to you, who would be Subril's next 3 fights?
Well, for me, because I'm looking at a business side, it's hard for Subriel to get a fight because like it's said before, it's no secret. He's a tough fighter. He's a very hard hitter. So a lot of people don't want to fight him. So what I mean, if it was up to me, I would fight Rolly, take his bout. That way we have 2 bouts, and the other fighters are forced to be able to fight us, or want to make it a little more interesting, and they want to unify. It's to unify with us.
What is the promotional situation? Is he contracted to PBC, or is it just like a favors thing? Where is he legitimately?
No, we are promoted by a company called Fresh Productions in Puerto Rico, who's a music industry. They had Winston and Yandel and a few other artists, Yomi, and both of the world champions there's 5 world champions in Puerto Rico right now. 2 of them belong to me as a trainer, and they belong to Fresh Production. But what Fresh does is he contracts their fighters out to PBC. You know what I'm saying? He offers this, hey, I'm willing to give this fighter versus so and so. This is what this fight it brings, and they've done a good job. So we've been with them, but as far as a Subriel, if he needs to fight somewhere, it's always workable. It can always change.
But they don't have match options.
Well, who's at 140? It's Rolly. It's Gervonta is in between 35, 40. So
No. I don't mean that they as a company don't have many options. I mean, do they as a company have match rights options? Meaning, your next fight, you can go where you want, but if they want to keep you, they get to match whatever offer you receive.
Yeah, they can do that because we want to see also what they have. They're the ones who's basically took Subriel's record career to where it's at now. So we do that with them.
Cool. Juan in Houston, when did you realize you had something special in Subriel?
The moment that I seen him, the moment that I knew his brain and his attitude were very difficult. It sounds wrong on here. It sounds wrong what I'm gonna say, but a gentleman who has took someone's life in this sport and that still has a mentality to want to hurt, and to still want to send people to the hospital and those type of things, and just his work ethic. I knew that he was special, and still need a lot of work with him. For boxing fans, people who know boxing, we know he doesn't stand right. We know that his position is not right. We know that these things, but sometimes when you fix those things, man, you just mess him up. So right now he's doing good. He's 20. He's 20 with 20 wins, 1 loss, and 20 knockouts. So he's doing something right.
Now, you know Devin as long as you know him. Obviously, before you and I got into this business, they say you box the puncher and you brawl the boxer. Why does Matias beat Devin? Because, naturally you pick the boxer over the puncher.
You can pick a boxer all you want, but when you got a guy that's a tsunami that keeps coming, that's not going to be afraid of your punches, that's been hit by guys with heavy hands, that's going to do anything and possible to beat you. Another thing, Devin, like I said, he's a great fighter. I love him. I love him because he's a young kid who I traveled the country with the world with, but Subriel's a fighter, man, who's been shot, he's been stabbed, he's been in prison, he's lived this life. There's nothing that's gonna scare him. So he's gonna be a fighter that's gonna come to you. He's never gonna back down. He's gonna come and you got to be able to handle that pressure. You can be a great boxer, but you got to be able to handle that pressure, and not only that pressure, being hit by that power.
Jay Doza, Juan from Maryland. Coach, what's your thoughts on Coach Haney saying that they want to move up to welterweight, fight Barrios after the Regis fight, before fighting Matias or other champions at 140-pound division? Devin's father did say that. I'm sure you've seen the headlines. They've mentioned Thurman and Barrios. Because if they win the WBC, they could just mandate those fights as the champion.
Yeah, well, Billy, he said it just now. They're always willing to dare. They dare to be great. Only we know what hostile territory we went to when we went to Dominican Republic. How nobody was at favor for the American. So I mean, they're daring to be great. I respect that. I mean, I would like him to fight Subriel, but I also respect their decisions. I respect for them to dare to be great and to want to fight a fighter like Barrios, a fighter like Keith Thurman, who are tough, strong, durable. Yeah, a little bit, past their prime or whatever you would like to say, but they're durable. They're there, and that they dare to be great, and I respect that.
Since the newfound dominance of Subriel, people are saying no one is going to fight him at 40. You see that Tio became super champion, and he's only talking about Ryan Garcia fights. Haney chose Regis. Regis chose Haney. People are calling for Subriel to move to 47 and see if he can fight the IBF champion Boots. How big of a task is that? Is it too soon? Do you ever see him moving up to 47? And what would a fight look like versus Matias and Boots?
Well, first, to me, it's a little too soon because he's a fighter who doesn't struggle with weight. He's a fighter who doesn't do diets. He's a fighter who doesn't, need to be struggling with weight all the time. But I mean, they didn't want to fight him at first. He was not a household name. I understand that. You got to understand the business side of it. He was a big threat, no name, not a big name and things like that. But now these guys want to unify. They want to be known as great champions. They got to fight him. They have to fight him. They're talking about because they know. I mean, Teofimo versus so and so is going to be bigger money than fighting Subriel, and it's either going to be a 50-50 or less dangerous. But they have to fight him. But I mean, if we were to fight Boots Ennis, same thing. You know what? Boots is a great boxer. He's a great moves around. But you can't keep moving around when you got a guy that's just going to pressure you, that's just going to be on top of you, that nothing is going to hold him back. See, the only way you're going to beat Subriel, I've said it this before, you have to really knock him out. And I'm talking about a knockout where you're going to take him out on a stretcher, not, put him on a canvas, not put him on the thing. No, no. I'm talking about where you got to knock him out, where we know he's not going to get back up, because there's always going to be that fight in Subriel.
All right, I got Rod in LA. Coach, can you see Matias fighting the winner of Haney Regis next? And are the rumors true of Matias versus Hitchens in Puerto Rico next year?
Rumors are rumors. I haven't heard of it. I'm on the team. I'm in the inside. I haven't heard. You just said, Hitchens said he wouldn't want to fight because of the 10-pound limit. So okay, let's get that out of the way. Hitchens not a champion. We want champions. So I want the winner of if it's not Rolly, if it's not Teofimo, I want the winner of Regis and Devin.
Since Devin and Tio, in my opinion, are the two guys that I think would take the fight. Does that fight are you okay with Vegas for Haney Subriel Matias in Vegas?
Brother, I'm okay if we fight in Iowa. Whatever wherever we need to fight. I mean, Subriel fought for a world title in Minneapolis. We don't got no Puerto Ricans in Minneapolis. There's not a big fan base in Minneapolis. The result's going to be the result. Whether you fight China, whether you fight Japan, whether you're in the blue corner, the red corner, whoever's destined to win that day is destined to win that day. So I mean, we're willing to fight. We're willing to fight in Iowa.
Spoken like a true champ. We got Steven in Toronto. He says, I noticed that Matias gets hit a lot. Are you guys working on defense so that when he steps up his competition, he won't lose rounds?
Hey, Subriel has been like that, but my brother there in Canada, I'm going to ask you to look at YouTube, study a little bit, and look where Subriel's getting hit. If you look, Subriel looks like a fighter that gets hit, but look at his face when he comes out of the fights. You never see him lumped up. You never see him with cuts. You never see him with certain things. Subriel's a fighter who blocks with his arms, with his hands, with different things. So it's just a different style of defense.
Last one, but I feel like you've answered it. Haney, this is from James Valdez in San Antonio, Texas. Haney versus Regis Prograis. Who wins and how? Good luck getting a ticket to the fight.
I give it to Devin. I think Devin just has a higher IQ. Yes, Regis hits hard, but I think Devin has a better IQ. He's also a great boxer. Regis is a little bit flat-footed, an old school type boxing, comes down and stuff like that. And I already got tickets.
Nice. But if not, I'm sure Bill got you with the credential. That's the last one, Coach. Do appreciate you coming on. Look to get you on more often, and thank you so much, man.
Thank you, guys, and I want to thank everybody for the Boxing Voice, that tunes in, and I want to thanks, man. I hadn't talked to Bill in a while. It was good seeing him.
I sent you his number.
Yeah, I talked to Devin a few months ago and stuff. Shakur and the guys that traveled with for a long time, and thank you guys. Thank you, and I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you. Like I said, I sent you his number. Check your text. Thank you again, Coach.
You got it.
There you have it, ladies and gents. We got so many things lined up you don't even know. This is going to be another marathon show. But I ain't getting no love. It's crazy. I don't even have 1,000 likes. I got Edwin waiting. Yeah, La Granada, a.k.a. De Los Santos. I got his trainer waiting. And I got his promoter waiting. And I got Mickey Bay waiting. Like, y'all doing me dirty. I'm trying to get Bay first, though, I think. I don't know, should I go to Edwin first or Chet? I'm going to go to Edwin. See if they ready. In the meantime, we're going to take a caller while we still got some before that ends. Giovanni, what up? Giovanni, you took too long. That might be Edwin and them. We about to do our thing. What's up, coach? How are you?
Néstor.
¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? ¿Todo bien?
Néstor, ¿todo bien, Néstor? Sí. ¿Tú ves a Edwin allá atrás sentado o no?
Let me see. Hold on. I was just getting your name pulled up. Oh, I do see Edwin in the back. We see him. So where y'all headed?
We were eating. We were waiting for you, but, you've been caught up.
Oh, my bad. Edwin, ¿cómo está?
Todo bien, gracias a Dios.
Ven, dime, ¿qué es lo que tú tienes que decirme? Get it off your chest. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué es lo que hice mal? ¿Qué es lo que dije mal? ¿Qué fue?
No, todo bien.
¿Estás seguro?
Está frío, Néstor.
Está bien. All right, guys, so I was just letting him know what was it that he had to get off his chest because, I thought I said something that might have offended him. He said, nah, we good. So we obviously want to talk to him about what took place in the fight. Obviamente quiero preguntarte de tu opinión sobre la pelea y la dificultad de poder agarrarlo, porque él se movía mucho. So, dame traducirlo. So, obviously, I just wanted to ask him over his thoughts on the fight with Shakur and, the difficulties in being able to grab Shakur because of all the moving. And by grab, I don't mean physically. I just mean being able to, get him in the corner and land some shots.
Bueno, lo que puedo decir, lo que todo el mundo sabe, fue una pelea mala. Él no cumplió con ningún requisito de lo que él dijo que me iba a hacer. Traté de calentarlo para que sí la pelea fuera emocionante, pero todo el mundo vio que el problema no fui yo busqué la pelea, pero él no en ningún momento quiso exigir nada.
Espera ahí para que lo traslada.
So, he said, everybody's seen in the fight that he was trying to make the fight and that Shakur didn't live up to his words. He didn't didn't do any of the things that he said he would do. It was just a difficult fight. I do want to ask him about the matchmaker from Top Rank and his thoughts, saying that Edwin is on the level of Shakur, and that's why that fight played out like that, and that he will do everything in his power to keep Keyshawn Davis and Raymond Muratalla away from Edwin. So, quería preguntarte, porque yo estaba haciendo la entrevista aquí con Brad Goodman. Él es el matchmaker de Top Rank, y él dijo que él sabía el nivel que tú estabas, y después viendo la pelea con Shakur, él dice que él te pone en el mismo nivel que Shakur, y él dice que no te va a dar la pelea con Raymond Muratalla, que entrena con Garcia, y tampoco no te pondría en el cuadrilátero con Keyshawn Davis, el olímpico. ¿Cuál es tu opinión sobre eso?
Yo quiero contestarle esa pregunta, Néstor.
Okay, go for it.
Nadie, todo el mundo, no nobody believed in us, Ness.
Yep.
You know it. I know it. It was just me, Edwin, and my team. His mother, his parents believed that Edwin had the ability to fight at Shakur. I told people, Edwin is gonna be a mirror of Shakur. Edwin is as good as Shakur and better. So now that they seen him perform, now we made a lot of people believers. Now a lot of people have changed their mind. Now they got to change their thoughts. Like, oh wow, they seen, and they didn't see nothing yet. Ness, there's a lot more that Edwin got to offer.
Now, Richardson Hitchens, before the fight, he said, Edwin hits hard, and it's going to be a dangerous fight. Obviously, I'm assuming this next part. I'm assuming Shakur seen that interview, didn't like it. Richardson did another interview and said he was only joking. But then post-fight, he does turn around and say that Shakur fought in that matter because he respected the power. He knew he would have got clipped if he got hit with that Edwin power. What's your thoughts on Richardson flip-flopping his opinion so much?
I really, the kid is confused to me. I don't see the logic to it. He said he was getting clout over it, but I don't see the logic. Like, look, you spot us. You seen what we got. You know what I'm saying? You respected Edwin. You know what I'm saying? We gave you respect. So, it is what it is. He just, I don't know. He's looking for clout, or he didn't want to scare Shakur. Or I can't call it, man. It's like, it was kind of weird because he can't. I heard him saying again now that Edwin reaction, Edwin, footwork, Edwin power, Edwin this, every, good things about Edwin, but going back and him saying that he did that for cloud the first time, and now coming back and going back and, you know what I'm saying? I don't get it really.
So I see Edwin obviously is here with you, not in the Dominican Republic, not taking a vacation. Are there plans to bring him back early first quarter, or is he now living full-time in America?
First quarter, we should be announcing a fight pretty soon, man.
Wow. Congratulations. That's great, man. We were not expecting that, but that's great for them to strike while the iron is hot. Ask Edwin, ¿cómo te sientes sabiendo que tú vas a poder venir para atrás en una pelea en el principio del año?
Bueno, me siento súper bien, ya que es una oportunidad que se ve poco. Me siento más que privilegiado de poder volver, después de una derrota.
Obviously, he says he feels good. He feels good to have that opportunity to be able to come back. It's something that you don't often see. Someone coming off a loss and getting a return date. So I'm excited that they're striking while the iron is hot. But since that fight, there's been a lot of comparisons to Edwin and his skills, and people now want to see him in fights with Frank Martin and Tank Davis. So, Edwin, después de esa pelea, la gente obviamente te han puesto en un nivel en el boxeo y te quieren ver en pelea con Frank Martin y con Gervonta Tank Davis. ¿Cuál es tu opinión sobre esas dos peleas y cuál tú crees que es más fácil para ti?
Bueno, son peleas súper interesantes. Yo diría que cualquiera de las dos sería la buena.
So he says both fights are super interesting, and either one would be the good one. But I got to double down. ¿Cuál de los dos tú crees que va a ser más difícil?
No se sabe porque, como te digo, es algo que todo el mundo debe entender, de que no pueden juzgarle a una persona o decir, esta persona es fácil si todavía no se han medido, ¿me entiendes? Hay que esperar que suceda la pelea que tiene que suceder y ahí se define.
So he said, obviously people make that mistake where they, kind of make a decision without being in the ring with someone, and he says you can't do that. You have to actually fight the person to know which one's going to be difficult or easy. What would you prefer, though? Would you prefer the orthodox fighter or the southpaw? What style is easier for you? ¿Cuál estilo te gustaría mejor, el zurdo o el boxeador normal de orthodox?
Bueno, a mí me gusta siempre.
Los dos son zurdos, honestos,
sí,
¿no?
Sí, los dos son zurdos.
I thought Frank was orthodox. I'm sorry. Dale.
También.
A mí me agrada siempre pelear con zurdo, aunque he tenido como 4 o 5 peleas nada más con zurdo. Yo me adapto mejor con peleadores zurdos.
You're right. Los dos son zurdos. So he said he adapts better to southpaws. He's already had about 4 or 5 fights with southpaws, so southpaws would be his preference. But I messed up. I thought Frank was a orthodox fighter, so those are 2 southpaw fights. But since I got him, I got to get his thoughts on Michelle Rivera. Obviamente que te tengo aquí. ¿Cómo viste la pelea de Michelle y cuáles son tus opiniones sobre la posibilidad de él pelear con el puertorriqueño Matias? Hay rumores de eso y obviamente esa pelea es bien difícil.
Bueno, me siento muy bien, ya que como muchas personas saben, Michelle y yo venimos prácticamente juntos. Me sentía un poco preocupado en la pelea, ¿sabes? Se estaba moviendo mucho, estaba con miedo de que se cansara y eso, pero cuando lo vi después del 6, me relajé y comencé a disfrutarme la pelea y para mí lució bien. Una pelea con Matías, no te puedo decir que sea una pelea fácil, es una pelea sumamente difícil, pero no imposible.
Yeah, so he said, he was happy, obviously, for Michelle. Everybody that knows him knows that he came to this country or traveled with Michelle, and, they're friends. So he was happy to see him get the win. He felt a bit nervous for the first 6 rounds until that 6th round, and moving forward, he realized Michelle had it. He thought Michelle would get tired because he was moving a little bit more than he would have liked. But after that 6th round, he seen Michelle took off, so he was happy. In terms of a fight with Matias, he feels like, look, you can't lie to us and say it's going to be an easy fight. It will be a difficult fight. But it's one that we would have to see how it plays out on that night. Obviously, do you guys know already who you're facing? And if you do, I'm not trying to find out if you can't announce it, but do you know? Because that just helps me be able to ask who he wants. I think they froze shit. Both of them. Damn. You. Okay. We definitely got a frozen face here. We're going to go to the super chats in the meantime. We got Average Boxing Fan. We said that. Average Boxing Fan, $5. Why did Bill duck the question? He was all hyped about 147 with Thurman, so now he doesn't want to disrespect Regis. Your man Bill is a clown face. Bro, you know how it is. The one that you guys think they're gonna avoid is the one they got to get paid right for. Leonardo says, Haney protection plan in full effect. Laughing out loud emoji. Looks like we lost them for sure because of the they're in the car, right? So I think the service. I don't want to send the link to my man Samson and them without being completely done with Edwin. But let me see what I got on here. In the 208, who is this? Oh, got him back. Coach, you back.
Volvimos.
Ya. So, ¿qué es lo que la última cosa que oíste, que escuchaste?
No, se perdió todo, se apagó el teléfono.
Ok. So,
sobre de Matías, de que, como te digo, la pelea no es difícil, pero no imposible.
Y la última fue que él quiere saber con quién el próximo oponente que hay. Pero no, él no quiere que le digamos, pero si te digo que es Canelo, no puedo decir nadie.
Si ya tú sabes quién va a ser, obviamente no te voy a preguntar que me diga porque no lo puedes no puedes dejar saber, pero
escucha esto. Si yo te digo que es Canelo, tú no se lo vas a decir a nadie.
He said, if I tell you it's Canelo, if you ain't gonna tell nobody. No, porque Canelo dijo hoy que él está buscando otro cinturón para la Navidad, so no puede ser De Los Santos.
Oh, pues no es Canelo. No. Héctor, ahora no se puede hablar porque están en negociaciones, o enseguida que se...
La próxima semana sale.
Pero sería un nombre grande así como la última pelea, un nombre que los fanáticos se van a emocionar.
Sí, es algo que nosotros no queremos turno, no queremos pelea con nadie que esté debajo de nosotros, queremos los de arriba. Si nosotros estamos en ese nivel, nosotros queremos enseñar que nosotros en verdad estamos en ese nivel, peleando con los mejores.
So he said, look, right now we obviously can't tell you, we're still in negotiations, but what we can say is that it is a name that the fight fans will be happy with, And if they're saying we're on that level, that's what we want to do. Keep showing that we belong on that level by fighting people on the top. So, I guess we can expect a good big name for Edwin's return. Now, we do have some questions from the people, so I'm going to go ahead and pull those up and get to your questions in just a bit. It's going to take a second here, but we do have a post. If you want to ask Edwin a question, you need to hurry on up. We got the first one coming from Jerv in New Jersey. He says, de lo mío, que lo que, tigre. In my eyes, you survived and did nothing to push the fight in your favor. What do you think you could have done better to get the win against Shakur? Can't wait to see you again. Primo, que Dios te bendiga. So él dice que en los ojos de él piensa que tú no hiciste lo suficiente para empujar la pelea en tu favor. ¿Qué tú piensas que tú podrías hacer diferente para ganarle esa pelea contra Shakur?
Mira, es algo que, como yo digo, cada persona tiene una opinión y es respetable. Pero tú no puedes cortarle el ring a una persona que está corriendo, no boceando, ¿me entiendes? Si yo voy a arriesgar más a buscar la pelea, yo voy a parecer un novato y él me va a dar... yo voy a caer en su juego. ¿Entiendes? Yo no debí caer en su juego. ¿Por qué? Porque yo no voy a demostrar mi nivel si luco así. Voy a parecer un Oscar Valdez.
Ya.
Como lució con él.
So basically, he's saying you can't cut the ring off on a guy that's running. He's not fighting. He's running. And what he wanted me to do was fall into his trap, get frustrated, and open up, throw shots to try to stop him from running so that he can counter me. And then I won't look good. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I was trying to look good, so I wasn't going to open up and look like Oscar Valdez. I just want to say he answered that shit beautifully. Quiero decir que tú contestaste eso perfecto, porque eso es la verdad. Esa pelea era difícil. Tú tenías que, you had to tackle that motherfucker. It's the only way you was going to get him that night. Pero en la próxima,
Néstor, elaborando en esa misma sección donde estamos, nosotros quisiéramos, porque él dijo la excusa de que tenía una mano mala.
Sí.
So, nos gustaría que se mejorara y tomara su tiempo y nos llamara para esa revancha so he could redeem himself.
Yeah. So, Chael Gloves, the trainer, is saying that, Shakur made excuses that his hand was hurt, and that's why the performance looked the way that it looked. So what they would love is for Shakur to get healed and offer them the rematch so that he can redeem himself, because he is the one that made the fight look the way that it looked. We got the next one coming here from Tony Montana, which is gelling in Michigan. How do you stay mentally grounded and not overreact into a mistake when someone is running away like that? So él quiere decir, Jalen está preguntando de Michigan, él quiere decir, ¿cómo tú te quedas mentalmente enfocado en la pelea sin hacer errores sabiendo que una persona está corriendo la noche entera?
Es algo que se viene trabajando y es lo que mi entrenador, porque mi entrenador dice, tú sabes boxear, yo solamente tengo que añadirte cosas del profesionalismo, la paciencia. Yo era alguien que me citaba mucho, ya él me ayudó a controlar eso y me ayudó en la pelea también con Adorno, me ayudó a mantenerme calmado y es una experiencia que él me dice que nadie me la iba a enseñar, que yo tenía que vivirla y es algo que he venido demostrando hasta en los sparring.
So he says, getting with Chelo, the first thing that they wanted to work on was him settling down. He was a little bit hyper. And these last couple of fights with Chelo, he's been able to settle down, be a bit more patient, and he thinks that's what he showed. And that's why, the fight went the way that it did. Because, again, he didn't open up because he kept with the patience, hoping that he would land that shot or find that shot. We got Flacco 38 from North Carolina. He says, Shakira felt your power, and after that, he ran. Do you want to fight? No, who do you want to fight next? So, él está diciendo que Shakur, pero él lo está llamando Shakira, obviamente, sintió tu poder y después empezó a correr. Si tú lo viste así, y con quien tú deseas pelear en tu próxima pelea.
Mira, cuando yo le di el primer jab, se puso pálido. Oye, se puso blanco, digo yo, vea que está cogido. Entonces, cuando él sintió eso, ahí entonces se montó en los patines, comenzó a correr. Él estaba esperando que yo me cansara. Para él, tú sabes que él siempre tiene esa costumbre del quinto o sexto round pararse a intercambiar con los peleadores, pero porque ya están desgastados. Yo no, yo me preparé para mis 12 rounds, que sabía que pasaría algo igual, y es como yo dije en la entrevista de ESPN, que la única forma que se puede salvar es corriendo, y eso fue lo que hizo.
So he says that he believes Shakur's game plan was to allow Edwin to get tired, but Edwin said he knew that. You know, he studied and watched tape, and he realized that Shakur comes on strong after the 5th round, but usually when his guys are already, you know, tired. So he prepared for 12 rounds, and that never came for Shakur, so he never stopped because he kept running. We got Alex in West Palm Beach, South Florida. If you could do one thing different in your last fight, what would it be? Alex en Florida dice, si tú puedes hacer una cosa diferente en la última pelea, ¿qué va a hacer? ¿Qué hubiera sido?
Entrenar para un maratón.
¿Cómo?
Entrenar para un maratón, no para pelear.
You fucking funny. Bruh, he said, the question was, what's the one thing you would do different? He said, train for a marathon, not a fight. God damn.
Déjame decirte que, como te digo, yo no pude demostrar nada en esta pelea. La gente, cuando vea con alguien que tenga hambre igual que yo de pelear, de demostrarle, ¿sabes? De darle al público lo que el público pide y paga.
Lo que es el boxeo.
Lo que es el boxeo, ¿me entiendes? Esto no es... tienen más temor de perder un 0 que enfocarse en lo que es la crítica que le van a decir. Su imagen.
Yep. So he says that in this fight, Shakur was more worried about losing that O than his image and the criticism that he would receive in this fight. He says you guys were not able to see what he could really do, and you won't see that until you get another fighter just as hungry as him in the ring with him so that he can show his talent. Because, you know, obviously both fighters have to be hungry. Both fighters have to want to put on a good performance. Interesting, man. We got Dre Bogus, who says, Dre in San Diego, Shakur has hinted at having a left hand injury in the ring. Did you notice he wasn't throwing the left hand? Él dice que Shakur obviamente ha salido en las redes y ha dicho que tenía la mano lastimada, pero él lo borró. ¿Tú en la pelea sintiste que él tenía la izquierda lastimada o que no estaba tirándola?
Mira, esos son excusas baratas. Si él hubiera tenido la mano mala, no la tiraba las 2 o 3 veces que la tiró con mala intención. Si él hubiera tenido la mano mala, ni siquiera la saca en ningún momento. ¿Tú sabes qué fue lo que pasó? Que ya nosotros averiguamos y descubrimos y salieron hablando. Los sparring que nosotros estábamos haciendo con los boxeadores zurdos era seteando esa mano para joderlo por ahí. Por eso no la sacó, porque ya se lo hubieran advertido.
Y mandamos 4 para el hospital.
Mandamos
4 para el hospital, Néstor, con esa mano. Ya él sabía más o menos. Y la palabra se regó en New Jersey y en Filadelfia.
So, according to Edwin and his trainer, they were working on the game plan, and the game plan was to fight against that left hand, and that's why that left hand never came out. He does not believe, Edwin does not believe that the hand was injured. He said if that hand was injured, then why the 2 or 3 times that he did use it, why did he use it with such bad intentions? He threw that punch in a manner to try to knock him out. There's no way you're going to throw it that way if your hand was injured. The true reason he didn't use that hand is because the word got out, not only in New Jersey, Philadelphia, but in Las Vegas, that Edwin had sent 4 sparring partners to the hospital countering because of that left hand. So,
and to add to that, Ness, how is your left hand injured? And a couple of days after the fight, you want to spar Haney for $1 million.
So y'all seen that on social media. So obviously no need for translation there. He said that in English. But we got Nino B who says, from Virginia, do you think you will move up to 140?
Mira, yo por pelear estoy dispuesto a bajar a 30 y subir a 40.
No relaje. 30 de verdad?
30 o 40.
Wow. He said him
Say
to
no more.
fight. Oh, disculpa, dale.
You know, he say no more. He say something in English.
Okay. He says for a fight, he'll go down to 30 or 40. So that's super impressive. We have Big Bruh from Richmond, Virginia. What is the most impacting thing you took from that last fight? Él quiere saber cuál es la cosa que te impactó más en la pelea, que tú aprendiste de esa pelea, lo más que tú aprendiste de esa pelea.
Bueno, de esa pelea yo aprendí que hay un nuevo estilo. Hay un nuevo estilo que no es boxeo, sino correr maratón dentro de un ring.
No me da ni
no me da ni te doy y gano la
That's the new
pelea.
style. That's the new style.
He said that the new style is not hit and don't be hit, but I'm not going to hit you, you won't get hit me, and it's not a boxing fight, it's a marathon. That he learned that in the fight. That's the new style. We got Dose from D-Man?
No. He's gonna say that's a new style of boxing now. It's not the sign of boxing now. It's not the sign of the game. The box hit and don't get hit. This is don't hit and don't get hit. You got it?
Now, tell you as the trainer, I don't want to let you go because because they Dominican, you ain't want. You the trainer, so they're going to say, why didn't the trainer tell him to cut the ring off? Can you explain from a trainer standpoint, then have Edwin tell us from a fighter standpoint, why versus Shakur that night the ring could not be cut off? What needed to be done and what couldn't be done?
Okay, because in order to cut the ring, right, Ness, it's two step back, 2 step forward. You use your laterals. You move to the side. You cut the ring there, right? Or you lure him in. You throw away the jab so he can walk into your left. Or you either throw away your left so he can walk into your hook, right? But once Edwin tried to advance to occupy that space, once he took that step back after a feint, we tried a triple jab so we could get to him. Once he used the triple jab, he was in there no more. Now he'll take off running. You didn't know where he was gonna go. He'll dash out left or right. The same thing we're trying to set him up with when we try to bring him in, lure him in. With Edwin, I told Edwin put the ear muzzle on. Maybe he'll think you're vulnerable and he'll start touching. Maybe we could catch him there. That didn't happen. We tried so many things that if you're a boxing person and you know about boxing, you would have picked all those little things up. But we was not gonna put one feet over the other and get out of balance and launch and reach and get caught. Because being that they say Shakur got pillow fist, you walking in, he's throwing a punch. That could cause havoc. That could cause a little problem. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna feel the pop. You're gonna feel the punch.
You're gonna feel it more because you're walking into the punch.
Exactly. Walking in like Marquez. Let's say for instance
Pacquiao.
Marquez and Pacquiao. One of those scenarios. So we didn't want to do that.
And Edwin, en tu opinión, ¿cómo se corta el cuadrilátero peleando contra Shakur? Obviamente en ese día tú no lo podías hacer porque es la primera vez que tuviste ese estilo que él iba a correr, pero si te dan la revancha, ¿cómo tú lo harías ahora para la próxima?
Mira, es algo que es sumamente difícil. ¿Sabe por qué? Porque si yo cambio lo que yo llevo, él puede cambiar con lo que fue ese día. Puede venir diferente, entonces es algo que es una adivinanza, ¿entiendes? No es algo que, él va a cambiar eso, yo tengo que cambiar el plan, ¿me entiendes? No sé si él viene igual o viene diferente.
So I asked that.
Lo que estamos acostumbrados a ver fue lo que yo fui a hacer y eso es lo que estaban acostumbrados a ver de él. Él caminaba paso corto, pero nunca lo hubiera visto dando paso.
Correr y brincar como un gato. Ningún entrenador te enseña eso,
No.
Néstor, para pelear con un estilo así, ¿entiendes? Ni Maidana, que tú dices Maidana, Porter, son gente que peleaban así, que
Sí,
son gente de presión, desde siempre han peleado así, está bien. Ellos saben cómo caminar y entrar, pero que los oponentes de ellos no han sido un oponente así que ha sido resbaloso y que haya salido brincando. Porque todo el mundo que pelea en el, they stay in the pocket. Se quedan en el bolsillo, ahí en el bolsillo, te hacen fallar, te giran, te quitan, te agarran, te cambian, ¿entiendes? Te cambian la vista, te hacen mover distinto, ¿entiendes? Con él no.
No pudimos, oye, si nosotros sabíamos que iba a ser así, yo no me mataba tanto. Yo guanteando con 147 libras, porque los 135 no estaban aguantando el empuje.
Okay, so there was a lot there. I'm probably going to miss some, but we're going to start backwards first. He said, Edwin says, if I would have known how this fight was going to play out, we wouldn't have done such tough sparring. I was sparring 140s and 147 pounders because 35 pounders couldn't take my punch. We were expecting a totally different fight. We were expecting the fight that he showed us his entire career, where he takes a few steps back or a few steps forward, but he doesn't literally jump out of danger, which is what he was doing on fight night and running. When I asked him about how would he approach the fight to get that win the second time, he says he really doesn't know. It's more of an anomaly because you don't know what Shakur's going to do. They trained for a certain style, and Shakur showed up to run. So if they train for Shakur to run, he may show up with a different style. So while he wants the rematch, the approach still isn't concrete just yet. We got Rod in LA who says, De lo mío, you versus Tank in 2024, tell Samson to make it happen. And if not Tank, then please, you versus Chihuahua Cruz. Okay, so de Los Ángeles se llama Rod y él dice que tú contra el Tank en el próximo año, que llama a tu promotor Samson y que le diga que lo haga. Y si no con Tank, tú con Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
Mira, ¿cómo te digo? Yo he venido haciendo desafíos. Yo he dejado al Tank tranquilo porque si tú te has fijado, cuando al Tank lo llaman, él se hace el loco. Entonces yo estoy esperando que él mismo sea el que vea que yo estoy causando terror en la división y él me llame él.
He said, my approach with Tank is to just leave him alone because we've noticed that when you mess with Tank, he probably won't give you the fight. My goal is to just keep terrorizing the division so that he's going to notice that I'm the terror in the division. I really did enjoy that answer. He has answered some of these tremendously, man. Edwin, so tú eres joven, tú nomás tienes 24 años.
Recién cumplido.
Diablo, mano, tú te ves, yo no sabía que tú eras tan joven.
Los trotes, la lucha.
¿Cuándo llegaste a los Estados Unidos por primera vez?
Hace 2 años ya.
Oh, wow. So he's only come to America in the last 2 years. Wow. How long have you been dreaming of being a professional boxer? ¿Desde cuándo tú tienes, obviamente, el sueño de ser un boxeador profesional y un campeón?
Bueno, es desde siempre, porque, o sea, cuando tú no tienes el conocimiento de qué
edad quieres saber?
Sí, ¿de qué edad?
Yo empecé el boxeo.
No,
Sí,
¿de cuándo tú tenías el deseo de ser un campeón y sabías que tú ibas a ser un boxeador?
Yo tenía la edad de los 12 años y, ¿cómo te digo? Yo vengo de sangre deportista, de combate, ¿entiendes? Mi papá era peleador de combate también y nosotros venimos de esa sangre, pero yo practiqué varios deportes y el único que me llamó y me sacó fue el boxeo. Desde los 12 años y le he dedicado todo a eso.
So he says that he comes from combat blood, that his dad was a combat fighter, so it's always been in his blood. But he's practiced numerous different sports, but this is the only one that's really, been able to keep him focused and have him dedicate himself to it. So, en lo último, vamos a poner 5 o 7 años, los dominicanos han hecho más nombre en el boxeo para, tú sabes, para los dominicanos. ¿Desde cuándo tú conocías o sabías de Jason Rosario?
Bueno, de Jason Rosario yo sabía desde cuando yo estuve en la selección a los 14 años. Siempre se hablaba de él porque él iba subiendo, o sea, de los prospectos que iban subiendo, él era uno de los que más mencionaban. Se hablaba también de Claudio Marrero, Elio Rojas, era lo que estaban sonando en esos momentos.
So I was asking him, when did he, know the name Jason Rosario, and when did, he get to know him? And he said he met him at 14, and Claudio Marrero, The Matrix, and Elio Rojas was the names being mentioned around that time. Cuando tú lo conociste en el amateur, ¿tú pensabas que él iba a ser un campeón y más de eso, campeón unificado?
Mira, yo no lo conocí en persona. Cuando yo lo conocía, yo estaba en profesional. Y yo lo veía trabajar y yo, wow, Tigre tiene un potencial porque era un fajador. Tú le veías en el gimnasio, era fajado, ¿entiendes? Y yo lo veía así como te digo, mucho antes de pelear por el título mundial, yo lo veía, o sea, yo me inspiraba también con él.
So yeah, he said he didn't get to meet him until he was a professional fighter. But when he did get to train alongside him, he would realize that, he in his mind, he felt like Rosario was a beast because he was definitely training hard. So he certainly was an inspiration. And that's kind of where I wanted to go, just to see what Dominican fighters were ringing bells in the actual island. So I want to ask, obviously, Joan Guzman, who's been around the longest, and, if there was any stories of him. So, obviamente, Joan Guzman, el más famoso para mí, no sé. ¿Hay un dominicano más grande que Joan Guzman, en tu opinión?
No. Para mí, yo siempre le he dicho, el mejor boxeador que o sea, es por su trayectoria, ¿me entiendes? Lo que logró, ¿entiendes? Lo posiciona en ser el mejor boxeador dominicano que hasta el momento tiene la República Dominicana.
Ahora, me imagino que el debate debe ser que Joan, como es el más popular, en realidad técnicamente no es el más, ¿cómo se dice? Accomplished. ¿Tú lo dijiste ahora mismo? Ay, Dios. Come on, Chell, help me out. Translate for him.
How are you doing? Good, man. I'm surprised.
I fucked up that word, though. I fucked up accomplished.
Accomplished, yeah. He's well accomplished.
But you got to translate for him. He can't translate it either. Okay. Ha logrado. Esa es la palabra, ha logrado. So mi pregunta es, claro que Joan es más popular, pero Jason, como ha ganado más campeonatos, él ha logrado más. So, ¿él viene siendo más grande o no? Para el país no es más grande.
Bueno, mira, es algo difícil, ¿me entiendes? Fue una pelea unificada, creo que fue el único dominicano que pudo lograr eso, tres títulos en una noche. Pero la trayectoria de Joan es lo que, ¿me entiendes? Lo que lo mantiene siendo el mejor.
Mm-hmm. So he says, yeah, technically, obviously, there's no Dominican that unified titles, but the trajectory and the story of Joan is what continues to make him better. So since we're talking Joanne, I just want to know his thoughts over Joanne being a trainer. Obviamente, como estamos hablando de Joanne, ¿cuáles son tus opiniones sobre él ahora siendo un entrenador?
Bueno, lo veo muy bien. Es algo que, tú me entiendes, que es algo que los boxeadores o sea, nosotros los boxeadores amamos esto siendo boxeadores o no lo siendo, ¿me entiendes? Pasamos a ser entrenadores y yo lo veo bien. No todos los boxeadores que pasan a entrenador son buenos, pero el trabajo que él ha venido haciendo ha demostrado de que sí tiene potencial y cada día se aprende más.
He says, that all boxers, cannot be trainers, but Joanne has been day by day demonstrating that he's been able to transition and he's doing a great job. So he sends them, his love and wishes him the best. We got Harlem World, who says, has he ever been to Washington Heights, and who's his favorite baseball player? Si Harlem World quiere saber si tú has ido a Washington Heights en Nueva York y cuál es tu pelotero favorito.
Repite la pregunta. Que si te has ido a Washington Heights, ¿cuál es tu pelotero favorito?
Si he ido a Washington Heights.
Sí.
No, yo no he ido a Washington Heights.
Yo te llevé a comer la casa de mofongo.
¿Eso es de Washington Heights?
Sí.
Oh. Yo no me sé. Yo me monto en el carro y me voy.
Sí. No, Cheo, tiene que llevarlo para la marina, entonces.
Yo lo he llevado por la marina, lo que pasa es que yo no hay parqueo y me cobran caro.
No, es verdad. Es verdad, en la marina es como 65 pesos nada más para parquearse uno. Esa vaina. Pero...
Eso, estamos en olla. Estamos pelados.
Shit, what was I supposed to translate there? This is what happens when I don't got my co-host to do that. We just started talking Spanish. But basically, the answer to the question was yes, he's been to the Heights. He didn't realize he was at the Heights. They went to a restaurant called La Casa de Mofongo, which I actually went to. Then I jumped in and said, listen, you got to take him to Dykeman, to the marina, which, people pull up on the boats. It's a nice little spot to eat and hang out. And he says, yeah, I've been wanting to take him to Dykeman, but the parking's too expensive. So I jump in. I'm like, hell yeah, that shit like $65. He like, bro, we broke. We ain't got time for that. We trying to get out this, out of poverty. So beautiful answers. I'm not going to hold you anymore. Thank you so much, Chelo and Edwin. Se agradece, obviamente, pero...
Thanks, Sarah, for putting up with this shit, too.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Oye, él no quiere mofongo, él quiere mangú, dile.
Mangú. Hey, estamos aquí que vamos a buscar eso ahora.
Ok. Bueno, hasta la próxima. Gracias.
Te cuida. Anytime, bro.
Appreciate you. There you have it, Edwin De Los Santos. Let me see if my man's in is still available. Samson Lewickovich. We out here just working, man. We love this shit. Sorry for the dead air. Just sending Samson a message, letting him know I can send him the link if he's still available. He was available a few minutes ago. Hopefully we can still get him on the show. If you haven't already done so, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. I'm trying to get to 1,000 likes. Just trying to grind over here. $5 super chat from Hotbox and Minnie. He says, damn, Ness killing it this morning. Great way to start Pro Grace versus Haney fight week. Coach Panda, Bill Haney, Edwin De Los Santos, Coach Chelo, and what is DLS? Oh, Edwin De Los Santos. Yo, Edwin DLS is De Los Santos. I didn't fucking over the head. He said, and more, salute. Hopefully we get my good friend Samson, who is online. You seen my message, dog. Because we're going to get that fight out of Samson right now. Coach Panda wanted the interview. It's out, champ. This is it. Sorry for, again, dead air, but just writing them back, letting them know that we will re-upload the interview separately, but it is available right now in this link. I got to everybody. I mean, if anybody wants to buy me some time, jump on and rock out with me. Send me a message or something to talk about while I give Samson a little bit of time. Maybe he's on the call. I had him waiting all day. Let me see what's up with Mickey Bay, who I also made him wait. See if he's free now. Okay, I'm about to go get that Carmel shirt in 2 hours. I'm going to get one for me and one for one of y'all. You know what I mean? Them Carmel shirts look fire, too. I like that. That was a good idea. The split, like, white gorilla with his face. I loved it. Got to get one of those. Uh-oh, Samson's typing. Come on, Samson. Stop going with the long shit. You know what it is, B. Breakfast Club of boxing shit. Oh. Damn. He said after an hour waiting, I got some commitments, sir. Oye, Samson, lo que pasa es que tuvo tu peleador, Edwin De Los Santos, tuvo que darle un chin de promoción también. So, si tienes 5 minutos, ven. See what he says. We're going to give him another 5 minutes. Just had to let him know, look, I was interviewing your fighter, baby. We giving him a little bit of promotion. There's no disrespect over here. Ain't no big guys and little U's. Never. No, I did not get rid of Danny. What is wrong with y'all? Why y'all so fucking mean and negative only? Like, the let's do it. Lukey Boxing coming into town. I was supposed to get lunch with Caesar. He dipped, man. We never get to do that. But I guess Samson is busy. But I want to give him a little bit more time to hear my message, see if he takes me up on the 2 minutes. Let me see if Jeff Mayweather's available. He could teach that shoulder roll too. And Mickey got tied up on me, B. Come on, Samson. Jay Billy, what up? In the meantime, in between time, we got Los $2. Danny always drops the ball. Worst co-host ever. He's actually not, man. He just, like everybody, we gotta love this shit. I keep telling y'all, I repeat that shit every day. Go ahead, Jay Billy.
Yo. Yes, sir. Shout out motherfucking Ness putting in that motherfucking work. Ness, I see you, bro. Bro, that was some hot shit. That was some hot shit, especially Panda. Is that his name?
Yep.
I don't want to get it wrong. Hey, man. Panda was talking that shit. Ryan needs to learn how to throw a jab how Panda was throwing them jabs. A stiff, strong jab and affect a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He called Shakur a wrestler. That shit, hey, that was the one of the day. I don't think too many people caught that, but he called him a wrestler. He said we don't do it like these wrestlers, or this ain't wrestling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
like
definitely
it's
took. He definitely. I made him be clear. Like, he definitely said Shakur did not send an offer, but not to mention I reached out to sources to find out if that offer was via phone only and never an email or term sheet.
That's crazy. The man that's steady getting ducked, lying about sending out offers. Ain't that crazy? That's some nasty work right there, man. But Ness, man, I appreciate you. I gotta finish off the work day, but keep on putting in that work, man. I'm gonna tap back in if somebody say something.
Appreciate you, champ. Appreciate you. Damn, man. Come on, Samson. You really gonna be on that shit? Damn, somebody already put this out. Calls. According to Coach Panda, Shakur never sent an offer to Camarón Cepeda. we still can get this fight next year via the Boxing Voice. Shout out to you. Damn, you already got mad retweets. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I guess I'm going to wrap it, man. We're going to have to get Samson on another time. Who else could I get, though? Because, man, let me see if Rafa available. I hate doing this Spanish translation shit. King Rari, you try. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm coming to you. Rafael, ¿cómo está? ¿Está disponible para la entrevista? Let's see if he's available. He's traveling. It's fight week for him, ain't it? Don't he got to fight Robise?
Yo, Ness, what's popping with you?
Just grinding.
Hey, I came on a little late, but I got a question for you. I know, I think that Saturday, you know, you was asking everybody about what in their mind did Ryan have to do to get that rematch with Tank. I want to ask you, like, after you seen the performance, what do you think of Ryan? And do you still think he should follow up with the rematch with Tank?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly want him to get the rematch with Tank, but no time soon. He needs 3 fights before Tank. It's got to be Barbosa next, O'Hara Davies Basura winner, then the Rolly title shot, then Tank.
Okay. Now, how do you feel if he say, fuck Tank, and I want to take over 140 and get a couple belts and possibly move up to 147?
Nah, I got no issues with that.
Because I just feel like, man, respect to everybody and what they doing, but I still want to see these boys fight, man. We seen Orion and Tank fight. I still want to see T.O. and Ryan. I still want to see T.O. and Devin. I want to see Devin and Ryan. I want to see Tank and Devin. Tank and T.O. Like, I just feel like everybody, we had it at 135, and then it just slipped away. And I feel like, especially when T.O. lost the belts, it just messed up everything. Devin got the belts. Devin dropped them. Devin won. He 140. Shakur didn't take the fight at 135. So now Devin, they talking about moving up to 147. You know, it's just like that fantasy football is Super Bowl. It's like, damn, man, all the main fighters we wanted to see. It's like everybody got an excuse. T.O., I don't want to fight Ryan. I ain't getting enough money. Now, you know, Devin moving up to 147. Eventually Tank gonna have to figure something out because 135 dried up. So either he gonna have to move up to 140 or he gonna have to. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't see no fights at 135, man. When you had Frank on here, he wasn't really talking about no plan or no roadmap to get to a championship, or he didn't even know what ranking he was in, respectfully. So Ryan, he need more fights for sure. He was looking real shaky, in my opinion. I feel as though he didn't listen to Derek Moore, settle down, and just keep practicing on his fundamentals. And he could take 140, man, and move up to 147 to the point to where Devin gonna eventually have to run into him, especially if he getting belts.
Nah, I'm with you, man.
But you keep doing your thing, man. You are the platform of making shit happen. I don't know if my time cut short, but just hear me out real quick. I remember a long time ago on the broadcast, you were saying about how y'all, like, the social media platforms is what's needed in boxing. And I think probably like a couple weeks ago, y'all brought that back into conversation. You are a prime example, in your platform, bro, is about making shit happen that these other folks ain't trying to make happen. You calling people, you putting people on the same line, like, what's up? Let's make this fight happen. And these networks ain't doing that shit. And respect the Bill and Devin, because a lot of times people talk shit, but Devin and Bill, Devin running his own promotion company. Devin is the boss. Devin don't gotta send nobody. Oh, well, let me talk to my manager, or go send me your manager. Woo. Man, Bill and Devin always together. They have a game plan. They discuss things as a team and they make shit happen. Same way Mayweather did. So the fact that you able to make the calls that you have and the relationship that you have from being in the game for so long, so much respect to you and Danny, bro. You are a blessing to the boxing community. And I don't think a lot of people see that and appreciate that, because without people like you, well, I keep it 1,000. I don't know what the sport would be. And all these fighters who got problems with you, whether it was Earl or anybody else, it's like, bruh, y'all gotta appreciate people like Ness, because at the end of the day, Ness is what's pushing the ladder for boxing community. How you say all the time, you got people watching the show. Leonard don't want to pop in. Like, man, y'all need to. Because at the end of the day, next year, when Showtime gone, man, these fighters gonna have to fight to get that check, like you already reiterated numerous of times. So y'all can't keep ducking and dodging these interviews. Y'all can't keep ducking and dodging these questions. Y'all need to answer to the community to make the fights that we want to see happen so we can put money in their pocket. But big shout out to you, man. Big shout out to the Boxing Voice. Y'all like, y'all subscribe, y'all retweet, man, because y'all need to help keep pushing this platform. Because if this platform was to go away, that's gonna be a big loss for boxing and the boxing community. So you keep doing your thing, Ness, man. God bless you. Shouts out to you and shit, man. 2024, man. You might need to start going on tour, man. You might need to start doing you some live shows in certain cities, or when some of these fights happening, going to the city and setting up shop and doing a live show, bro.
Your lips to God's ears, champ. We working, man. Definitely appreciate you and the kind words. Hopefully, we get the Leonard Ellerbees and the Oscar De La Hoyas and things like that listening, man, so that we can get these interviews and keep bringing y'all, the best content. Honestly, we just trying to make shit happen, You see me, I'm trying to get Bill to say yes to Matisse in fucking Puerto Rico. Like, I'm about making the fight, man. Getting this shit done. But looks like Samson on a Give me a sec here. I got Bougie. Counterpunch.
Yo, you hear me?
Perfect.
What it is. It's your boy Bougie from Broward all the way to motherfucking Vegas. Yo, Ness, shout out to that last caller for giving you your props, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Actually out here making shit happen, bro, and we really appreciate you, you feel me? Ain't no other platform out here doing that shit, you feel me? Shout out to
Appreciate it.
Coach, what was his name? Matias coach? Coach
Coach Panda.
Panda. Coach Panda. Shout out to Coach Panda, man. Today's what I got from so far from the show is why my favorite fighter, the most hated, the one that's gonna surpass Floyd accomplishments, Lord Devin Haney, is the one, and why he is boxing, why he does what he does. Because even Coach Panda will tell you, because it was a lot on the back call. Oh, what I want to see. I want to see Haney fight on the inside. I want to see him fight on the inside. I want to see him step in front of the puncher. I want to see him stay in front of the puncher. Well, you had Coach Panda, who used to train and work with Mr. Haney, and he even seen it himself. We, like I've been saying, we are the complete fighter. We don't just fight on the outside or the inside. We fight. We fight however we need to fight to come out with the win. And I really appreciate that. As far as that Matias fight, like I said, shout out to Ness for putting on those two great coaches on the show so they could talk with each other. That's gonna happen after we get this ass. After we kick Regis' ass this weekend and we run circles around this old ass nigga, then we gonna see what it is. You feel me? But last time I checked, Matias did not only just call us out. He called out Tank, if I'm not mistaken, and he called out Tio, if I'm not mistaken. Two fighters that ain't got shit going on right now. But that's another story. Now listen, what was the fighter that we had on earlier, Ness?
Arnold Barbosa.
All right, Mr. Arnold Barbosa. Now, give me the timeline. Give me the timeline of that, because it seemed like I was kind of confused when he did he say that we sent him an offer, but Tio fucked that up, so we had to go fuck with Regis, correct?
No, he's saying that there was a point where the WBO notified him that he might fight with Haney when Tio dropped the belt, but when Tio was a hater and came back, his words, not mine,
Okay.
that was off the table.
Okay, so basically, Tio just want to play with that money. He just played with it. That's basically what it is. You want to fuck up, want to cop block and shit, basically. Okay, so we was on the route to fighting the champ that was on the show earlier. We was on that until Tio was on some cop blocking hating ass shit. So we move on and we went ahead and took care of Regis. So once again, showing that my favorite fighter, one of my favorite fighters, doing what he's supposed to do in the sport. Why he is boxing, why he is a complete fighter, why he is who he is. Now, speaking on and then you can run my free call too, Ness. Speaking on Mr. Ryan fight. Listen, his shoulder roll, it was fine. I mean, it is what it is. I ain't gonna critique it. You know what I mean? I can't expect everybody to have a beautiful shoulder roll like Mr. Lord Haney and Floyd and all the other greats that's really good at the shoulder roll. Maybe he decided to work on that the week of the fight. Who knows? But give him the credit. Give Ryan the credit. He ended up stopping the dude. You get me?
I hear you perfect.
Yeah. It wasn't his best performance. Yes, we know that. It wasn't his best performance, but he ended up coming out stopping the dude. Um, who knows what them other top fighters would have done. Like I said, you can't expect all these fighters to be like Mr. Haney, a complete fighter who kind of perfect the shoulder roll and all that, and you will see that this weekend, December 9th. For all the doubters out there, Mr. C, I ain't gonna call no names, my bad. All the doubters out there, and I kept preaching this for the past few weeks. Y'all have all these questions about what he gonna do at 40 with Mr. Regis and all this, that, and the fifth. Like I said, you're gonna get all your answers December 9th in the Bay Area on the Zone pay-per-view. You know what I mean? Just watch. You get all the answers you want. Like I said, and I'm gonna say it again. We the new Floyd. We're gonna be just as good as Floyd. We are boxing and we make shit happen. You know what I mean? These fighters will tell you. These coaches telling you. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I'll tap back in if I need to. If I need to correct some shit, I'll tap back in. Uh, fuck Roll Tide. I'm tired of y'all. Gold nose. Love y'all. All right, peace, champ.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. We got Majid on a check-in. What it do?
Ness, what's up? You can hear me?
Perfect.
All right, let me get in this car. They cutting trees and shit. You know, shout out to you with your interviews. These other people that's listening, you know what I'm saying, fucking making they little videos and getting all these clicks and everything, that just show you the GOAT. You giving them content to keep their pockets filled, you know, at the end of the month when they get them checks. So shout out to you feeding these other YouTubers and Twitter people and shit. You know, and other than that, you know, I just feel like today I just wanted to troll a little bit. Remember, I wanted them to remember, you know, the Roy Jones song where he said, "You can't be touched, you can't be stopped. When will you niggas learn?" Shakur made y'all mad with that performance, but he won. So until he lose, y'all niggas gonna have to keep talking, keep praying. They're playing Lord Haney already, you know, so I don't know if they got wrong for God or none of that, you know, because Haney got their heads filled up. Shout out to Mr. Bougie Boo. You know what I'm saying? And Shakur ain't losing, man. When that day come, I want y'all to bet against Shakur and hit me up so I could take y'all money, man. Like I said, shout out to you, Ness. You the goat at this podcast and shit. You know, them other people scared to let people even have an opinion on that bitch. You just gotta follow blindly. So shout out to you to listening, responding, getting the big dogs on here, and everybody could join the conversation because them other content creators, they gotta take shit to make their shit every day. Shout out to you again, man. I'm out.
Appreciate you. That's gonna wrap it up, unfortunately. Let me double check with Mickey Bay. Damn, Mick, I need you on this show. hit him up on text. It's always, this is like the right show because we talking Ryan, like to have him on a separate show that ain't about Ryan, talking about shoulder rolls. Feel me? It's kind of now I needed you, man. I fucked that up. I mean, it's hard to gauge, who's going to be available, not be available, and things like that. If you're watching this on YouTube, I do need you to hit that thumbs up. That's absolutely free. It's going to help with the visibility. It'll keep this in the eyes of other boxing fans. If you feel like I've helped you get through your day, half of that, man, drop me a 5-star review. Share the show, Put it on your story. Tag me. I'll repost you on mine.
What's the word? What's the word?
Chillin'. What up?
Yeah, man. You brought my boy Edwin on the show, Cello told you the same thing I told you about Shakur, man. Like, listen, when it comes to cutting the ring off against a guy like that, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? He's just going to find a way to get out of it. He's going to run. And it won't help. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what I was saying about the scorecards and how the judging would have worked. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what he would have done, it wouldn't have favored him. You know what I'm saying? The minds are already made up. Yeah, Rolly talking about what did Rolly say about Derrick
Ryan,
James?
he said Ryan looks 10 times worse than Derrick James ruined Errol Spence's career.
Ness.
What? You don't hear me?
Shit, nigga.
Yeah. All right.
Ness, can you hear me?
I hear you perfect. We hear you, bro. It's you. All right. That's what happens with the space. I feel like sometimes we be on it after more than 3 hours, and that shit goes crazy. Stainless, what up?
Yo, Ness, what's good, man?
Chilling, man, chilling. What up with you?
Bro, you almost 2:00 on East Coast time, bro. Like, keep going, bro. I know you always got the energy for it. You know what I'm saying? But you done gave them enough. These niggas already biting your lines and shit and putting them on the internet, getting paid off that shit. Like Matias said, you know what I'm saying? They need to go on Patreon to be some subscribers so they gonna keep listening. That's how I feel about that shit. If you on this bitch and you ain't at least push the thumbs up, but you still on this bitch, stupid ain't even a word for you no more. I'm gonna have to come up with a new word for y'all niggas. Ness, man. I ain't get to talk about the Ryan shit, so I'm gonna get on it. Ryan Garcia show Saturday night. Why I've been calling him the weakest link of the 4 horsemen of this era, or the 5 horsemen of this era, the 5 kings. I really want to knock his I don't know what that was, burrito roll, taco shell, but that shit wasn't working, man. I mean, it was working though. That's the crazy part. Like in there against Duarte, that should have worked, but in there against elite competition, that's gonna be a real problem. I heard that Derrick James was telling him not to do that, and he was still doing that anyway. So I don't know what that is, man. Maybe working on with this, actually committing to the skill and the techniques that Derrick James is refining was a little bit more pressure for him than he thought it was going to be. But he definitely need to keep working. There was a caller earlier who said maybe he need to fight some former champions first. If he ain't gonna fight Rolly next, I totally agree with that. Like he need to take it slow before he try to jump back in there with the elites that he already wasn't fighting. Fight a few more former champions, maybe at 140, or bring somebody up from 135 to 140. You know what I'm saying? Or down from 147. That's old. Who can give him some work so he can get that shit in, man. Shout out to Majia fighter Shakur Stevens, but Ryan Garcia showed us how to do the Shakur Stevens better. You run around, you catch him, and you knock him the fuck out. That's all I got on that, man. Get your ass off of here, man. You done enough, man. Let these you gonna be back tonight anyway. Let these haters who come on here and steal from you to feed their family go somewhere else and steal for a little while, man. As I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up, share this and every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. Shit, TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon or at least a subscriber, you dumb as fuck. Shout out to El Camino. Peace.
No worries, bro. Appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. Put this episode in the eyes of other boxing fans that don't know we rocking out 2 times a day, multiple times a day, bringing you the latest and the greatest in this sport. You know who is next on the Discord? We got Water Walker.
Yo.
What up?
I text you run that intro.
I ain't see it, champ. I was at the smoke break room.
I hate it, man. You playing it?
I'm in the ocean. You say you the big fish. I'm looking for you. Maybe a Spence get his tail out his butt and he'll fight me.
You are watching a master at work.
Target practice, baby. When I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
Ocean big in the motherfucker, man. We ain't gonna be able to fire your punk ass out here.
You wanna bet? You can bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. I'll break your fucking neck.
J-Matt, New Orleans.
Don't like what I said, nigga? Do something fucking about it. One of the best finishers in the game. Give me the towel. Give me the towel.
SDS Promotion.
Get ready for the back attack.
Yo, hey, shout out to my son Brandon Lenz. He was inspired by me and all the goated shit I said on here. So he made that intro. That's my son Brandon Lenz. Man, you did some good interviews. I actually like De Los Santos' energy. I like the shit he talk. I think he's so healthy for the sport. And I would love to see him in some of those big fights, the Frank Martins, the Javante Davis, shit, any of them names out there. I disagree that he's on Shakur level. Whether he agrees how Shakur fought the fight and the man he fought the fight, Shakur still beat him rather easily. Another thing he said with the cutting the ring off, I definitely disagree with that because he said, if you listen to the context of what he said, you can't cut the ring off against somebody that's running, which is an excuse. You actually can cut the ring off. But the thing about it, what you give up is the possibility of being countered and stepping out because sometimes you got to throw off balance, you got to throw in rhythm, and you kind of follow the guy, and he has the timing over you. And he knew Shakur Elite being an elite boxer like that, that was a no-no. So that's why he could not cut the ring off. So when he said you can't cut the ring off, nah, he just ain't that type of fighter that's willing to cut the ring off and abandon certain things that he's gonna need and get countered, like he said.
Well,
Um,
that's literally what he said. He said if he would have done more to try to cut the ring off, he would have only looked like Valdez and got caught with counters because he's opening up, overextending.
exactly, but at the same time, he answered the question saying he could not cut the ring off. You can cut the ring off. It's just a different type of fight and a different type of risk that you have to be willing to take. And since Shakur punches and he's so feather fisted, since he ain't knocking shit out, the power punch in De Los Santos could have used all that speed and explosion he had and worked on cutting the ring off more effectively so he can land his big shots, like jumping in, swinging wide, or stepping in doing a multitude of feints so he can set up since the guy was running. See, a lot of fighters get this excuse on here and say run, 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 run. Last time I checked, they had a ring and Shakur was moving around. And if he was hurt or wasn't, he still made easy work of the aggressive power punching. De Los Santos, he didn't know how to cut the ring off. So I mean, shout out to him. I still think he deserves the opportunity to get big fights. I do think Shakur still beat him rather easily. I think it's just a lot of people was just unimpressed with the performance due to the lack of his antics, the shit he been saying outside of the ring, how he been trolling Devin, but water walker shit. Shout out to him. Devin about to do some water walking shit, and like Boogie said, I don't know why some dudes still need clearance or sorry, they need clarification. I don't know, like they need some type of clarity what Devin is. Devin already doing some water walking shit in the sport. He's about to definitely water walk the shit out of Regis flat footed ass. Shout out to the trainer that answered the question. He said Regis a little flat footed, and his style I think is tailor made for Devin Haney. Devin, I watched his the little thing the little show he did. I'm liking Devin at 140. I ain't gonna say he wrecking shit yet till he get up there, but we might have to put them hands on Regions if he start wrecking shit at 140. We know the little guys at 135 tank ain't gonna want that smoke, never did. And we on some big boy shit at 140, water walking shit.
Champ,
While
I'll
dudes
be
out
right
here
back
still.
to you. I got Mustafa Boxing on the line. I just want to go ahead and get this quick interview. Mustafa, how are you, man?
What's up, family? I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, man. Happy to have you. Obviously, wanted to get your thoughts. We seen Ryan Garcia over the weekend. He's a big name in the sport. We seen what type of numbers he did with Tank. So, most people that want this sport to grow want to see Ryan do well. I think he did that yesterday, or rather Saturday, but he received a lot of criticism for the shoulder roll. Now, I also criticized it, but I did see good things. I seen him being able to counter with the uppercut, follow that up with a quick left hook, straight right hand on multiple occasions. It really opened up the uppercut left hook for him. Obviously, he started to tilt, give his back, even give his backside. But do you feel like he should eliminate that, or do you think that needs to be built upon?
Well, I think every fighter can do some of that. You know what I'm saying? I got film of George Foreman shoulder on the right hand. You know what I'm saying? So that really ain't a bad thing. Um, it's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? He got to work on it a lot more. It's kind of troubling that. You know what I'm saying? His coach didn't want him to do that. You know what I'm saying? So how you gonna do one thing in the gym and then the fight do something else? So in the end, it might hurt him if you don't really work on it, develop it. Like who's teaching that stuff? The TV, is it YouTube? Is it Mayweather? You know what I'm saying? Is it Derek James? No, James teaches a lot of high guard. You know what I'm saying? So maybe a little confusing to some because that ain't really his thing. But if it's something he working on in the gym, man, hats off to him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with it for sure.
Did you see anything good in that style? And again, would you, if you
He
were
looked
part
bad.
of the team, would you want to keep working at that? Did you see enough success to keep that as a tool in the toolbox?
He looked bad doing it, honestly. So I can see the criticism, but maybe it take time, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, like I said, he probably didn't work on it in the gym. He probably just thought about it mid-fight. You know what I'm saying? And just tried to do it. He won and got away with it. If he want to do that, then he definitely should work on it in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Because it worked, but it looked more bad than anything. Just honestly, you know what I'm saying? But couldn't turn away too bad. Look, he could a lot of shots over the head, over the top could hurt him. You know what I'm saying? But
Can you
hats off to him.
point out some of those mistakes you think he made in that particular stance? Like, I feel like that right hand wasn't high enough to catch the left hook, and that's why when the left hook came a couple of times, he
It
got
landed.
hit by it.
Every style got pros and cons. The con of the shoulder roll is it does take with a straight right hand, but over the top, it's going to keep landing. Especially when you turn his back away. You know, behind the head shots, those ain't no joke. You know what I'm saying? So that and the left hook. You know, the heavy left hook, he got to hold that phone real tight, man. He got to be ready to. You know what I'm saying? Because that dude kind of tried to figure that, try to triple left hook up, double left hook up, and left uppercut is open for that. So he's got to really go in the lab. Hopefully, he's back in the lab already. And if he's gonna do it, continue to just make it sharper and sharper and sharper. You know, go better with it.
For sure. Um, what did you see him do right, and what did you like now that he's under Derek James?
I like how he's more patient, if anything. You know what I'm saying? He was a lot more patient than other fights you seen him trying to go out there and get first round knockouts, trying to impress the crowd. Tank, he made a big mistake chasing Tank. So this fight, he was a lot more reserved, kept patient. That was very good. You know what I'm saying? If anything, he learned from Tank that don't be too greedy. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? Take your time. He's 5'10". He ain't no short dude. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no business chasing everybody. 5'10", he got good range on him. Got good reach, great speed, good left hand. Stay behind that jab and just do his thing. He did that pretty good the other night.
You bring up the jab. I felt like he abandoned the jab for a guy to get so much recognition with speed. Why not blind your opponent? He can't see
Because
the right.
the jab is fundamental. The jab is sound. The jab is sometimes boring. But if no offense to him, but he's blessed with God to give him power and speed. So you can. What happens is when fighters got a lot of athleticism, they'll forget what the bread and butter is. You know what I'm saying, and they'll look for the big left hook. They'll look for the flash and power. But he's still young. But yeah, he should jab a whole lot more. That guy should have been that close to him. But and that's what guys, a lot of guys shot shoulder roll, man. They keep their left hand so far down, they turn away. The left hand will be working for that jab, man.
He must have got a call.
You know what I'm saying? Not down and covering.
Yeah.
My bad on that. Something happened.
Nah,
Can
no
you still hear me?
worries. Yeah, I hear you perfect. So,
Can you still hear me, Ness?
yes, I hear you perfect. Do you hear me?
My bad, family. Let me see. Can you hear me?
I hear you. And there he goes. All right, maybe he'll jump back in. Wanted to get his thoughts, obviously. He's a great trainer. He just needs his that fighter that's gonna take him there. We hear you, coach.
Yeah, my bad, family. I don't know how, but yeah, when you turn away, your shoulder is almost like you're one-handed fighter. You know what I'm saying? But for him, with that great left hand he got, he almost taking away his best weapon. You know what I'm saying? Which is everyone knows that his left hand better than his right hand. So him turning away, taking away his best weapon. You know what I'm saying? So everything got pros and cons to it. If he was my fighter, I'd tell him to use the shoulder roll sparingly. You know what I'm saying? More or less stay on that jab because he got a good left hand. I've heard, even the haters, they say the same thing. His left hand is elite. It's really, 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 really good. It's strong, it's powerful, it's long, it's fast. So him doing that take that away from him. That's why he wasn't jabbing that much. He probably had his mind to shoulder roll. But doing that, he ain't gonna jab enough, man.
Do you think, and obviously this is totally like us assuming here, but I feel like he got caught up in his last fight. Like, don't you feel he was using the same moves Tank was using on him? Like, he was using that jab as a stiff arm and countering off it. So the minute Duarte would react, then he would give him a counter uppercut or a counter left hook. But that's the same thing Tank was doing to him, holding that jab hand on his high guard. And the minute Ryan would react, Tank would counter him.
See, if something happened to fighters, right, it worked against them, so now he used it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, it's okay to use it, but don't forget who you are. Because he's not Tank. They're two different people. So what happens is a lot of times guys lose, um, change their whole camp, and every coach got their own philosophy, not one better than the other, you know what I'm saying? So now he got his own mind, then he got D James, trying to really get on him. And then what happens is he stopped being what he is, you know what I'm saying? How you doing? What's up,
Nah,
champ?
for sure.
Yeah, now he started being somebody else. Now he ain't jabbing no more. Now he just trying to control with that jab. But Tank ain't his height. You know what I'm saying? So what work for Tank works for Tank. What work for Floyd. Understand those things, but still be Ryan Garcia. And again, still young, still figuring it out. But yeah, he got to jab a lot more. That left he got his left hand is a real weapon. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking
Shot
of
him
the
a
left, Speaking of the left, we seen him get caught with the same left hook again. He did the same reaction in the Campbell fight where he pulled straight back and his hands down, kind of like he's fucking skiing or something. He did it in this fight, got caught in this fight, but he didn't get dropped or anything. He was able to take that punch. It could be the extra 7 pounds, or 8 pounds, excuse me, or maybe Duarte doesn't hit as hard as Campbell, or maybe just, he feels better at 140 plus. But
Yeah.
were you disappointed as a trainer to still see him doing that?
No,
Obviously,
no.
because he got Derek now, and we know that's your flaw.
But,
Like, why not work on
but
that?
he may be to take time. Derek had him. He fought Tank this year, right?
Yeah,
So
Derek only had him 7 weeks.
that's
7 months,
very.
excuse me, 7 months.
That, and then Derek got a full stable. So, um, that's very very difficult to to see that type of. You know what I'm saying? That short amount of time. He need time. He need time. And
So,
I know they fight for a title, blah 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 blah. But he need time. If you ask me.
so, obviously, I want to ask, what would you do to correct that? If
Put
you
him.
were training Ryan, what would your exercise be to keep him having that hand up, not to get hit with this left hook he just keeps getting hit by?
Yeah. I would, drill it a lot, talk to him a lot about it, you know what I'm saying, stand his mind up, and have the sparring and have guys aim for that. I'll tell the guys you spar with, with the Hagen and stuff on, aim for that side. Make him hold that phone.
That's
You know
what
what I'm
I
saying?
said yesterday. Get some control sparring in there where the dude's throwing left hooks at you for 6 fucking rounds, so it becomes repetition, because this is crazy still doing that. Like,
Yeah, pulling. It's an interview. Montel fought Roy Jones Jr.
mhm.
And he was beating Roy, and Roy caught him a left hook on the way out. And Montel admitted, Montel said, I had a great game plan, a great camp. I made the mistake. The mistake was the same thing. He pulled that skiing motion. He pulled this way, and Roy Hook caught him, and the fight was over. You know, I knew better, but I don't know why I did it, because Roy was just that dynamic, and he pulled the incorrect way. I think my guys don't pull that hook like that, man, because it's open. It's wide open.
Do you think, I feel, and again, I'm asking you because you're the trainer, I feel like with my eyes, what I noticed is that I didn't see his head in the air. He, like, quote unquote, fighting so tall or with his chin out, as
He
people
fixed
would say in the past defensively. Do you feel like that was corrected in this fight? Did you feel like his chin was still up in the air?
it. It wasn't that high in the air. He was more defensive than I ever seen him before. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? And maybe because, like you said, the guy hit really hard, you know what I'm saying? And maybe the Tank fight, the Tank humble you, man. You know what I'm saying? He got dropped, he got beat almost every round. And I'm pretty sure a prideful guy like him who believes in himself, he gonna really, that probably haunting him a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I gotta. You know what I'm saying? Nah, no more of
Mm-hmm.
that. I don't want to get humiliated. So, and he felt like they were trying to set him up. So, his defense was definitely more important than before. He got a lot of work on though, but it was improvement.
I want to believe I've seen you do drills with your fighters with the ball, right? To keep the chin down, don't you put a ball on their chin?
Yes, sir.
Is
Yes, sir.
that something that maybe they should consider?
Yeah, all that stuff is still good. There's no elite guy that's bigger than the beginner drills. Go back to the basics. Good feet work, good balance, good shoulder placement, hand placement, chin being tough. All
Now you,
fundamental,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
all fundamental things he can work on. Keeping that chin down because being that tall and that chin being exposed is dangerous, man.
You brought up footwork. Again, I'm not the trainer, but what I saw, I felt like I wasn't happy with the footwork. I feel like
No,
he was
it was
selling out his footwork to
yeah,
land them big shots.
yeah, yeah. 'Cause he was. If you think about it, most of Derek James guys don't have the kind of footwork that Ryan Garcia did a couple of days ago. It's like where you get that from almost. I'm saying like that wasn't Derek James stuff right there. You don't see
Hmm.
Trey Martin do that. You don't see Charlo or Errol. They take methodical, step back, step left, step right. Cause he was galloping and getting himself out of position. That ain't his style. Not his style. So
Yeah, I'm with you. I felt like what we know to come out of Derek James' camp is that jab, and that wasn't there. It was there for the first few rounds, but like you said, maybe he got bored because it's not a an attractive punch in the sport. But I feel like his jab would have made things so much easier, and that camp Frank has a good jab. Earl has a great jab. Jermel has a great jab. Do you
And
think
that Charlo jab is off the chain. Um, Garcia got a jab like that, like a power jab, put you in your place. You know what I'm saying? If I was, that's what I was stressed to him. Like, listen, man. You know, I know you might be defensive now, being that shell. Nah, put that jab in their face all night long. He got a good jab. He had the body to have a good jab. De La Hoya, one of the best jabs of all time. People don't think about it, but left hook, left uppercut, left jab was crazy. Garcia similar to him, honestly.
Coach,
But
what drill would you recommend? Like, obviously, being from the inner city, we use the term cur up. I feel like when he was getting that pressure coming at him, he would cur up. Like, he would shell up, turn his back, fold down, give his butt. Like, that's what
but
people call
that
curring up.
it did look. That's what I'm saying. The shell. The mentality was, I think, correct, trying to ride shots away, but he wasn't doing it right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not a hater. Just
But is that
yeah.
fear, though? Was it fear of getting hit, or was just the technique ain't there, so it was looking bad because he don't know how to do it?
Technique wise, again, Derrick James don't teach that type of defense. So who was there to teach him that? Maybe someone is, but from what I've seen, I have not seen that. As far as somebody that teaches that style, Phil, if he was Phil, guess what? He almost got an excuse for it. His last fight, he got knocked out. A lot of guys they take a tune up to get their confidence back. Just being honest, you know what I'm saying? He got stopped a few fights ago, well, a few months ago. So, and now he going up another weight class. This guy coming to punch undefeated. It looked like they had Ryan Garcia a little hesitant, a little skeptical, a little care, how you want to call it. But hell, I mean, shit, of course, he got stopped in the last fight. He didn't want to get stopped again. You know what I'm saying? And dude hitting him hard. He didn't really have the confidence to do what he should do. You know what I'm saying? So he resorted to, turn away, which looked bad.
So, in my opinion, I felt like I seen enough good in his attempt at a shoulder roll that if he wanted to keep it, I
Yep.
feel like he should try to get Floyd Sr., which would be the best. Floyd Jr., which does not have the time to train any fighter full time.
Yeah.
Mickey Bay is someone that was under that tutelage, trained alongside, been trained by Floyd Sr., and then started to train fighters himself. We know Floyd as the most popular fighter to use the shoulder roll, Philly shell. Obviously, with your time in this business, do you think that that's something any trainer can teach and show?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
is that originated from the Philly shell and Floyd just made his own version? What's the
Yeah.
backstory?
Well, I think all of them guys made their own version of it. Even James Toney. You know what I'm saying? It's more or less, those guys kind of inspire. You know what I'm saying? And Floyd, like Floyd said, I don't fight in the Philly shell. Remember the defense. And he's telling the truth. He has some remnants of the shell. The Floyd does it all. Floyd step back. Floyd block right hand like this. Floyd shoulder on Floyd. Do this one up right hand. Floyd has a variety of attack. So again, if Ryan Garcia want to use that as someone, if Derrick James was allowed that, you know what I'm saying, that can help him grow within that. You know what I'm saying? Because he did it for some rounds. So he that wasn't no mistake. He did it on purpose. He just didn't do it properly. So get somebody that can really sit
Who
with him
would
and
you recommend? Who is that somebody? Obviously, granted, we got to assume that Derrick James will be willing to train alongside someone else, which we know he was not willing to do that with Anthony Joshua and Angel Fernandez.
true. I teach a lot of that, riding the right hand away, shoulder rolling it. Tommy Yankello up there in Pittsburgh, he teach that a lot. He got a history of that. He rides it away. Um, Ronnie Shield does that a lot as well. They ride it right hand away. Ronnie Shield, that's a real
Charlo
that's
certainly rode that right hand with the uppercut.
yeah, real OG. You know what I'm saying? Been with Purnell, been with David Tool, been with Vander Holyfield, Georgie Ben. You know what I'm saying? So it's a few guys that could help him, but again, that come with a lot of compromising. You know what I'm saying? People humbling themselves, coming more to team mentality. It's hard to really find that in boxing, but for him to do that, I think that's the best choice because I have never seen Derrick James guys perform that in the ring. He may do that behind the gym. I'm not saying he can't. But I've never seen him do that in the fights. So if he want to do that, he got to get somebody to help him with that.
So hypothetically, James stands on his two. He's like, I'm not bringing nobody in. Is it still possible to have like a secondary session with a second trainer? Because
Yeah.
the way I look at it is, James, let him work on your footwork. Let him work on your jab. Let him, perfect what he does best, which is out of that camp, we know they got a good stance. They going to let their hands go. They going to counter.
Yeah.
They going to have a
Very,
great jab.
yes. Yes. And almost he gonna have to because there's no way he's gonna be able to do that at the highest level without being taught that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, man. Broner tried that for a while. You got to be really, 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 really sat down and taught that style. You know what I'm saying? If he gonna use it, if it's his choice, he grown man. If he want to use that style, he got to get with somebody that can break it down to that, study that style. Most people don't like, but most people hate that style. But there's a few who have actually really, really, really studied and broke that style down. That's what he got to do if he want to use that, or he stop doing it because he may get away against a Duarte or whatever, but against a Teofimo or against somebody that's a little bit better, he'll lose if he don't fix that.
Well, Coach, man, thank you, obviously, for your time. If you want to give out any social media, I see you have a fighter about to go to the Olympic trials. If you want to
Yeah,
let us
yeah,
know
yeah.
when she's going to be
She like
fighting
right now,
and what a ring.
no doubt. Yeah, Brooke Millen. Brooke Millen. She fight at 146. Right now she's number 3 in the country. But we're gonna, inshallah, we're gonna win this thing coming up. She fights tomorrow in the 6 p.m. session. 146.
All right, Coach, and let them know your social media, man. I know you do a lot of training on your
Yeah,
channel as
yeah.
well.
Phenomenal page, man. Mustafa's Box on Instagram. Y'all check it anytime. I put out good content.
Appreciate you, Coach. Thank you for joining us.
Likewise, bro. Thank you.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gents. Coach Mustafa Boxing. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Let me see. Got nobody there, nobody here. We're gonna go ahead and wrap that up and be back at you tomorrow. Gotta go get. I mean, not tomorrow. 4:00. Gotta go get these shirts. Capicu $2. He says, I feel like it's going to be Cepeda versus De Los Santos. Why Cepeda? That's the wrong side of the street. That'll be interesting if that's the case. Yeah, and that's GTO, Instagram and Twitter.